Believe it's over 3 years since we were last here in Switzerland for ECS cricket. A lot's happened since then. We've had over 3,000 matches since we were last here in St Gallen, but I can't wait. There's 11 teams keen to do battle. We know there's a lot of good players too, so get ready for some action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, good morning wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is a milestone day as well for us because it marks our return to Switzerland after over 3 years. In fact, this wonderful stadium here in St Gallen actually is one of the first places we ever showed ECS cricket back in 2020. One of the first places as well after the pandemic lockdown. So it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be different. We'll see some clubs we haven't really seen for quite a while and a couple of new ones too in the European Cricket Series. Yes, so it's a bit crazy to think that since we were last here, we've broadcast over 3,000 matches. So I think that it's going to be a wonderful feast of cricketing entertainment. So we are going to start this tournament with the rematch of the final from 2020. So I'm really excited about that as well. It's Alton taking on the Zurich Nomads in match one. Rob Kemming, great to see him back. He's with the two captains a little bit over there, and he's got the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Heads is called. It is tails.
Yeah, going to go first. So it is Shahid Waridu of Alton that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first, so he wants to chase. I've got to say that Alton and the Nomads, they had a cracking final back in 2020, one of the early ECN classics, and it was a crazy tournament. Alton actually won every single game, including beating the Nomads in the initial stages of the tournament, but they lost their only match in the final. So the Nomads here, they are the reigning champions. And I've got to say, the Nomads, they look packed and they look stacked. They've got Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed listed to open the batting, and they were the MVP and the best batter respectively in the recent Valletta Cup pentagonal T20 international tournament, and I just think that they are going to be a bit of a fortress, but yeah, lots of hitting all the way down, and I think they're going to really love these conditions as well. Outfield slightly slow, the pitch is a bit different, we'll come to that in a moment, but Alton, they're a team we have seen at 2 ECLs, and they were desperately unlucky not to make it out of the group stage in ECL 23, but they're going to pack a punch as well. Watch out for Malya Stanikzai. I think he's likely to go up the order, and he can really hit the ball a long way. They've also got some very good strikers up there, really good technical batters as well. Yasatharan Thirunavukarasu and Murali Nanasekaram, two other players to watch out for Alton. All right, well, conditions here, it is a bit different. The pitch, you'll see it in a moment. It's a wonderful stadium here, but it doesn't have a pitch. So it's a bit of a temporary pitch. It's got a wooden base. It has like a carpet overlay. So I think we'll have to see how that plays. And I think that could be a reason Alton want to bowl first as well. But these guys, they do play on it pretty often. I think they're used to it, even if we aren't really. As far as the outfield, it is a football ground. So the grass, although it has been cut, it's pretty spongy to me. I don't think it'll roll that quickly to the boundary. So I think there might be a bit more value in the air, although, of course, that has a few risks. Now, I'm going to have a couple of commentators with me, but right now I'll be in the central commentary position as we get ready for the first ball. Match one on the way. It's a rematch of the 2020 final, and it's Alton against the Nomads. Alton winning the toss and sending in the Zurich Nomads.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Really exciting moment coming up as we're back in Switzerland, and I really cannot wait to see how this goes. It's something very, very different as well compared to other stadiums. I say stadiums, other grounds that we would play ECN cricket at, normally probably except for the Carnamore Oval. So, yeah, it's going to be a wonderful morning, a wonderful celebration of cricket. And I tell you what, you could not hope for a better two teams to get us going. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, welcoming all of our viewers wherever you're watching from around the world. Whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or fan code, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. And big special welcome to all of our viewers in Switzerland on Swiss Sport TV. Welcome to the European Cricket Series. Now, these two going out there for the Nomads, they're the two in yellow with the bats. They are certified guns with the bat. You've got Fahim Nazir out there, who is the recent MVP at the T20 International Tournament, the Valletta Cup in Malta. You've got Hassan Ahmed as well, former Italian international, who's now qualified to play for Switzerland, the country he resides in. And so, yeah, we're going to get going. And as you can see, the pitch is a bit different. It looks very similar to the pitch we had here in 2020 because of the kind of rules about using this ground. And it is a wonderful ground. We'll tell you more about that in a second. Adjacent to the football ground here in St. Gallen. They cannot have the pitch down permanently. So every morning they build the pitch. And essentially what it is some very large, flat pieces of wood. There's carpet over the top. It's held in place. That heavy rubber on the side is quite narrow and kind of makes the players look a bit like giants. But these players, they're fairly used to it. They would have played here many times. And we're going to see a fair few of the Swiss national players playing for their respective clubs. Of course, you've got two of them out there batting at the moment. You've got a fair few of the guys from Alton who were fielding that we saw in the ECL, not only last year, but also the year before. And they're very, very exciting to watch. And it's a bit of a firecracker. Malia Stanikzai, who's going to get going with the ball for Alton. Alton won every game in the previous ECS, but lost the final in the Nomads. So 3 years later, these two teams are ready to do battle. Oh, let's roll. First ball. An anticlimax, or is it? Because there was a chance for a run out, and Hassan was in big trouble there. Well, Hassan just pushed and ran, and yeah, some miscommunication. Now, Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir, they know each other really well, so there's no real excuses for miscommunication between these two. But they do get away with it. Fahim Nazir blocking up that first ball and almost running himself out. Stanikzai, though, ready to go again. Down leg side as we called wide. So I want to say a quick hello to all of our wonderful chatters as well on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Good morning to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand. Good morning to Dave B. Always great to have you with us, Dave. And look, see the robots taking a special interest, and rightly so. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Hello to Sada as well, as we get another ball down the leg side. This will be called a wide. Hello to Sada. He has a question. Is Rico joining me today? Well, look, Rico will be joining me here in Switzerland, but he won't be joining me straight away. And the reason is Rico is going to be covering the T20 International Women's Series this weekend in Romania, the Continental Cup. So he won't be here until the second half of this tournament, Sada, but Rico will be here in Switzerland. Never you mind. Another good outswing. Umpire has a good look. He's going to run away, but this shows you this outfield. It's super slow compared to what we've come from recently, where we're setting land speed records. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, you can see there clearly going down the leg side. But yeah, that one not even close to going for 4. But it is the smallest ground. It's your regulation 50 metres from the centre of the pitch, which means that I think we'll see more 6s than 4s here, to be honest. Stanikzai getting some good movement there. Oh, goes up and over the top, and we didn't have to wait long. That one's into the stands. Maximo! What a cracking shot that is. I said, these two left-handers, they are powerful. And Hassan goes bang. That one, well, lucky we don't have a full house. That could have done some damage to the spectators. Hassan Ahmed He absolutely banged that. And that's my big prediction. I think that we're going to see more 6s than 4s here at the Grundenmoss Stadium here in St. Gallen. St. Gallen about an hour outside of Zurich. Like I said, second ECS here, but first time we've been here in a while. The world's changed a lot over the last 3 years, hasn't it? Static Side's getting some good movement, but he's just struggling to adjust to the two left-handers. If I go on the recent series in Czechia, we had 626 Maximos and 1,217 4s. So we pretty much had 2 4s for every 6. And that's because the outfield was super quick. We were seeing records. We even saw records as far as individuals hitting 4s in innings, teams hitting 4s in innings. Better ball. This one actually ducks away from Hassan Ahmed, almost nicks him off. So yeah, my feeling is that we'll see plenty of 6s, but 4s will be hard to come by. The 4s rate in Czechia was 11.1, which is 11.1 boundary, or 11.1 4s per 10 overs on average. I think here it's going to be more like 5 or 6. I think the Maximo rate could be something like 8 or 9, maybe even more. As this one's up, and case in point, that one's out of here. Maximo! Another one banged down to the ground. And yeah, right now this is Fahim Nazir showing what he can do as well. He is a class player. Now this pitch, I wouldn't expect it to bounce too much. Typically these wooden pitches, it's not too dissimilar to what we see in Barcelona at the Montjuic ground there, Montjuic Olympic Stadium. But the difference is in Barcelona, the actual base, the artificial base is a bit more rubbery. So the base under the pitch is a bit bouncier. This one, not so much. Now, false shot and over the top. This will test the outfield and it just gets there. So the first 4 of the series. Very good shot to begin with. That one wasn't quite as convincing. As that skews over the top, and what an over to get us going. 21 off the first over. Really powerful start. As we welcome again, once everyone's settled, why don't you drop us a message? ECN European Cricket Network. Yeah, Fahim hitting all the runs off the bat. I thought originally it might have been Hassan that hit the first 6 because I thought it was 1 leg by. They actually did get back for 2. So Fahim faces every single ball in the over. Yeah, Hassan looks in pretty good nick. We'll get to have a look at him now. One thing I've got here, which is a little bit unusual, is I'm quite a bit away from the ground because I'm right up in the top of the grandstand. I wouldn't normally confuse these two if you're down at ground level. They're both powerful in their own way. I want to say hello to Andrew Ryan, who's tuning in as well. Hello, Rhino. He's saying, yeah, it's good to have Maximo in Switzerland. Decent clash first up. Yeah, couldn't hope for more, really. That's a really good look at the pitch as well. You can see that temporary pitch in there. It's going to be Gary Navaratnarasa to get us going at over number 2. Now, a lot of these Alton players, I know them from the European Cricket League. Matthew Hodgson asking, is this a football pitch? Well, to the best of my knowledge, yes. The actual main football stadium is right next to this. At some point, we'll try and get you some pictures of that. So it's literally across the road from the main football stadium. In fact, I think this weekend it's the first big match of the season. And so it's going to be packed out. Gary comes around the wicket. And that's played away. Leg side. Just a single. So, yeah, it's definitely not a specialist cricket ground, Matt. I think Matt's tuning in as well. And the reason you know that is every day they want to play cricket here, they have to put in that temporary pitch. Navaratnarasa's good bowler. Saw that in Kartama. Oh, that one goes along the ground almost. Yeah, so this is a little bit of the variable bounce, and they do pull that that carpet as tight as possible. But I do remember this from last time around that, the more you play on it, it can get a little bit uneven. So we'll see if that creeps in. And so bringing something back for the bowlers, I guess, because apart from that, it's pretty flat. It's hard to get not too much out of it. This time, Hassan pushed back and being a little bit more careful, as you can understand after that. Yeah, but I'm super excited. So, yeah, Rico will be joining me in week 2, but I'm also going to have a commentator joining me, not for the very first time, but the first time for a decent chunk of a series, Andrew Leonard. Lenny will be joining me from tomorrow. Oh, that's a cracking shot. And that's going to be 4. That's going to bang into the banner. Stronger together. But you can see, these two, they are very, very good cricketers. Fahim's played a very good level of cricket back in his original homeland. Narasimha gives him a bit of width, and he just leans on that, punch at 3 point for 4. So now they're trying to work out where to put their 2 outfielders. Of course, you are allowed only 2 outfielders in the first 3 overs. That's called the power play. And after that, you're allowed up to 5. They've got kind of floating slip at the moment, hoping maybe they can get a nick. Nazir will nick the odd one. He won't nick this, the full toss, and that's going to do some trouble as well, because that's got all the way. Maximo just carries into the Nomads dugout. Yeah, this wasn't the best delivery, really. I think just pitched on the rope. I think it hit the rope. Yeah, it did. So just getting there. So 6 more. And this very good start continues for the Nomads. And it takes us to the end of the over. 34 without loss after 2. It wasn't the worst over in first 4 balls. It went 1-1.1, 4-6. Sada saying the pitch looks variable, the outfield slow, but still I think it'll be a high-scoring series. What do I think? Well, what I think is everything you said is correct. When we say high-scoring, though, I think around about the 100 for me is probably going to be par here. Maybe even a touch less. The reason is just the quality of the batting here in Switzerland. We've seen how many good strikers there are, and it's the kind of pitch, not too many are going to bounce up at you. So you get the odd one that keeps low, so you can kind of get on the front foot with a bit more immunity than you might normally. Anyway, it's Dion Johnson who's going to bowl over number 3. Hello to Osama Mahmood. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Liam, who's watching from New Zealand. Yeah, drop us a message. And Andrew Ryan, as I live and breathe, good to have you in the chat as well. Wow, that's high. That could be trouble. It's going to be running away for 4. But, yeah, this is touch and go, I think, for high. Yeah. Oh, for me, it's probably hitting him in the belt. Touch and go. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with it. I mean, Hassan didn't have too many problems anyway. But he will get away with it to an extent, Johnson. Hassan Ahmed hasn't had much of the strike so far. This one just going to be called a wide. So you can see, because the pitch is narrow, the wide indication lines, you can just kind of see them there. Yeah, just inside, and Hassan asks for the wide and gets it. Johnson, I think he'd be smart to attack the stumps here. He doesn't quite get it right. He's on the pads, and that one's going to disappear as well. Maximo! Nomads up and out of sight at the moment. And 2 very good cricket teams going head to head. And don't forget, Alton won the toss. They elected to field first. So they've sent them in. Yeah, just going back to that 2020 series. These two had a couple of very good battles. Nomads made 110 in the final and then were able to restrict Alton, previously undefeated, to 91. That was all the way back 26th of June 2020. That's the last game we played here at St Gallen in the European Cricket Series. And just think about what the world was like back then as well. Goes after this. It's going to be all the way over the dugout. Maximo! Johnson just kind of rocks in, round the wicket, bowls into the slot. Hassan Ahmed again. He's just very, very confident. Yeah, they can check the ball there because that's actually gone over the dugout and crashed into the concrete. Comeback ball from Johnson. He's gone for 17 off 3. And now it's going to be more because that's up and over the offside. Maximo! So watch out. Hassan Ahmed's about. Didn't have a lot of the strike early. He goes leg side, then offside. He's so tough to bowl to. And this is what I mean. Yes, there's some variable bounce, but most of the time you can get on that front foot here. If you've got a good technique, you can take your pick where you want to hit it in front of the wicket. That time he goes a bit more sideways. So Hassan 24 off 7. He's got even Fahim Nazir in his sights. Straight drive, get this to test the outfield, but this is a good example. It'll just hold up and probably almost stop before the fielder gets there. It's only a static zone. His power play is out of control. Well, my 100 par is looking ridiculous at the moment. I know it's the first innings of the tournament, and admittedly, you've got 2 national team players and 2 stars of the national team in the previous series we saw only a couple of weeks ago, really, in Malta. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. You've got to be a little bit careful with those balls that are on the stumps because you get the odd one that shoots. So, I mean, to be honest, it kind of gives the bowler something back because a lot of the time you're bowling into what feels like something giving you no assistance at all. You hope maybe the universe can give you a shooter and maybe get one of these guys LBW or bowled. Anyway, end of the power play, 58 without loss after 3. Well, Chris Smith saying we might see the most damaged balls in ECN cricket history this tournament. Well, maybe. It's going to be interesting. I think there's also a question about which teams are we going to see in the ECIs at the end of this 2 weeks. And we're going to see Switzerland, France, and Luxembourg in those ECIs. So tri-series, 10 over tri-series, international tri-series to come at the end of the 2-week adventure here. And Switzerland and France, they had some really good battles in the Valletta Cup recently in the 20 over format. And actually, Luxembourg were there as well. So we'll get to see 3 teams restored in the Valletta Cup, but this time in the 10 over format. Yeah, that Switzerland-France game was almost at sunset in Malta. It was after 8 p.m. I was there at the Master Sports Club. Switzerland scoring the winning run off the last ball of the day, Abdullah Rana. Hitting Usman Khan for 4. They needed 1 to tie 2 to win. That was an epic finish. All right, time for some spin. And it's Shakti Swastivakaran comes on worked away. No real issues there. I think as far as the run out, yeah, it just makes it. Zivakaran. Not a bad option to two left-handers. That one sneaks in. Really good hands. Has Shahid Waridu behind the stumps. He's an outstanding keeper. Also, he's the captain of the side. The key on a pitch like this, you got to be able to stay low, keep those knees bent. Like that. That one sneaks in. And can't really see the wide indication lines at this stage. So you'll probably see that clarified a little bit later. But you've got to realise also that this pitch is put in every morning. So it's a lot of work that goes into it. Good over so far. It's one of the first four. They think about it. They don't get the wide calls. I think it's smart. In fact, they do get the wide call in the end. Probably a fair decision. I was going to say, if you're a bowler, you should probably just keep trying to bowl it out there if you're getting the calls. This one is hit through the offside, probably pulling up. Just a single. All right, so Hassan Ahmed. Let's see how he deals with it. Gets the strike, 26 off just 9 balls. Steps away, hits away, and might have found trouble. Almost a fantastic catch. He's going to run around for 4. And actually, the fielder, I think that's Varathayan there. He became a bit of an obstacle for the fielder who was trying to actually field it on the rebound. It's a really good effort. Those two hands. You've seen the fielder chasing, had to go around him. That allowed the ball to creep into the rope. That will take us to the end of the 4th over. Nomads up and about. They're 65 without loss. Yeah, you can see the background here. You got the football stadium literally across the road. And looking at the run rate so far, magical start, 21 off the first over, and 13, 24 in the third. Just 7, so spin making a bit of a difference there. Okay, let's get cracking in over number 5. It's right-hand Stanek Zai. And he gets worked away, leg side, kind of into the gap, but just a single. Osama Mahmood asking which team or players am I looking for the most? Well, kind of all of them. Obviously, I'm looking forward to seeing players that I know very well. Like these two, of course, like some of the Alton guys from the ECL, like yourself, Osama, for example. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Adios, Pelota. That one, it might have gone the roof. Maximo. Well, I hope we brought enough cricket balls because that one is not coming back. And there's the power of Hassan Ahmed. Plain to see. Oh, boy. That crashed onto the roof. And yeah, just into his hitting arc. So powerful. There's probably another team I'm looking forward to watching is Kosane, Osama, because, yeah, my sometimes commentary colleague, Andrew Ryan, will be playing for them. This is off the end of the bat. Skirts across the rubber. There's definitely one there, but they don't take it because I wasn't sure if that ball was just going to curve towards the mid-off, so he's a little bit careful. Yeah, so Kosane, another team we'll be looking forward to seeing, but I don't think we see them till the weekend. 11 teams in this series. They'll play each other once, and then we'll have finals format. Slightly different finals format in this one as well, because the top 5 will actually make it into the final series. So that's something a bit different as well. Yeah, so the top 5 out of 11, which I don't mind. Makes the finals format a little bit different. Yellow bowled. Stanek Zai just gets that angle across the left-hander by going around the wicket. All right, up, it's in the air, and this is an absolute chance. It is. And well taken. So Nazir, the first man to go. And Static Zion gets some rewarded. Been a good tight couple of overs. He just skies that. Not in control of the shot. Any two fielders could have caught it. And so Fahim, pretty good hand from him, but he's the first man to go, and he's the first wicket of the series. It's right in the stroke of the 5 overs. It is 73 for 1. This will bring Katil Zabiola to the crease at number 3. If you are new to the European Cricket Network, great to have your company. We're always broadcasting on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We're also on Fancode in India. For this series, we're on Swiss Sport TV, which is really exciting. So hello to all of our Swiss viewers. So much cricket coming up, and this is just kind of the next 4 weeks or so. There's even more after that. In fact, we never stop at the moment. We've got the Continental Cup. That's the T20AW this weekend. That's where Rico is. And then the next stop will be in Germany, in Dresden, for 2 weeks, starting in 2 weeks' time. So this 14 days here in St. Gallen in Switzerland, 12 days, 12 consecutive days are this European Cricket Series, the domestic tournament, and then the 13th and 14th days, next Saturday and Sunday, will be the ECIs featuring the Swiss team as well as France and Luxembourg. Let's get ready for the next over. Siva Karan is going to come in, and he's going to leave just as quickly. Maximo! Well, Hassan's still there, and he's keen to make a difference. This one doesn't really turn. It kind of angles into him. Yeah, maybe a little bit of movement, but Hassan plays it on length. Makes it disappear. Good batting. Hassan, no end in sight for him, up to 79 now. This next one isn't really timed. Hassan Ahmed moves to 44, though, 15 balls. Yeah, Hassan, he was outstanding in the Valletta Cup recently, and he just was very good under pressure as well. I think that's a really good sign. Ended up scoring 164 runs in that series, second top run scorer for Switzerland, second only to Fahim Nazir, who is the only man to fall so far. The first time we see a little bit of bounce there. Because we do see a right-hander in Katil Zabiola out there now. Up in the air, and almost a sensational catch. That would have been, well, definitely a catch of the series, because we've just gotten going, but one of the catches of the year if he'd gotten there. It's Dion Johnson. He's a good fielder for Alton. Seen a fair bit of him on the network. All right, plays this on length, gets it up, into the gap and over the gap. Maximo! And 50 for Hassan Ahmed. And what a good innings it's been. He brings up his 50 off 16 balls. I don't even think his teammates have realised because it's happened so quickly, but yeah, well batted, Hussey. What a great start to the tournament. He took a wonderful catch in the final 3 years ago here when the game was in the balance. Now this one has gone absolute miles. It's another one on the roof. It's like a hailstorm at the moment. And Hassan is on a rampage. End of the over. Siva got away with a couple and then he didn't. End of the 6th over. It's 93 for 1. What a start to this tournament. Siva Karan actually thought he bowled okay, but he's going to end up with none for 27 off his 2 overs. And like I said, slowish outfield, but yeah, with these ECN standard boundaries, 50 metres, these guys are powerful at the moment. Someone like Hassan's clearing them with ease. Yeah, Rhino saying to me, and the grass looks a bit softer and longer than 2020. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Of course, you were here, Rhino. Uh-oh. First one. Stokesai gets wrong down the leg side, but well done by Roridu. He does the fielding. Yeah, super exciting. Anytime I get to go to a new place, it doesn't happen very often anymore here on ECN. Second time ECN's been here, but it's the first time I've been at this venue, and I'm absolutely loving it so far. Well, that's one that would have been a wide. Instead, it's off the pad. Again, sign of the outfield is slow. It's going to stop before it reaches the rope. So leg by signalled. To be honest, it probably should have been a wide, maybe more than one wide. Uh-oh, a little bit short. And that one is going, gone. And that's probably landed 40 metres over the boundary. And I'm not exaggerating. Hassan Ahmed of 62. Goes Maximo. And this one was a super Maximo. Just have a look where this lands. If we get it, we might lose it to the left. We can only go so far with the camera. That was a monster hit from Hassan Ahmed. And Stanikzai. Now, full toss, and it's asking for trouble. Maximo. This one not hit quite as far, but certainly far enough. Hassan to 68. Yeah, it's high-ish. We saw one they let go earlier. That one's no worries. That's about knee high by the time it reaches him, but disappears out of the ground right at the middle. It's a really good shot of where he hit that. Not hitting many. Far away from the middle at the moment, Hassan Ahmed. Now he's going to go offside. Has he got the journey? He does. Maximo! Well, the hundreds come up in this over, and now Hassan's in the 70s. And we are on here at the moment. I won't say it because I don't want to jinx him, but we could be on for something very, very special here. Hassan picking up where he left off in that Valletta Cup. His high score is 81 not out on the network. Oh, he gets one that shoots. And there's just been the odd one, hasn't there? Maybe 3 in the innings. Hassan, we've seen him playing for Gina Brescia in Italy. We've seen him play with the Italian national team even at the ECC. Oh, he misses out on this. Almost gets through the keeper and might have endangered the helmet, but it's a good finish from Stanikzai, takes the pace off. I think that's going to be the key here. Have to mix it up a little bit with the ball. 113 for 1 after 7. Hassan Ahmed, 74 in the first 7 overs. He's going to be a handful. Yeah, you see the background here. You've got there's a shopping centre as well, the shopping mall. There's also a football ground, like I said. So now we're going to get Janushan Magajana being used as a death bowler. This is turned around the corner. This will test the outfield. It gets there. So now Katil Zabiullah gets into his work. The right-hander hits his first boundary. It's just a little bit leg stumpish, isn't it? When you're coming on this stage, you have very little margin for error. Nakajana with the comeback ball. Oh, I'll tell you what happens here. He actually lands off the pitch. It's a good incentive to get close to the stumps. In fact, both feet, I think, for me, definitely, that front foot. This makes your eyes water. So I don't know. I mean, at the moment, normally you have that return crease there. Probably in 2020. Got a slightly different rule for this. But anyway, right now, he's not looking comfortable. That one picks the gap, even the gap in the fence. Zabiula gets 4. Yeah, so in 2020, they said as long as something lands on the artificial, then that's fine as far as width. Because it's hard to kind of get your return crease in. It's very confusing with the width of this width of the pitch. But something we'll probably see as we go. Still very early in this tournament. Tell you what, can't wait to see some of the French fast bowlers tackle this in a couple of weeks. Be a wide down leg side. Doesn't catch anything on the way through. And these players, even though we haven't had any ECS cricket here for 3 years, a lot of them are pretty experienced in the T10 format. They have a local competition here, T10. A lot of them we've seen it at the Cardimer Oval. It's well bowled. Hassan just going cold at the non-striker's end at the moment. Sitting tight on 74. Full toss, hit hard, but hit straight at the fielder. That'll just be a single. Matt Hodgson saying, what's the fastest century on ECN? Well, that was actually Sher Ali in the recent Swedish ECS. He scored his 100 off 25 balls. He smashed the record. I think 3 players had scored 27 ball tons. But 25 balls, that's going to take some beating. This one's miss-hit. Oh, what a catch! That's an incredible bit of fielding by Malia Stanikzai. And he gets the guy that was on fire, but he lights up St. Gallen with this effort. And that will be hard to beat for catch of the series. I know it's only match 1, innings 1 of 60 matches, but this was next level stuff from Malia Stanikzai. Slight miss hit from Hassan Ahmed. Dive just hurls himself at the ball. Malia Stanikzai, take a bow. Well, he can't because he's flat out after that effort. And so that will go down as one of the great catches of the year. Can that swing things towards Alton? End of the over. It's 123 for 2. We'll shut the gate. I know we've only been playing for 36 minutes, but we might have found our play of the day. That was amazing from Malia. One hand effort. Didn't really have time to organise and go with 2. Yep, here's a little taste of the kind of action you can get from Switzerland. These guys, they are excitement machines. Start of a new over. It all happens in the 9th. And guess who? It's Malia Stanikzai, who's going to keep the ball, and he's going to bowl over number 9. What a catch. Just going through the chat. A few people thought Hassan be on century watch, but, well, we were until that. He just had gone cold a little bit at the non-striker's end, though. But that was something. Nazir, the new batter, Azim Nazir. Captain, and he's just going to tap a 6. What a shot. Oh, these guys, they love the short format. Maximo. Yeah, Azim, very good player. That was just timed exquisitely. Up and out of the ground. It's ECN for you. About 2 minutes ago, Malia Stanikzai was top of the world. Now he's looking at a new mountain to climb at the other end. Azir, 6 of his first ball. Yeah, better ball. I think bowling a few more there is probably a good idea. Because it's going to be hard to squeeze 4s behind the wicket with this outfield. The bowlers that can execute the Yorker, I think, can have a pretty good time. Yeah, a few people talking about the pitch. And yeah, it is a bit different for sure. I mean, they'll constantly, during the day, be trying to flatten it out. But I've got to say, it's ECN. It's very ECN. Some things are just incredible. Other things are obviously very underdeveloped in a cricket sense. The fact that we don't have a permanent pitch here. But the actual stadium, it is really cool. You haven't seen my spot yet, but I'm loving sitting in the grandstand. Oh, there's the shooter for you. And Stokes, I apologise to his keeper, maybe not the batter. This is where I think it is pretty batter friendly, the fact that they can get forward and not going to be surprised with extra bounce, but they will occasionally be surprised by lack of bounce, I think. Slower ball, skied. Keeper wants it. Waridu is looking for it. He's going to get there. Excellent keeping, solid stuff from the skipper. As Malia Stanikzai, he's going to get Zabiula for 11 and a run a ball. And Alton just bringing things back. Remember, Alton, they're a very good cricket team. They're the ECL representative side, so they've been domestic champions in 2021 and 2022 in the format. And Waridu, that was an excellent catch. It was a lot more difficult than it looks on TV. But he did find it. And Katil is going to have to go. And the score is 131 for 3. So bring Javed Danesh to the crease, and he'll be doing the keeping for the Nomads in this game. You can see even there, a few running repairs on the pitch. I mean, this is what they're going to do. Shows you, these guys, they just love cricket. And they're obviously playing in a country where it's on the up and up for sure. I think in the last few years, the growth has been pretty rapid. There's over 33 sides. That's what I heard now in Switzerland at last count. St. Gallen local authorities have been taking a bit more of an interest. That's why we're able to hold the ECS here. Bowled him. Wow, that's pretty conclusive. Danesh is going to go for a golden duck. I don't know if Derek's made the journey yet, but well, he's not going to be able to get a hat-trick. He's getting a bit of an escort off the ground. It's that time, wasn't it? And a few smiles both ways, I think. There's Danesh. It does the right thing. I think he had a free swing at that one. He's going to go 131 for 4 after 9. So 9 overs down, 131 for 4. Bit of a shame for Static Zai. He won't get to bowl at his hat trick because that was his last delivery. So, okay, they keep him to something in the 130s here. Maybe 140. Can you chase it? Maybe. A definite maybe, because Alton, they've got some pretty good batters of their own. The top 3 looks pretty stacked. It's going to be Gowrie Navaratnarasa to bowl over number 10. And he's bowling to the Nomad skipper, Azim Nazir. And he picks him up and out of the ground. Great shot. Great shot. I mean, you have to be a little bit worried about, is this going to bounce as high as you think? It did. I suppose it doesn't matter so much at this stage where you've got plenty of wickets to play with. If that had shot along, not along the ground, but almost, then maybe Nazir loses his stumps, but Narasa finds out the hard way, maybe not to give length to such an accomplished bat. He hit that away over the leg side with ease. Oh, edged. Let's test the outfield. This probably goes. Yeah, it does. With the pace of Navaratnarasa. So 6 and 4. And keeping it to the 130s. That's a bit of a pipe dream, I think, because they're already 141. How are you enjoying the action so far? Told you this would be good. There's another crack. Last one was a bit fortunate. The other ones were pretty emphatic. Drives, wants 2 here. And with the slowness of the field, he might get there. No, he won't. And so, just be a single. We'll get to have a look at the number 6, Samuela Sikandari. Three to come. Sikandari, he'll be swinging. Oh, yeah, shot, but he might have found the field. He doesn't, just over the top. Maximo! And the Nomads, they're kicking late. Everett Naras again gets it slightly wrong. Gives him a little bit of length, just a little bit to play with him. What a good shot first ball. Clears the front leg. Very modern cricket shot, isn't it? Two to come then. Don't give him width, don't give him length. I think that's the key on this pitch. 148 for the Nomads, 2 left. Oh, good slower ball. Really good slower ball. That was an excellent variation. Just check out this. Yeah, little bit of a kind of back of the hand / rolling leg cutter kind of slower ball. Excellent work. So 148, last ball to come. Lights, camera, action. Well, let's go. Oh, edge. Where's that going? Going, and that one's gone as well. 150 comes up in the end. Nomads off to the races after getting inserted by the Alton skipper, Shahid Waridu. It's Alton that are chasing their tail now. Nomads have put up 152 in the 10 overs. The target will be 153. Well, that's just the first innings of 120 we'll get here in Switzerland. If that's anything to go by, I think it's time to buy a few bags of popcorn and settle in for the ride. Let's have a look at the highlights of the first innings. Nazir, well, he got them off to a great start in the first innings. 16 off his bat as the first went magical. And Dion Johnson, he also found it pretty hard going. Hassan Ahmed then got into his work. He almost caught his good friend Fahim. Alton did turn the spin, and it seemed to be a little bit more effective. This was a chance that went down, but a pretty tough chance for Varadhayan. Ended up dribbling across the line. Eventually, we did have a wicket, and it was Makajana that took a very good catch to get rid of Nazir for 29. No, he's a dangerous hitter, but Hassan just seemed to go into full beast mode, didn't he? As he cracked 10 Maximos and just 2 fours on the way to a blistering 74 of just 23 balls. So striking at over 300. Eventually, it would be a ridiculous catch that would get Hassan. So to get brilliance, you have to bring brilliance, and that's exactly what Malia did there. A one-hander, early contender for catch of the tournament. But Azim Nazir came out, and he looked very at ease, just stroking a couple of Maximos away. Waridu was able to get Zabiula for just 11, top-etching an attempted hoik over the leg side. Great work by the keeper. Javed Danesh went without scoring, but then a bit of a kick in the tail for the Nomads in the last one going magical. 21 coming off it. That took them from 131 to 152 in the end. And so, yeah, it'll be right up there with their biggest chasers if they can pull this off. But who's to say they can't? We've seen some pretty epic ones on ECN recently. As we look at the scorecard, Hassan Ahmed, 74 off 23. Tell you what, he might have to go and find those balls on the roof. We'll need a bigger ladder because he was hitting some big sixes. 29 from Nazir in the opening partnership, which was pretty fruitful for the Nomads. They were able to put on 73 in 5 overs for the first wicket. Apart from that, some handy contributions. 18 from Nazir was a bit of a highlight. He had a couple of very, very sweet-looking shots. Looking at the bowling, Static Zai could make a claim for best of the bowlers. 2 for 27 of his 2 overs. Also took an unbelievable catch at long off. Wickets also to Raihan Static Zai and Jadashan Makajana. And really, as you can see there, none of the bowlers had too much luck keeping the batters quiet for long. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second half. 153 Alton Well, it'll have to be a champion chase, but they are a champion side. We'll see what they can do with the stick after this. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you in a few moments with more European Cricket Series Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to St Gallen. Sun's out. Who's ready for the second half of this game? It's the opener between the two finalists from last time around. It's Alton against Zurich Nomads in match one. Any batters out there already. Nomads taking the field. They do have some runs on the board, that's for sure. They were able to put 152 on the board in the first half of this game. 74 from Hassan Ahmed was the standout innings. 10 sixes he hit, plus 2 fours in that knot. Striking at over 3.2 runs a ball. Apart from that, Fahim Nazir with 29. Azim Nazir with a quick fire 18 off 5. And a couple of boundaries from Sami Sikandari at the end. Gets Nomads over the 150 mark. And so, yeah, almost ready to go in the second innings. Just making a few final adjustments. Yeah, it's essentially a temporary pitch here. Every day they have to install a pitch because of this ground, but the ground has some advantages as well. And I'm very curious to see how it'll go about this chase. You can see these players know each other pretty well. And we saw plenty of runs. I said about 100 par. Well, time will tell. Maybe 110. I do think it was above par batting, no doubt, that we saw in the first innings of this tournament. Also, what a catch from Malia Stanikzai. What do we think of that? So welcome to all of our viewers, of course, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Everyone watching on Fancode in the subcontinent. And, of course, a very warm welcome and very special welcome to everyone that is watching on Swiss Sport TV in Switzerland. It's a big week in Switzerland, including the big national holiday tomorrow, Swiss National Day. So, I know, there's a lot of proud Swiss people that are tuning in. I think they're enjoying what they're seeing so far. Malia Stanikzai, who just mentioned, he's going to be the man who's going to face the first ball. He's out there with Yasso Thirunavukarasu. Oh, let's roll. 153 for victory in the first one. Sneaks in. Fahim Nazir with the ball. Good wide Yorker. A lot of chat out there, as you'd imagine. I think for the most part, if it's on the pitch, it'll be all right. We may see some clarification with the wides as we go. Oh, that'll be a no ball. Yes, this is the issue. If you want to go for the wide Yorker, there's a bit of a negative, potential negative. If you miss, that one swings late. Because it hits the edge of the pitch, it'll be a no ball and a free hit coming up. So it's kind of it's high risk, high return stuff from the bowler. He's saying, how did I get it to swing that much? It went late, went away. Free hit for Malia, and he will hit it. And I better watch out because that's coming our way. Maximo, in fact, it hits the crossbar of the grandstand. Well, I think that when the spectators do come in, we'll be handing out helmets at the gate, because that is just a straight blast from Stanikzai, and how quickly things can turn around. It goes dot, no ball, 7 to get us going. Now, little hands here, running away and getting to the boundary. So this outfield, it's even running a bit quicker than I might have thought. It did have a bit of a haircut before the first ball. Stanikzai with a little dab shot there, just had to get it around the fielder. Can be a bit of a risk that he can edge to that man in the circle, but gets it away. And if you think that 153 can't be chased, think again. This one's a bit straighter from Nazir. Fahim Nazir is just a very, very good cricketer with the bat and the ball. A very good level of cricket in Pakistan. Just in that international tournament, he looked a class above. That was a pentagonal tournament. 5 teams involving Switzerland, who ended up winning it undefeated, but they were tested quite a few times during that tournament. They beat Malta in the final. Also France were there. Luxembourg, Romania as well. That was only 2.5 weeks ago. Oh, another no ball. Yeah, it'll have to be. So anything that hits that edge of the pitch will be called a no ball. And the reason is, I mean, this could easily come back and hit the stumps, and that's not very fair. Well, the bowlers might think otherwise. This will be another free hit. So it's good incentive to keep it straight. Because you only get 12 balls, and so far 2 of the balls that Nazir's going to bowl, he can't take a wicket on. Short and turned around. Should just be 1. Oh, he's run straight past it. I'm going to go for 2. A good throw might test him. In fact, the ball hits the batter. Just a little bit of eagerness out there from the fielder. Here's Java Dinesh with the gloves for the Nomads. All right, a little bit of a helicopter here, but he's found trouble. Keeper wants it. Dinesh, is he going to get it? He will get it. So early wicket there, Static Eye. He hit a couple of nice shots. He tried to turn that away. It was a little helicopter shot, and it was shades of 2020 there, but it was a very different result. Didn't hit this one well at all. Up in the air. Let's have a look at this. This is his little flourish that we see from him sometimes. He knows he's in trouble. Bowler thought about it. Keeper Dinesh says, yeah, I'll have it. He takes it, and you can see he's pumped up. Why wouldn't he be? Static Eye goes 6-4 and out. A wicket in the first over. It's 11 for 1. And here's the end of the over as well. 62 matches since the golden ball. Well, believe it or not, it was only last weekend that we had a golden ball. Last Saturday. So what's that, 9 days ago? That shows you how quick the matches have been coming. Coming thick and fast at the moment. And so we'd love to see a Swiss golden ball. And from memory, we didn't have one here back in 2020. So I think that's, given the competitive nature of these teams, every chance we might see one during this 2 weeks. Nazir, probably not the over he hoped for the most part, but he does finish with a huge wicket of Static Eye. First ball's okay, I think. This is Amjad Rahmani bowling over number 2. Oh, this is absolutely laced. And thanks for coming. Yasadharan through Navukarasu is one guy I always love watching in the ECL. You know why? Because he can hit big bombs, and that is massive. That made a special kind of sound. It echoed around the stadium. No one's catching that. Got every piece of it. This 153 is under attack, I'm telling you that much. Oh, good slower ball from Rahmani. I think that's going to be the key. Don't let the batters settle. Do not let them settle. Oh, shot. That's going as well. Adios, pelota. Maximo. I might want to say off Wiedersehen here, but I can tell you, this is just a little bit towards the pads, and have a look at how quick he gets his hands through the ball. How are you guys enjoying this tournament so far? And it's just the beginning. Dave loved the celebration there from the keeper as well. He was loving it. Anyway, this is hit straight and is hit true and is hit onto the roof. Oh, how far are these guys hitting it? That almost would have landed on my head, except I'm protected by the grandstand. Maximo, as Yasser is into his business. And we saw a big power play, didn't we, in the first half of this game, up in the high 50s. 58, in fact. But this could be something similar the way things are going at the moment. Slower ball coming up, I think, from Rahmani. 18 have come off this over. There it is. He picks it this time. He's one step ahead. That'll be 4. The second goes magical, and it is game on here in the opening match of the ECS Switzerland, rematch of the final 3 years ago. I tell you what, I think some of these players have some long memories. And so, 153, it's a big chase. We've seen some big chases lately. If they can do this, actually, they will sneak on to the highest chases, which is 150 plus on there at the moment. We've had the record recently. 174, which is absolutely nuts. So could we have a little bit of history going on? We'll find out right now. Krishnamurthy is going to get a hit for the first time, the left-hander. Oh, that'll be a no ball, I think, because it bounces twice. So this is the other edge of the coin for the bowlers, because it rolls / bounces twice before the crease. It's a no ball. And the thing is, there's a certain length where that'll happen. So you've got to pitch it up a little bit. Well, that was similar length, to be fair, but as the bowler, if you get it up in the batter's half, that shouldn't happen that dramatically. Anyway, the free hit isn't really punished. They'll just get a single. But yeah, I tell you what, I'm loving this tournament already. Romani. It's called wide. Probably fair enough. At the moment, I'd be using kind of the edge of the pitch as the default for the tram line. And all of these pitches on the pitch, I think by the time it reaches the crease, it's probably not completely inside the pitch. A little bit of it on the edge. Similar ball, gets the same call. Fair enough. Yeah, so I want to say big hello to Roger the Swiss as well, who sent through a few messages. He was just letting me know that the colours of the city of St. Gallen are green and white. That's why the grass is so green. Legendary. To the St. Gallen side, they always look good in their green kits as well. I'm looking forward to seeing them. I think this one, it's called white again. I can't believe that one. You do see some little hash marks there where the stumps are. Yeah. Probably. If you're using the line of the stumps to judge, then yeah, probably. But I do think there's certain incentives to bowl straighter here rather than your regulation offside wide attack. Because I think the variable bounce is probably a bit more dangerous when you get the ball straighter. And with the outfield not being super quick, you can kind of protect the boundaries a little bit better. The outfielders have a little bit more lateral range. Oh, well, this was straight, and it wasn't that effective. And that's another one on the roof. Maximo! Well, I don't know where these balls end up. I think they go to cricket ball heaven. Although it's pretty hot. Maybe it's the opposite, but they're certainly going upwards, and they're not coming back. What a shot. Krishnamurthy goes bang. Yeah, so what hitting we're seeing here. Tell you what, my 100 to 110 par prediction, you can throw that in the bin. Certainly when these two teams are playing. Ties them up a little bit. So, dot ball. So the rate, essentially 15 and over you need to go. So 45 or so after the third. It'd be about right. Low 60s after the fourth. Wouldn't want to fall too far behind. All right, pitches up again, and this one is gone. Maximo. And Karunamurthy has come out, and he's whacked a couple of sixes as well. These guys, they're such good hitters in the top order. He gets the target down under 100 now. This over in danger of going magical. Last ball of it coming up. No ball called, and that's going to be 6 as well. Maximo. Oh, boy. So, thought he was out of the over, even with a 6, but yeah, no ball called. Oh, he knocked the bails off. He knocked the stumps over with his... Well, actually, to be honest, I don't think he actually touches the stumps. Let's have a look. So what happened is... This is a strange one. The vibration of his feet knocked over the bails, but he never actually touched the stumps. So that's why the umpire calls no ball. And for me, unless he's calling no ball for back foot, but I think typically if you land anywhere on the pitch, that's okay. Now, that's a strange one. And, yeah, I think it's just going to be a 6 in the end. Actually, I think it's a good call. But, yeah, I think it's a good call in the end. It wasn't really a back foot no ball because, I mean, last time we were here in 2020, anytime they landed on the surface with the back foot, they said that's okay. But, yeah, he disturbed the stumps, but indirectly. File that one under U for unusual. And you're going to get plenty more of those things happening over the next couple of weeks. So it's not a no ball. It is just a 6. But still, it's a cracking power play. 60 for 1 after 3. And actually outdoing the power play of the Nomads. 5 magical overs in the first half. When I saw a couple rolling, I quickly adjusted my par down to about 100. But I'm starting to feel I'm about 50 short. Myra Patel asking, what would I do to stop this carnage? Hello, Myra. Nice to see you in the chat. Probably something slower, to be honest. Because if this pitch has a few little shooters in it, I'd be taking the pace off. And I think that's what they're going to do here. It's going to be Tharani Tadabala Singham to bowl some of his left armers. Got to be accurate, though. Yep, just like this. And now they think of one. They're going to go to the bowlers, then they're going to get there. Wasn't the best throw. So just a single. Yeah, keep the questions coming as well. I'm here by myself today, but it won't be long before I have Andrew Leonard with me. Yeah, Lenny is in transit today. He's coming straight from the World Cup qualifiers in Scotland. And also, I believe that Lenny's going to be doing the first ever Ireland-India matches after he leaves here. So I'm really happy to have him with me for a week and a bit. Now, Rico will be here after he's finished in Romania with the T20 International Women's matches. Well, he doesn't get this right. That's out of here. Maximo. Just getting a bit too straight. Left-handed to left-handed. Turns into the hitting zone. Karunamurthy, he takes on the fielder and wins. Just getting the length of the line essentially slightly wrong. The length was probably okay. Oh, that's a pretty good shot. That's not an easy shot at all. It comes down the pitch a little bit, but took a risk. If he misses it, it could have been stumped, but he doesn't miss it at all. He gets plenty of bat, gets it up, and actually into the gap as well. 4 more runs. Yeah, but I do think pound for pound, spin, if you can get through the overs quickly, try and be accurate. think it might be just a little bit more effective than the medium pace. It's basically what we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, Switzerland's a very interesting place. It's real national pride about the Swiss that kind of transcends cultures. And this is in the air. Now, who wants that? Bermuda Triangle situation is going to fall right in the middle of 3. And so Trunavukarasu gets lucky there. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. Left hand, right hand, pretty effective at the moment. Hard to counter. Kanabala Singham is a little bit short. This one is going to sail out of the ground as well. Maximo! One bounce into the grandstand, and Krunamurthy's really stolen the show here with some powerful blows. That's the end of the over again. He's 36 off 10, and it is game on. 79 for 1 after 4. So, what are we thinking here? I gotta say, I'm loving it. And yeah, you're getting a few random things, but I don't think pound for pound you're going to get this kind of cricket entertainment anywhere else in the universe. Yeah, so a few people reminding me, and Matt in particular. Ireland played India last year, so it's the second time they're playing them in 2 years. But I think Lenny was saying it's the first time he'll be doing some Ireland-India games. So, yeah, I know he's very excited about that. I think you're going to love Lenny if you don't know him already. He's a really knowledgeable guy. He's a real professional. And we are very much looking forward to working together again. Worked together briefly back in the ECL in 22, and is there covering Brigade for Cricket Ireland. All right, so time to stick with some spin. It's Azim Nazir. Clever bowling. I think a 2 here, but the keeper does pretty well to jump on it. Javed Danesh, just a single. Rate required to come down to 12.5 and over, so it's come down about 3 points. Matthew asking, do the winners get some cheese, a clock, and some chocolate? We are going to talk about Switzerland a fair bit over this 2 weeks. There's a great video in the introduction that gives you a look at St. Gallen as well. Zane comes into the left-hander. Tosses it up, but too much. And that'll be a no ball. I can kind of see what it is going for here. He's saying, look, I'm going to take all the pace off, but he's got to maintain the accuracy. Because now free hit, to be honest, I think Krunamurthy is going to run at him. Will he go quicker here on the free hit? Not really. As this is helped away. Would have been a good catch, but it wouldn't have counted anyway. Just the one. Probably would have been a wide down the leg side there, you know. So Alton, they're a team we've seen at the ECL a couple of times now. Well, he tosses it up, and he says go for it. And he does go for it. Maximo! Yasso goes large again. A shot longer than his last name. And Trunavukarasu goes bang. He times it up perfectly. And gets 6 more to the total. What a chase this is at the moment. Oh, but that's what you're hoping. You're hoping that you can get an error in there somewhere. Get a sky ball, and we saw Trunavukarasu sky one into the Bermuda Triangle not too long ago. So I think Azim's he's prepared to give up runs to take a wicket. He knows the value of getting these top order wickets. And this might be the chance. It is the top edge, and it's taken. So it works. He was willing to go shopping, was the Nomad skipper, Azim Nazir. And Yasso makes a quick 5.32, but he's gone. And nicely taken out there because the sun was a factor. We'll check it out on the replay. This was hit square. Although he's able to time it up a couple of times, that time no good. And that's Abab Khan out there. But takes it with a minimum of fuss. And so, fantastic innings from Yasso, but he's going to have to go for 32 off just 13 balls. It's 88 for 2. One big hitter replaces another. It's Murali Nanasekaram. And Thirunavukarasu and Murali Nanasekaram, they opened a fair bit for Alton in the ECL, and they were dynamite. So yeah, 88 for 2 now. Nanasekaram comes in at 4. Last ball the over coming up. Reaches for this. 3 fielders guard that leg side boundary. Amjad Rahmani does the fielding. Into 5. The score is 89 for 2. Nazir, for all his sins, he takes 1 for 10. That's a very, very good over for the Nomads. Anything I mentioned? Last time we were here in 2020, these two did make the final. Alton had gone undefeated, but the Nomads were able to put 110 on the board in the final in fairly heavy rain by the end as well. We saw Malia Stanikzai attempt a helicopter shot. Almost a perfect Yorker from the bowler. Hassan Ahmed took a memorable catch out of deep mid wicket. It's ECN history. That was the last game we ever saw here before today. It was the 26th of June, 2020. So here we are, 2 years, 1 month, and 5 days later, back in St. Gallen. Hello to Ramesh Satheesan. Good to see you with us. He has a very fair comment. As we see, a full toss worked away, but it'll just be a single. So let's see if Karunamurthy can keep up his pace at the moment, which is over 3 a ball. Yeah, Ramesh is the Romanian skipper. Yeah, it's such an interesting pitch, Ramesh. It's actually a pitch they have to install every day to protect the grass here. But we're at a stadium, so I honestly feel like I've made it. Nothing against the Cube, which Rob Kemmings borrowed for this 2 weeks, but the top tier of the grandstand, plenty of cover. Great view of the game. Production room right next to me. There's a fridge with drinks in it. It's perfect conditions. All right, go straight. Does he get it enough? He does. Maximo. And really, this one was all in the placement, because I think if there was a fielder on that line, then he probably can take the catch. But yeah, this is all about the fact that it's into the gap between the mid-on, mid-off. Karunamurthy heads into the 40s in quick time. Oh, now picks this one up nicely as well. Back-to-back, Maximo. Karunamurthy to 49. Rolls the dice, comes up with double sixes, and 102 on the board already. What a chase so far. Pain for the bowlers in Switzerland on a Monday morning. Karunamurthy on the verge of a half century. What a knock. Taking a bit of time to get that one back, which you can understand. And Roshanth, Karunamurthy, looks the goods. It's the first time we've ever seen him on the network. Didn't see him with Alton when they were in the ECL back in 2022, and then earlier this year. This is another shot over the top, 3 in a row. Maximo. And Karunamurthy will bring up his 50 in just 15 balls, and he's 55. What a knock. 8 sixes and a 4. So actually he has over 50 in boundaries alone. Idris Tariq's come on, and he hasn't had the best of times, to say the least. His over's gone 1, 6, 6, 6. Is this a freakish match we're seeing, or is it something we can expect to see consistently over the next couple of weeks? Oh, this looks like a no ball, and that's going to go for 6 as well. Maximo! As this over has gone magical, and there's still 2 to come. There's a free hit to come. It's too high. Called straight away. And what's worse, it's over the boundary. And I'm not seeing any way that Alton can lose this at the moment. Certainly not with this guy at the crease. Tariq in danger of going supersonic. Tariq scratching his head. And that's going to go as well. Maximo! Well, we have had 5 sixes in a row. One was off a no ball. And Krunamurthy has hit every single ball he's seen from Tariq this over out of the ground. So could we have the 6 sixes? It'd be an unorthodox way to do it. This over has gone 1, 6, 6, 6. No ball that went for 6, 6. 32 off 5. Time to break the glass in case of emergency. Here's Tariq. He's going it over 6 a ball. And he messes it up. It's going to go towards the boundary. Both gloves ejected from the keeper. They'll come back for 2. So Tariq saves his figures somewhat. Just the 34 off the over in the end. And it's 123 for 2 after 6. And we have a supersonic over. Tell you what, we could be seeing that sheet change slightly. Slightly changed because I think Alton might be on it. $174 in Hungary. That was absolutely insane. They chased 174 in 8 overs against Portugal. By the way, Portugal, they're third the match before. They chased 163. All right. Let's get back to the action out there because it's going to be Fahim Nazir to try and bring some normality back. They need 30 off the last 4 overs, which is just 7.5 and over. Okie dokie. Fahim, he's a match winner. There's a big task in front of him. Murley picks this one up. It's back to the wall. That one's out of here. Maximo. As Murley Nunasekaram gets in on the action. What is this insanity at the moment? There's been 16 sixes in this innings. And we've just ticked past the 6th over. That is absolutely crazy. The Maximo rate, 26 per 10 overs at the moment. Oh, shot. That's going to go over point. That's going to be 4. So rare to see a 4. But Fahim Nazir, who is a very good bowler, but again, a little bit pacier. Murley just snaps his wrist through that at the critical moment. I did not see myself having an early cup of tea when 152 were put on the board. And Alton, remember, they won every game in the European Cricket Series here 3 years ago, but they lost the final to the Nomads. They've waited a long time to get some revenge. Looks like they will here. Nunasekaram pushes. They'll get through for a single. Rare single as well. Absolutely crazy stuff. There's this period there where in 7 balls, there was like 43 runs. That's absolutely nuts. Oh, I feel like I can breathe again for a second, but maybe not for long because Krunamurthy is 69 and counting. A slower ball. And it's going to be 1. Well, Lenny, I know it's pretty early in Ireland, and I told him, look, just hop onto the broadcast when you get a chance. He'll be here with me tomorrow in the commentary box. But I'm going to have to tell him to watch this one back. He likes it. Wow, he's got to the 3rd umpire. All right. Well, Rob Kemming's going to have to turn up the hearing aid here and work out what's going on. I think it's going to be not out, to be honest, because I don't think that with the technology we've got, that you're going to be able to give this one out. It's on the pitch. For me, it's touch and go for a wide. They have got a little hash mark in line with the stumps. But yeah, I think they've gone to Snicko, and the emails come back that we don't have Snicko. And so, in the end, it'll just be a dot ball. But, I mean, Rob Kemming, for a man his age, he has very good hearing. So, obviously, just wanting to ask Rob for a second opinion. Last ball of the over coming up. Just one, I think. And so Nazir ends up with figures of 1 for 27. Yeah, we don't really know one way or the other. There was a little nick on that. The umpire wasn't convinced, and I think the right decision's made in the end. That's the main thing. 7 overs down now. And so 136 for 2. And let's have a look at what's coming up. Well, the Nomads, they'll be back out there against Power at CC. But it might be sooner than you think the way things are going, because this is lifted up and over the top. Maximo, Fernando Sakaram, and Alton. What a chase. There's Power warming up. Now Power, they're going to be powerful. Osama Mahmood, watch out for him. They're led by Assad Mahmood, so they're brothers. You've got Abdullah Rana, who was the last ball hero recently in Malta for the national team. Couple of names missing there. No Ali Naya in the lineup for Power today. And also, Canado Fletcher is in the squad, but he's unavailable for this morning. We may see him a little bit later on. So stay tuned. Now, I do believe we'll have some sort of a delay to that game. It was scheduled to start in about 10 minutes. The way things are going, maybe 5, 10 or 15 minute delay, but stay tuned. And we'll let you know. Keep your eye on the screen. All right, let's get back to the action. I think they found the ball. What a chase. What am I looking at here? Switzerland, where have you been all my life? I've been here a fair bit, actually, just not for ECS cricket. All right. Back to the action. Uh-oh, that looks high to me as well, and that's going. And Maximo. Well, that one went up so long, you almost had time to order lunch and have it delivered. Let's just check out the height of it. He's out of his crease slightly. Probably okay for height, I think. Because it is coming down. He's a step out. But it's 6 nonetheless. Where are we at? 142. 11 required of 17. And this is going to be 4 as well. And there's really no sting in this game at all. Let's go to the Hall of Fame and write them in, because they're going to do this, and they're going to do it easily. What a chase this is. Nomads, the reigning champions. Oh, little edge, and that's going to fly away, and that's going to be 4. So Muralinath Sakaram, 28 off 10. He's wasted no time. That brings up the 150. We're only in the 8th over. What a match. Osama, nice to see you in the chat. We'll see you in the next game for Power. Thinking, yeah, maybe the third umpire's call to see if we hit the rubber. Yeah, true. That is a possibility. But normally you don't see the full signal for that. But, I mean, the other thing is the umpires. It's their first taste of ECS cricket in a while, and I'm sure we've got a couple of that haven't done it before. And things have changed a lot in the last 3 years as well. All right, well, this should do it, and it will. And they're going to do it, and they're going to do it easily. 14 balls to spare. Alton, the ECO representatives, the reigning T10 champions of Switzerland, beat the reigning ECS champions in match 1. What a match. We saw over 300 runs in less than 18 overs. And that was absolutely insane. Here's the shot that brings it up. The full toss, and the Nomads, they knew well before the final punch, and they were knocked out. And so, fantastic contest. We've got just enough time to breathe. I wonder if we'll get back on track as far as time goes with those 2 overs saved. It is listed at the moment to start in 7 minutes. We'll let you know as soon as we have clarification on that. And so, Yeah, you can see the news from the toss that Power won the toss. They elected to bowl. So watch out for that. And Nomads will want to bite back still without a win. We saw plenty of balls flying out of the stadium. Just the first of 5 matches today. Let's go to the highlights. There were plenty of them, weren't there? Malia Statikzai went out there with Yasatharan through to Vukarasu for Alton. And it wasn't long before Malia set his sights on attacking the power play. And that little helicopter that he loves, unfortunately got him into trouble there. It was high enough to probably hit a helicopter. Nicely taken by Dinesh, who called for it, made it his own and took the catch. And meanwhile, it was Yasatharan through to Vukarasu, 4 Maximos and a 4 in his 32 off 13. A name we have seen before. But this guy, Karunamurthy, he was so good. He finished 79 out of 19 balls. He hit 10 towering sixes, and he kind of countered what Hassan Ahmed did in the first innings. Hard to believe, but he actually outpaced him slightly. So, yeah, you need 15.4 and over, or 15.3 and over to start. They end up doing a lot better than that. And the bowlers really had no answer. I mean, they went to spin. I thought that was a good option. Got to say, I was a little bit surprised we didn't see Azim Nazir come back, because he only got hit for the 1 boundary in the 5th. And he did end up getting a wicket. So I just thought maybe it was worth persisting with a bit of the slow stuff. Having said that, medium paces and most of the slow bowlers, they were getting the treatment all the time. And really, the bowlers, I wouldn't have had a lot more answers. Maybe change your pace a bit more. No real margin for error. Maybe try and put it in an area where you think you might get one of those rollers. Maybe dig it in and just think it's time to gamble. I don't know. but there's going to be back to the drawing board, I think, as we see over 300 runs within 18 overs in match 1. What an innings from Roshan Karunamurthy. What an introduction to ECN cricket. We saw Mahmood Ratul in Czechia with an excellent innings in his first ever ECN match. That one was pretty much on par with it. 70 off 19. Batting at number 3 after the early loss of Statikzai that went for 12. Bruno Vukarasu was good. He was swinging at 32 for him, and he had a twin in Muralitharan Nandasekaram, 32 off 11. He was there at the end, and hard to believe it, they're on 200 pace there. 201 pace. Over 20 and over as they chase it down. One of the best chase we've ever seen, really, on ECN. Now, if you like violence, you'll enjoy the bowling figures. Wickets to Fahim Nazir and Azim Nazir, the brothers, but really not figures you want to look at again if you're the bowling side. Azim Nazir, like I said, the only surprise for me, he didn't come back and bowl the second over. So we do have an updated start time for you now. We'll be starting at 10:55 local, which is 2:25 p.m. in India, 2:55 p.m. in Bangladesh. It's 10 minutes delayed from the original start time. So that's coming your way in around about 10 minutes. We'll be back with match 2, and we'll see if Power are going to bring the power. They'll need to, because the Nomads, they'll be hungry, and they'll be swinging the bat first in match 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying things so far. Back with more action after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series Switzerland.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to St. Gallen. I'm out here in the middle of the field. I've got to say it's unique, it's special, and really it's what ECN's all about. Now, haven't we seen some action so far in that first match, but now time to roll into match 2. Nomads going back to back. It's Zurich Nomads taking on Power CC in this match. It is match 2. Rob Kemmings over there, he's got the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Hits. Hits is cool. It is hits. We're gonna fall first.
Super quick, yep. So it is Power that win the toss. They've got the power to decide. They elect to bowl first, so they will be chasing. A couple of outs for them. No Ali Naya and no Canado Fletcher in the lineup, but still some very good players, including Abdullah Rana, who was the last ball hero in Malta just a couple of short weeks ago. But Nomads, we know that they pack a punch. Watch out for the Nazir brothers. Watch out for Hassan Ahmed as well. So I think Power, they want to deal with the threats first up. They need early wickets, I think, to have a shot and keeping this score to something reasonable. Beautiful conditions right now. The sun's out. I'm going to go up in the grandstand and get ready for the first ball. News from the toss in match 2 that Power CC, they won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Yes, welcome back, and what an unbelievable turn of events in match 1. And you can see the beautiful ground here, the Grundamos Stadium here in St. Gallen, the host venue of this European Cricket Series. So we're into match 2. The Nomads, well, they put 152 on the board and lost. And they're probably still scratching their heads how that went wrong. It was one of the all-time best chases we saw in match 1. And we'll see them back out there in match 2, though, straight away. So they won't be able to dwell on it too much. Power CC, though, they've got some very good players in there. Osama Mahmood and Asad Mahmood. Watch out for them. Watch out for Abdullah Rana as well. Safiat Ullah, I'm looking forward to seeing him at the top of the order as well. Faraz Virik listed at 3. At Nomads, Nazir and Hassan Ahmed got them off to a cracking start. They've got a very strong top order, and that's who we'll see straight away here in match 2. Yeah, so just a 10-minute delay now. Catching up a little bit after we had a slightly delayed start to the day for logistical reasons, but I want to welcome all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, please subscribe, no matter where you're watching from or what platform you're watching on. Go to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and subscribe. And don't forget to like the video as well. And even if you can't watch the live stream on YouTube in your part of the world, you can watch all the highlights videos, the player of the match videos. There's a lot of content on there, literally thousands of videos. As we've done well over 3,000 matches now on the European Cricket Network since we were last here in Switzerland. Also, a big hello to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV. Great to have you with us. And so now we're getting ready for the start of match 2. You see the umpires are out there. And you can see the pitch here. If you just joined us, it's quite an unusual situation. I mean, this cricket ground, or this ground I should say, has to be one of the nicest spaces I've ever seen cricket played. To be honest, it's a kind of an amphitheatre feel because it's all elevated around the ground. We're actually at the top of quite a big grandstand that would seat, I don't know, like a couple of thousand people, I'd say. And the only drawback, there isn't a cricket pitch. It has to be built by hand every morning to protect the grass as well. So it's not even like we're able to keep that pitch overnight. At this stage, although that may change as this series goes on, we'll have to see. It is fairly thin. We have seen it moves around a little bit. There's a few gremlins in it from time to time, but it's hard to say the pitch is unfair for the batters when you've just seen 300 runs hit in a game first up and one of the all-time best chasers. So it's been absolutely crazy so far. But yeah, I'd love it if you drop me a message, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. It is just me today for ECN for the most part, but I will have Lenny tomorrow, Andrew Leonard. He's a very good commentator. I think you're really going to enjoy him. And he said he cannot wait to get into some ECN 10 over cricket. He says it's going to be something a bit different to what he normally does in the international arena, which he does very well as well, I should say. Yeah, but Lenny's from Ireland, and if you haven't heard him before, you're in for a treat. So, looks like we're almost ready to go. And yeah, Zurich Nomads, what are they thinking? They're probably thinking, all right, let's go put a good score on the board and let's defend it this time. So this looks like Osama Mahmood that's going to get us going for power. And he's a player we have seen in a Swiss shirt fairly recently. So he keeps the red shirt on. He bowls to his national teammate Nazir, who just lifts him up and out of the ground first ball. Maximo. Well, I know that Nomads lost that last game, but they certainly didn't lose it with the bat. This first one, not the worst ball ever. Attacks the stumps. No, Paul wasn't around for long. Very lush outfield, so not a particularly fast outfield. Pitched up. Oh, this has gone miles. Brace for impact. Maximo. Well, there's a cube. It was kind of under attack. That was straight towards the grandstand. Wasn't quite on the roof, but not far away. So 2 balls, 2 sixes here in match 2. Osama Mahmood, not someone we saw bowling a whole lot for the national team. This is knocked away to point. This one's called a wide. Kind of worked out what they're doing now. You see those little hash marks in line with the stumps. So normally they'd be on the popping crease, but they're in line with the stumps here. So I think they're pretty much calling it if it isn't inside that hash mark when it passes the stumps. As long as they're consistent, that's fair enough. All right, false shot in the air and gone. So that's a big wicket early in the piece. Nazir bangs a couple out of the stadium, and then he's going to have to go. Osama Mahmood does get the breakthrough. Just angling across the left-hander. And a well-judged catch. Had a lot of time to think about it. He knew it was a big moment in the game first up. And the Nomads lose their first. And it's a big one. Nicely taken. I wouldn't say it was 100% technical the way it was taken, but that's Fazal Amin Razek, and it takes the catch. And power. They're powered up early on here in game 2. Nicely held. But we know that even with Nazir gone, there's still a lot of batting to come. Going to stick with the same number 3, Katil Zabiullah, coming out at 1 drop. Yeah, Dave B, just mentioning Lenny. Yeah, he is Irish, but yeah, his second home is Nepal. He's a huge Nepali cricket supporter. They absolutely love him there. Maybe some of our Nepali viewers, maybe you'd like to drop in a message in the chat. They call him Takludai, which basically means bald older brother, I believe. Anyway, Zabiullah to face up, right-hander. With the old hit and run. If he hits, this will be out. And he misses. Had 1 stump to aim at. That was a chance to get Zabiullah first ball. Have a look at this. Just kind of decided to take it on. I think he had second thoughts. Umpire didn't exactly rush out of the way there to give us a look at the stumps. I think it was pretty clear. And if he hit, would have been out. So Hassan Ahmed on strike now. Man, he absolutely cracked him in the first game. 74 of 23 was the high score of the game. I have a feeling he was edged out for player of the match, though, by Karunamurthy. Very well bowled by Mahmood, who caps off the first over. And the score is 14 for 1 after 1. Now, one of the things we're really looking forward to is the ECC. And we just keep on ticking, don't we? 56 days to go. Now, if I can divide that by 7, I get 8. And that means we are 8 weeks away from opening day. And Switzerland, they will be in that series. In fact, some of the teams in their group, they saw them not too long ago. They're in there with Romania and Malta in their group. Also, they've got Cyprus, who we actually saw over the weekend in the ECIs in Czechia. And they've got the England 11. So, pretty tough group, but I think Switzerland's looking at their play in limited overs cricket over the last month or so, they've got a real crack at that. England 11 are going to come in having played next to no T10 cricket. Okay, they'll probably have a few guys that have played before, and they are a team that were runners-up last year. They won it back in 2021, but I wonder if a few of them are tuning in and seeing what they're going to have to deal with. Hello, Shrug. Nice to see you. And Shrug's from Jersey. Jersey in Group B. Cannot wait for some of those Jersey versus Guernsey clashes. Battle of the Islands. Anyway, Samsur Safi to bowl over number 2. Oh, shot. It's like a gun. Bang. Maximo Zabiula. A bit of a risky shot, really, because you never know how much this is going to bounce. It takes it from outside off stump and absolutely smashes it. How good are these guys at hitting? Question in the chat about what the elevation is, and yeah, a lot of Switzerland is pretty high above sea level. We're about 675 metres above sea level here, so let's say 700 because we're high-ish here. Certainly is flying. And this ball's hit straight mid-wicket, really. That was well held by Abdullah Rana. Now, Abdullah Rana, he had a brilliant series in the Valletta Cup. It was a bit up and down, I suppose, but he was able to come in his first series, I believe, and have a memorable moment when he hit the last ball for 4 against France to win the game for Switzerland, keep them undefeated. Anyway, no one's fielding this because that is going miles over the boundary. I'm trying to estimate how far that went over by. It was like 35 or 40 metres past the boundary. So, yeah, you're right. At altitude, this ball really is flying at the moment. James Stewart saying altitude and plywood. He's having a Barcelona flashback. Yeah, well, that's probably the ground I would compare this to the most, if you can compare it to something. James watching from Estonia. Hello, James, and hello to Jacob as well. Slower ball. Has he got it? Maybe, maybe not. Just over the top. Maximo Zabiula off to the races. He's 19 of just 5 balls. I've got to say, I like the thinking from Samsur Safi. He takes the pace off. The batter still gets just enough. He shrugs, saying hi and saying, just reminding us here that Jersey did spank Guernsey, his words, in the T20 Internationals a couple of weeks ago. And it'll be the same at ECC. Well, I'm looking forward to the crowds anyway. Might have cracked his bat on that 6. Zabiula. Okay, so he tries the genuine bouncer. And I do think this is a wide, but I've got to say I don't mind the option. I just come in there and basically be a human bowling machine and constantly just get smacked for 6. He's saying, right, well, I'm going to do something a bit different. It was wide for over the head, but you're showing you can bowl a bouncer on this. You put some effort in. Well bowled. There goes the old upstairs, downstairs, doesn't he there, Safi? I like his thinking. I like the headband as well. The Afghani colours there. I'm really proud. All of these guys, such interesting stories about how they came to be in Europe in the first place. Some really heartbreaking stories as well. Hits straight, hits pretty well, and that's going to beat the fielder. That's 4. So Safi's over goes magical, and it's more of the same here in day 2 so far. Well, we had the Barcelona bash. I think right now we've got the Swiss smash as we get to the end of the second over, and it's 37 for 1 after 2. Yeah, these are the teams that we'll see over the next couple of weeks. Each team will play 10 games. It's early days, of course. Nomads, probably hard to believe they're on the bottom of the ladder with a net run rate of -5 or so after they put 152 on the board. But still plenty of time to go. A few teams we didn't see before. Paktun Zalmi, a new side in there that stick out. Vettingen as well. But I've got to say, it's been quite the entertaining beginning. Now going back to Osama Mahmood in over number 2. Shrug has a very good question, and it's one that I'm excited to answer. He's saying, Vinny, will we see Rhino playing in this tournament? And the good news is, yes, you will. Playing for Kosinate, which you saw on the screen a moment ago. He's over 3, last over the power play. Hassan Ahmed's going to pick up where he left off, and he bangs this one over forward point into the fence. Maximo! Oh, this is such a good shot in the power play. Just has to get it over the infield, and watch that. Smashes into the European cricket banner. Got to say, the ground's looking great, bordered by those banners all around the place. Slower ball, clever, should be gone, and he is gone. That's really smart bowling by Osama Mahmood, who has both openers now. And so Hassan Ahmed just didn't quite get it right there, did he? He spots the change of pace, but just throws him off a touch. So, sensational result for Power. I think when you see what's happened this morning so far, they'll certainly be very, very happy to see the back of both openers. Hassan, disappointment for him. Didn't have a lot of the strike early, to be fair. But he's going to go 6 and out here in match 2. And the Nomads, 43 for 2. Yeah, a bit of cricket news being discussed right now in the chat. Matt Hodgson saying, talking about the retirement of Stuart Broad. Yeah, that was some news overnight, wasn't it? Got to say, there's lots of Australians that they love to hate Broad, but I think they respect him. The kind of guy kind of plays the Australian way, as they'd say. And I'm speaking as an Australian here, former Australian, I suppose. So, yeah, I think he's done a lot for the game. And probably 2 bits of news, because he said he's going to hang up the boots. Anderson said he's got no plans to do that anytime soon. And why should he? If he's doing the job, get someone in there to replace him on merit. Yeah, I don't think just because you're a certain age, you should be forced to retire. I think Anderson steps go as long as he feels he can do it, as long as he is doing it. Anyway, Sikandari is the new batter. A little bit of a window of opportunity here. Yeah, so going back to Shrug's question, will we see Andrew Ryan? Yeah, he'll be playing for Kosinate. And so we'll be seeing them on Saturday for the first time. I believe he might be here towards the end of Friday. Well, this is up, it's in the air, and this is going to sail miles over the head of Faraz Virik. Maximo in Switzerland. This is how you get off the mark. I was about to say Andrew Ryan, he was my commentary partner in Sweden, which wasn't too long ago. And Mashtat, just north of Stockholm. But yeah, he'll have the gear on. Oh, that's absolutely smashed. What a shot. That's halfway up the hill. Oh, this is going to be great. I know Corey, he was having a good time last night in the night series, seeing some pretty crazy things. I think he would be thinking the same about this. That was in the long rough. Pretty good throwback as well. But anyway, 50's up. Another big power play. Power plays we've had today, 58, 60, and whatever this is, 55 plus this ball. Slow ball, like it. Like it. I think you got to change your pace. So, Osama Mahmood, would he be happy with that? Probably happy to have the 2 wickets. I'd probably take that, to be honest, because at least maybe you can bolt someone else and hopefully slow them down. So far, it's not really working, though. 55 for 2 after 3. Have a look at that for some scoring. I'm laughing at myself 2 hours ago saying that I thought about 100 was par here. Players have got news for me because this has been crazy stuff so far. Yeah, so I think slower bowling and taking the pace off if you're a faster bowler, I think that's going to be the key, and doing it with accuracy. Hello to Chris again, as we're going to get change of bowling, and this is Abdullah Rana coming on. Talked about him a moment ago, but he doesn't have too much luck first up. As he gets a thick outside edge, he's going round the wicket, trying to get that angle across, right-hander, and he does. But no third man out of the circle, and runs away pretty quickly into that Cricket Switzerland sign. Hello to all my friends at Cricket Switzerland as well, and I've got a lot of friends here. In fact, I got involved in European cricket when I was playing in the Cricket on Ice tournament all the way back in 2019. Let's hit straight, and watch out because it's coming in. In fact, it's going to go. It's going to go straight to Malia Stanikzai. Out of all the seats he was sitting in, I know you're watching this on the camera, it went straight to him. He's got the headphones on, probably watching back some of his highlights, but tell you what, he was in the action. He put it down, but that's another 6 to the total, another Maximo. Could come back from Rana. Hey, Rana. Enjoyed watching him in the Swiss shirt back in Malta. It was hot back then, very different conditions now. Much more mild here, but still quite pleasant. Bowled. Samuel are not able to get under this one. Just a single. And so Rana made his debut in that recent series. Took 8 wickets in the series as well, including a best of 3 for 21. All right. Sneak through for a single here. So yeah, just the one. So this is up, and it is disappearing. See you later, Maximo. And that over finishes with a bang as well. And there's been some really big ones at the moment. End of 4 overs, 73 for 2. So that's stabilised around the 18 or so. Will it stay that way? Who's to say? I'm kind of searching for answers about how you slow this down. But I suppose my basic advice would be just try things. Okay, now we're going to get Farid Ahmed to bowl over number 5. We'll hit back, and he does deflect it down partially. It will just be a single. Hello, Tim Reedman as well, bringing us up to date with a bit of cricket happening in the USA. Yeah, poor, and he's a good player. He hit a ton overnight. He's very exciting to watch. All right, this is cracked. It's high. It is going to go the distance as well. Maximo Zabula to 46. You certainly see why they like him in the 3 spot. Look at the footwork. It's just clearing the front leg, getting pretty front on, and getting pretty close to the middle of the bat. I'm loving this at the moment. Don't think the bowlers are as much. Yeah, clever bowling. Bit of 1 for the over. So if you can get that bouncer in, then probably not a bad option just to mix it up. And that one's genuine bouncer. Gonna head high. All right, in the air. Has he got enough on this one as well? Oh, you bet he has. Maximo. Raining sixes here in St. Gallen on a Monday morning. The Maximo count is going to be through the roof. That brings up his 50 as well. Again, they haven't really been applauding 50s because they've happened so quickly. But Zabula, yes, 52 off 15 balls. There we go now. He gets the acknowledgement. Couple to come here in the 5th. You've got to say that Zabiula's really shown what he can do. It doesn't look like he's finished yet either. Considering we're not even at the halfway point yet. We'll be after this. Clever slow ball. I think bowlers need to sit up and pay attention. Get your slow ball right. Don't be afraid to bowl it. Be unpredictable. I think they're probably the little nuggets of advice I'd be handing out, but I'll also be saying good luck as we get to the end of the 5th over. It's 86 for 2. Yeah, so have a look at that. Alton now on the Hall of Fame for highest chases, with their chase of 153 in the last game, which was the first game. 154, and they chased it down with over 2 overs remaining. And let's see if there's any additions to that list during this tournament. You wouldn't count them out. This is hit down the field. So just a single. For me, it's just okay. And I think they're going with it. Look at the little white hash mark, which is in line with the stumps, which is something a bit unusual for us. Normally it would be on the popping crease, but yeah, touch and go. I feel like the bowlers need to catch a break. It's hard enough to hit the pitch in the first place here. Right, this holds up a little bit. Oh, they'll get 2 on the fumble, and there's really no. Oh, will they? Because the bowler is going to. Oh, I think he misses the stumps, and it would have been out. I said it should have been an easy 2, but you can see that the batter was very slow to get going for the second. Wasn't just really aware of it at all. All right, in the air. It is going to be catchable, and it will be caught. I've got to say the catching has been really good today so far. So Zabula does get the strike back with the 2, but he only lasts 1 more ball as Rana gets the breakthrough. The Nomads lose a 3rd wicket now. It's 89 for 3. Good knock, though, from Katil Zabula. 54 off 20. 7 Maximos in there and 2 4s. My big prediction at the start of the day, we'll see more 6s than 4s, and certainly that's rung through to be fairly true first up. Okay, let's get ready for a new batter. And pretty good one as well. Azim Nazir comes out. Slow ball first up from Rana. You see why he earned his national call-up. He's a pretty clever bowler. I think you're only going at 2 a ball in these conditions. You're actually doing better than most of the bowlers so far. This is hit, and it's just over the fielder. That's Farid Ahmed. He reached up with the one hand, couldn't get there. That will be a single to secondary, and he'll retain the strike into the 6th over. It's 91 for 6. It has been a really fun morning so far. Like I said, maybe unless you're having to bowl at some of these guys. Let us know what you're thinking in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. Once again, big special thank you to all of our viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV here in Switzerland. Good ball first up, secondary. A bit hit and miss so far. His captain, Azim Nazir, at the other end. Well, he's class act. It's Fahim's brother who opens the batting. But Azim, right-handed. It's okay. Yeah. That ball's a gold dust here. Yeah, batter saying, hey, isn't that a wide? But I think the evidence would show just tails back a bit at the end. For me, it's inside that white line. Enough. Again, we'll have to wait and see what the interpretation is here. As long as it's consistent, I think that's the main thing. Oh, yeah. I like that from Farid Ahmed. It'll be the one bouncing for the over. And it just kind of gives the batters something to think about rather than just easing onto that front foot and driving away with immunity every time. Excellent ball. Singadari tries to muscle over long on, but only gets one. Azim Nazir back on strike. He's a good player. I suppose he's a senior player now. He's 44 years of age. Has played 4 T20 internationals. And last year during the World Cup qualifiers in Finland. Scored 36 against Luxembourg. Oh, clever bowling. That was a slow ball. Maybe just rolled it out slightly differently. Certainly seemed to be a little bit slower. Azim is a player we haven't seen on ECN since 2020. And he's going to get a thick edge here, and it's almost going to carry. In fact, it does carry down to third man, where the catch is put down, and the catching has been, for the most part, very, very good this morning. And Azir gets a little bit lucky. Yes, he's dropped, and it's the end of the 7th over. It's 93 for 3. Three overs to go. Where could they end up here? 93 off 7, so 133 pace at the moment. They could end up about 130s here. It's my general feeling. First ball, not really timed by Nazir. I don't think we've ever seen a stretch this morning where you'd say the fielding team has got on top for any decent length of time. No, I suppose in the first innings of the day, there was a period where in the first innings, 3 wickets were lost in 2 overs. That was towards the end of the innings, and then straight away the last over went for 21. Oh, that looks like it could be a no ball, you know. Was it coming down or not? Well, it's coming down eventually. Maximo! What a shot. It's a baseball shot, really. Yeah, the question is this coming down in time or not? Oh, yeah, it's a no ball, I reckon. I know it's coming down a bit, but he's hitting it like chest high. I think you're going to have to call that one. You wait for the signal, but yeah, I just feel... Look at where he's hitting. I know it's coming down a bit. Yeah, it's going to be a no ball as well. You can kind of tell from the angle of his bat. It was kind of a genuine baseball shot the other way. Brings up the 100 then for the Nomads. Free hit to come as well. Says Asad Mahmood, the skipper. And he's going to get smashed away again over the leg side this time. Maximo! So trouble with a capital T as that ball goes for 13. Unlucky for some. And Asad Mahmood, again, very good player we did see recently in Malta. I mean, it may not be 40 degrees here, but it's pretty hot in the kitchen right now for the bowlers. Sikandari has moved to 29 off just 15. Okay. Nomads building up in the 140 space again. This is big swing and a miss. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot of action already. Go back and watch it if you can. Again, as long as they're consistent with those, that one kind of gets half the hash line. Bit of a fake step, and then hits it, but he hits it high. Is anyone getting there? It's a long chase. In fact, it plonks right on the circle in the end. And just a single still. It's probably a win for Power CC. Well, Power CC, they've got some powerful players in the lineup. Also a couple out of the lineup. Ali Naya, who is the Swiss national captain, not in the lineup today so far. Also, they've got Canado Fletcher. Okay, Fletcher, but he won't be seen maybe until later on. In the air. Now, this could be another chance. Got to come a long way. It's almost a replay. It's almost like you're watching the Olympic shot put here. You see the ball jamming into the ground. Not the worst over, really, from Asad Mahmood. And he'll go for 16, I believe, in the end. And at the end of the 8th over, it's 109 for 3. Yeah, so let's have a look at the groups for the European Cricket Championship. Starting in 8 weeks' time today in Switzerland, drawn in Group E. With Cyprus, Romania, Malta, and of course England 11. Probably favourites, but the way Switzerland are playing, I think England better be looking over their shoulders. We'll also see France and Luxembourg in the ECIs at the end of this 2-week little stretch. France in Group A, involving Czechia and Greece that we saw over the weekend in the ECIs in Prague. Luxembourg in there, and a pretty strong Group F. All contenders, really. Scotland, Germany, Portugal in there, as well as Norway. The start of a new over. I say it all happens in the night. They're going back to Samsur Safi here. Oh, picked up straight to the field. Again, good catch. Thought for a minute he hit it better than he did, but it didn't really get off the middle. It was kind of off the inside half of the bat. Got to say, it's a nice catch taken down there. It's Abdullah Rana. Takes it without a fuss. I like the way he protects the ball here, Rana. Let's have a look. Takes it. See how he takes one hand off the ball and he uses that hand to break his fall, and then he just kind of rolls. That was well done. So Nomads lose a wicket. It's a pretty good wicket as well. for power as they remove Azim Nazir for just 4. Couldn't get going in that innings. 109 for 4. Javed Danesh, the keeper, is there. He's coming off a golden duck. Probably has to go for it anyway, you'd imagine. Well, he does. It's very similar to the ball that cleaned him up in the first place today. Just down leg side, must be called a wide. Didn't grab into the pad on the way through. There's just been very few moments that I've been able to breathe so far this morning. That's probably a good thing. No shortage of entertainment. Up in the air, doesn't quite carry this time to the fielder. So some Mahmood out there. Power just picking things back a touch. Dare I say it, a little bit of normality in there. Nick Devonshire, he's liking Ireland 11 to win the whole thing, Nick. Might give it a shake. I'd like to see Jason van der Merwe in there. It was great for CIYMS in the ECL. All right, loads up on this. Doesn't really get it, but there's no outfielder back there. So they'll come back for 2. Not a bad chase at all. This outfield is pretty forgiving when the ball bounces, so it's very lush, spongy is the way I'd put it. So you can see there, the ball's not going to bounce too high when it hits the field. That's why it stops pretty quickly. Bowled him, really good ball. He slid off something. As Safi gets a good Yorker in. Needs to dial that one up a bit more often, I think. Gets a bit of assistance. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, it might have just been off the back boot or low on the pad. Yeah, it might be on the boot, actually. Straight onto the stumps. And so, once again, Dinesh gets castled. He's going to have to go for 3. Also, it's the end of the 9th over, so 114 for 5. So, we've seen that run rate kind of jumping around up and down. There were 130s pace, up in the 140s pace. Then, after that over, 127 pace. Right, this is hit into the stumps. Now, already had a bail off. And this happened once before where I think that the bowler's stride actually knocked it off. Let's have a look here. Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. And I guess you allow that. But sometimes you just got to take situations as they come. And they're going to have to reset the pitch here. This was something that was a bit of an issue 3 years ago. So, yeah, I mean, he's hitting it at pace, isn't he? Sad Mahmood. So anyway, it reminds me of, the bridesmaids at a wedding sometimes. You have a few people holding it up and, yeah, again, the players, they're a bit more used to this than probably we are seeing it. It just shows you what's possible. Been pretty entertaining so far. But while we're there, I know that Nick was saying he likes the look of Ireland 11. They've got a pretty tough group, though. Austria, pretty dynamic. I think that Turkey are the real wild card there. We've seen them do some pretty special things recently on ECN. You got Finland there. I think they'll be improved. Hungary haven't had too much success in the ECC. We know they've been building. They recently pulled off the highest chase ever on ECN. Missing leg. We'll get back for a leg by, though. So you can see that they get the running repairs going pretty quickly. Don't change the channel today. You're in for a treat. Only about halfway through the second game of 5. Also, haven't mentioned it yet, but some chaos in Portugal last night. And finals night coming out tonight as well. Goes after this in the air. Again, no outfielder there. Infielder's going to make a really good play on that. Samsu Asafi doesn't hold on, though. That might have got him on the end of the fingers. That looked like a sore one. We'll get back for 2. Have a look at it here. It's a good effort. Just towards the end of the fingers, and that can be nasty. Hopefully he's all right. He's seen he's a pretty important bowler. 118 then. I might just be checking on Safi to make sure he's all right. Asad Mahmood, none for 19 off 9 balls so far. Shrug's got a very good point in there, saying it's pretty much impossible to pick an ECC winner until we see the squads, for sure. Can't wait for them to start coming in. Probably think we'll start seeing them 2 to 3 weeks before we get going. Maybe more if we're lucky. Of course, all the travel arrangements have to be made. All right, yeah, this is just a constant issue. Certain bowlers will hit the pitch differently. So bowlers that have a lot of kind of forward momentum in their delivery stride rather than just coming from above, they'll probably cause a bit more of a problem for the pitch. And also, you know, after every innings, you're going to see it getting flattened out a little bit. So this is why, you know, get to the end. This is probably at its loosest. All right, they go. He's caught behind. Yeah, a little nick on there. Sikandari is going to have to go. And Asad Mahmood, I mentioned he bowled better maybe than his figures suggest. Here's a little feather of Sikandari. Goes through to the keeper. No need for the third umpire this time. Very confident about the little edge. Sikandari, though, nice knock from him. As he'll go for 34 of 21. 4 big maximos in there for Sami. With 2 balls remaining. Gets 118 for 6. You see there, they were kind of running on contact, weren't they? Gotta say, it's a real team effort. There's an army of ground staff and players helping out at the start of the day, putting that pitch together. Yeah, there's Ali Abbas. He's just doing his bit to make sure everything's okay. See him playing for the St. Cullen Club a little bit later in the week. Right now, the 2 to come, and it's Romani, the new batter. Slow ball, clever. Well, they still might get a wicket. They won't. Keeper took a second to realise what was happening. Now, that's one that, yeah, I thought maybe did actually hit the stumps with his foot that time. Caught a bite. But it's hard to tell conclusively. Anyway, I think it'll be fine. Last ball coming up, 119 plus this. Hit up, and I think this will be out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, Arbab Khan comes out, and he looked pretty good as well. He ends up sending this one high and handsomely over mid-wicket, and that takes us to the end of the 10. Zurich Nomads, 125 for 6. And so, yeah, perfect finish. I mean, I said it was 100 par, 110 par. Maybe I'm landing at 125. Maybe that's an average kind of innings. I mean, Nomads are an above average batting team. I will say that. But I think the power, they got a lot of good players as well. So let's rock into the highlights. And early on, it was the usual threats. The 2 left-handers at the top of the order, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed for Zurich Nomads. It was a nice catch taken there by Fazal Ahmed Razek to get Nazir, I should say. Hassan didn't have a lot of the strike, to be honest. Katil Zabiula came out at 3. And outfield playing a little bit faster than I might have thought, actually. It was actually Farid Ahmed that was able to catch Hassan. So 6 it out from the big left-handed opener. Zabiula and Sikandari then went about putting together a pretty innings-defining partnership. They put on 46 in really quick time. 46 in 20 balls. And it was dominated for a while there by Katil Zabiula. He went on a rampage. 54 off 20 for him, including 7 Maximos and 2 fours. Do you think the catching's been pretty good this morning for the most part? And Power, I think they just held some of the batters back towards the end. Continued to take wickets. That was a good one to get Dinesh. So you have a look at the top 4. With the exception of Ahmed, they all make double-digit contributions. But after that, it was still 13 runs from the next 4 off just 13 balls. So they just kind of hold it back at the end. Looked like they were going to get 130s, maybe even more. 125 Power, reasonably comfortable chasing that. But they're going to have to bat well. Will not be easy for them, no doubt. Obviously see some of the wonderful architecture here in Switzerland. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 54 for Katil Zabiula. Very good innings from him. 7 towering sixes in there. 34 for Sikandari. Also very useful in the middle overs. Nazir went 6 and out. Hassan went 6 and out. Apart from that, no one could really get going. Pretty disciplined bowling. We saw extra as a bit of an issue this morning, but only 6 in total, including 3 wides and no ball for Power, who just battled, don't they? Farid Ahmed, you could argue he was the best of the bowlers, despite not taking the wicket. He only went for 15. 2 fifths for Osama Mahmood and Sam Safi. A wicket apiece for Abdullah Rana and Asad Mahmood. We'll have a break. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes or so to take you into the chase. We already saw 153 chase down. 126 looking a lot more reasonable, but Power, first time they'll be swinging the stick here in this series. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more European Cricket Series, Switzerland. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Switzerland. Great to have your company. Day one, and so far, it's been edge of your seat stuff. We've already seen one of the top chasers ever on ECN in the first game of this series. And now we're going to see another chase. A bit more reasonable, but still pretty demanding. It's Power CC. We'll see them with the stick for the first time. Osama Mahmood out there to face the first ball. They are taking on the Zurich Nomads. Nomads are the defending champions in this ECS. Last time we were here was June 2020. It was a grand final rematch in match one. Alton, who were undefeated in that 2020 series before losing the final, they got their revenge 3 years in the making as they chased down 153 in match one against the Nomads. Here, the Nomads, they were asked to bat first by Power CC skipper Asad Mahmood. They have managed 125 for 6 off their 10 overs. It was an interesting sort of innings, to be honest. Seemed to be headed for a few more than that, but in the end, I think that it's more or less what could be an average score on this field. I say could because it's still really too early to say whether we've just seen some freakish hitting or whether that's something that's sustainable over the 2 weeks. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Fahim Nazir will get us going. 126 to win for Power. And there's the Power straight away. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Osama Mahmood has come out and he's taken his national teammate down first ball. Oh, this has just been something else so far today. I see Sam Williams, the project manager, is going to find some new balls. He's put out a couple of extra boxes. Good comeback, though, from Nazir. It's been so good. Yeah, so a fair few of the national team players we saw just a couple of weeks ago, they've led a couple on show this morning. It's been good, hasn't it? Probably called. See, their hash marks are kind of in line with the stumps, which is a bit different for ECN. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but so it's being judged kind of at stumps. That seemed to be outside it. Yeah, so the funny thing here is that Nazir is bowling to Osama Mahmood. They were opening the batting together for Switzerland just a couple of weeks ago. But now, they're adversaries. Slides into the pads and Mahmood can't catch up with it. So, I think pretty friendly rivalries, but rivalries nonetheless. Some bragging rights here in the domestic competition. Switzerland did win that Valletta Cup in Malta. It's a 5-team tournament. Oh, smacked, and that's almost taken out the umpire. Lucky it didn't, but not too much luck for the bowler. Gets drilled down the ground for 4. So far, Osama Mahmood getting the better of the initial exchange. Powerful hit. Funny thing was, Osama Mahmood was bowling to Nazir in the first innings. The roles were reversed. Down leg side. I don't think this takes anything. This will be a wide. Hello to Wayne. Great for you to be in the chat. And yeah, to bring up to date. I'm doing day one here solo, but Rico will be here in the second week. He's got some work to do in Romania first. He's doing the T20IWs in the Continental Cup. This is going to be a push and run job from Osama. He gets to the other end. Means we'll get to have a look at Safiat Ullah for the first time. Yeah, big raps on him. Yeah, so Rico will be here second week, but I will have some company from tomorrow. Then heading into week 2 as well, I'll have Andrew Leonard with me. Lenny will be joining us as our special guest, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting his thoughts on the tournament. I know he's going to be catching up on day one, and he's got some catching up to do already, I think. Good outswinger. It just shapes away late. Nazir does like to go full to get that swing. And so swing and a miss first up from Safiat as we get to the end of the first over. And it's 13 without loss after one. 63 matches since the golden ball, and it does have that kind of feel about it early. It's a middle of the road score, I think, for these conditions. One thing we never had in 2020 was the golden ball in Switzerland, although we had a lot of highlights. And 63 matches, it's only 9 days since our last golden ball, so matches have been coming thick and fast. Of course, action here, action in Portugal as well, where it's finals night tonight. Monday night cricket live from Miranda de Corvo in Portugal. Amjad Rahmani to bowl over number 2 for the Nomads. This is picked up and it's sent miles over the boundary. Maximo. I think it's pretty clear already. If you're going to have a chance in this chase, you better get Osama Mahmood soon. This is asking for trouble. It's short, it's pitched outside the leg stump. That one went all the way up the bank. Rahmani, not the greatest start. It's a good ball to a right-hander. There, Rahmani might think of a change of angle. I don't think it's necessarily that. I just think he maybe has to change how wide his run-up is. So, yeah, he's going to go around the wicket here. Let's see if this works. Nope, it does not. So, yeah, Nomads. That's such a great start to the day. They're staring down the barrel of going 0 for 2. In the air, and just out of the grasp of the fielder. May have touched that, actually. It is Fahim Nazir. He's a brilliant fielder. I don't think he could have done anything more, to be honest. Maybe got a fingernail on it. Timed his jump pretty much perfectly. False shot from Osama Mahmood. Close call, but he survives. Dave B asking me, am I in charge of commentator logistics? Well, I've got a hand in it. Did shoot Lenny a message. He said he'd love to come and do some ECS. Safarullah gets off the mark. Rahmani, teeing around the wicket. Left-hander again. He's going to get a bit on this. Great effort. I don't know if he stops this or not. Feel like this is okay, but he does end up on the rope. Okay, ball's gone there. And I think that's... Oh, does it touch him again? If there's doubt in the fielding... Oh. It's down leg side. So I think it was a close call, but I think better than that goes to the fielder on those ones. The next one's wide, but yeah, Rahmani has really struggled as a left-hander. So yeah, probably my approach would be to probably stay over the wicket, try and start a little bit wider and get my natural body angle already pushing in that direction a little bit further to the right. As you can see, he's just losing a lot of balls. He's falling away. Losing down the leg side. Oh, it's better though. Gets through Mahmood. Not many have so far. A question from Mr. VPN in the chat asking what kind of pitch is this? Yeah, it's pretty unusual. It's a temporary pitch because they cannot have a permanent pitch here. So every day there's play. People are out there, they're laying the pitch. It's essentially big flat pieces of wood with carpet put over the top. That's what you're seeing right here. Another one that cramps in for room. To be honest, Mahmood should know better with these. If he gets across, these are all big wides. They can have a free swing down the leg side. So Ramani gets out of jail a little bit there. That will take us to the end of the over. Leg by signalled, and it's 27 without loss after 2. Early days. Had a question, who am I looking forward to seeing in the tournament? Well, lots. One team I haven't really talked about so far is the Zurich Crickets. Apart from having an awesome name, they were one of the really exciting young teams last time we were here in 2020. So I'm looking forward to seeing how some of their players have developed. St. Gallen, the hosts, I think that they'll be fun to watch as well. As we get ready for over number 3. This is going to be Arbab Khan to bowl. So yeah, obviously, yeah, the pitch is something a bit different. Probably the most similar we've had is in Barcelona at the baseball stadium there, the Montjuic Olympic Stadium. But it's doing the job at the moment. It's very entertaining stuff. Arbab hustles in. Very quick-footed approach to the wicket. Arbab goes over the wicket now to the right-handed Ullah. Oh, he gives him something a little bit short. He smashes it. Oh, that made a bang. When it went into the fence. Maximo. Safiat Ullah with his first Maximo of this tournament right now. Power ahead of the rate. Nomads had no real answers to bring the rate down last time. And Alton chased down 153 in 7.4 overs. Right now it's the same old story. Push to the fielder. Dot ball. So the key is take wickets. Try and keep the batting lineup turning over. I would say, I would consider 4th over Azim Nazir, the captain, bring himself on. He took 1 for 10. Whipped away. Kind of into the gap. Could maybe have looked for 2 there, but Nazir's onto it pretty quickly. For him, Nazir, that is. Just a single. Yeah, I'd bring on Azim. Just really kind of tempt him a little bit. Also, I think he's probably not a bad option to the left-hander or the right-hander, but I think particularly left-hander. I think the off-spinner is probably a good option. Azim wasn't afraid to toss it up and kind of challenge the batter's pride a little bit. This is a slight miss hit. We're still motoring towards the boundary. Excellent fielding. It's just inside. And in the end, they're only going to get the 1, I think. So we'll see here. There's a miss hit, but this feels probably only going to get quicker as the day goes on. Yeah, it does well there. Doesn't touch the rope. Last ball of the over coming up then. Turned away to the leg side. No fine leg, but again, doesn't run away that quick. And that's probably 4 in Prague over the last couple of weeks, but this time doesn't even leave the circle. That'll take us to the end of 3, and the end of the power play is game on. Power 37 without loss after 3. Pretty good over, just the 10 off that one from Arab Khan. Well, hello, Dolly. Looks like we've got a guest in the commentary, and it looks like Andrew Leonard is in the chat. Hello, Lenny. He said, hey, Vinny, I hear that you're all by yourself in the commentary box there, mate. Do you need some reinforcements? Perhaps a bald, bespectacled Irishman. Well, you're really selling yourself there, Lenny. But yeah, I can't wait for you to get here. I think you'll be here maybe just after the last ball's bowled tonight. He's going to fly into Zurich from Dublin, and then he'll catch the train. It's about 1 hour from Zurich Airport, or Flughafen, as they call it here, to St. Gallen, and then it's a short little hop across. And yeah, we're staying pretty close to this ground, actually. It's only about a 5-minute walk from our hotel, which is nice to have a little bit of a walk in the morning. Yeah, Lenny, you're going to love it. Anyway, time for over number 4. They do go to spin, but they go to the left arm spinner. Doesn't work out. Azula just basically heaves the first one to the leg side and gets 4. This is Thanabala Singham, who is coming up. But I think he's known as TT. And right now, he's trying to find the breakthrough. Oh, well bowled. It actually took some turn on the way in. Check it out in the replay. Definitely seemed to spin a bit. Yeah, it's a pretty good take from Java Danesh behind the stumps. I haven't seen too much spin this morning yet. Well, that one wasn't a great delivery, but it might bring a wicket, and it will. So there you go. Hassan Ahmed takes the catch at long off. I thought for a second he got this all wrong, but again, change of pace. I said that's going to be the key on this pitch. You cannot be predictable. You got to mix it up, and they changed the bowling pace. This one was dragged down. I think probably should have hit that a lot squarer. He tried to kind of flat bat it over Hassan Ahmed. He's actually got a broken finger, but he took that one without too many dramas. And so Safiat Ullah does contribute to 13, but he's going to have to go as the first wicket. It's 41 for 1 after 3. So the key here is staying ahead of the rate. Yeah, you can lose a wicket or 2. Most of these guys are all pretty confident hitting the ball in the top 6. Yeah, Lenny, welcome. And Lenny, when you get a chance, go back and have a little sneaky look at that first game. Okay, so it's Virk that's the new batter. It's well bowled. Yeah, good spinner here. Can just throw off the timing of the batters. Setting it some medium pace, so sometimes they're just kind of playing on instinct. I did say this morning we'll probably see more 6s than 4s. Well, that could be another one. No, it just climbs over the fielder in the circle. That's Zia Ullah Amakel. He jumps on it, but you can see again in Prague or some other places that's probably 4. It's here. It's very lush. Yeah, Lenny, welcome. And I'll be saying welcome again when you actually get here. And yeah, some of the Nepalese chatters coming out of the woodwork, and so you should, because Lenny's here. He's kind of honorary Nepal cricketer, in a way. As that's going to go all the way. Well, I didn't think he got that much of it, Mahmood, but he still gets enough to get it over the line. Maximal! Similar to the ball that got the wicket, but this time it slightly breaks into the left-hander. Just carries the line. Osama Mahmood is still keeping power on track at the end of the 4th over. It's 48 for 1. You can see there, just a shade under the line. Probably nothing to worry about at the moment. I said that had a bit of a golden ball feeling at the start of this innings, because it seems to me like an average score now. I've kind of raised my bar a little bit. Thought about 100 because the pitch looked like it was doing all sorts early on. but we've seen 150 plus chased down. 125. Yeah, maybe 120, 125 par. It's all speculation at this stage, really. Just going back to the 2020 series, the average run rate was 9.9. So 99 per 10 overs. I do think we'll see that go up based on what we've seen so far. But who knows what this pitch will do? Who knows where this pitch will be by later in the week? But anyway, what we have seen is one of the most exciting days in the European Cricket Series so far, and we're only just getting started. Slides into the pad. It's probably the only thing with Mahmood. I don't think he should back away because he costs himself a wide there. Maybe costs himself the chance to flick it away to a fairly vacant quarter behind square on the leg side. Yeah, so hello to everyone from Nepal that's tuning in. Yeah, I think that you'll really enjoy seeing Lenny in a different setting here. Of course, we've got a lot of people from a Nepalese background as well that play in the European Cricket Series. All right, 50's up for Power now. They've brought it up in 4.2 overs. Pretty much tracking the red line at the moment. Wow, this is absolutely moosed. And it's adios and auf Wiedersehen. Ciao, however you want to say it. That is gone, and it's gone a long way. Just gets a little bit too straight here. It's probably a ball that's hitting middle stump. So there's a bit of a risk in that, but he did not miss out. 6 runs to Virk. He gets his first 6 of the series. Oh, that might be a no ball, you know, and I think it is. Anything that hits those surrounds, the kind of weights that keep the pitch down would be called a no ball. And I think this does, and that's why it breaks in so much. So it'll be no ball and free hit coming up, similar to no ball for off the pitch. We'll probably see a few more of them than usual. Yeah, Lenny's saying he's looking forward to his first taste of ECS cricket with me, and I'm looking forward to working with you too for a bit longer this time. Free hit, and it is hit. And that one has just pitched inside. I think it's going to be 4. So Virk getting moving. Nicely turned around the corner. And yeah, I think sometimes that's the way to do it. Yeah, just bat normally on a free hit. Be attacking. Don't worry about hitting the ball in the air, for example. So Lenny's en route to Dublin Airport right now. Or Dublin, as you'd probably call it. Watching hands-free in the car. Will drive safely, Lenny. The only speeding to see he'll be out there in the middle. As this is a little bit short. And that one's going the same way. Maximo. Both teams have elected to chase this morning. And so far, we saw 153 chase down. That was right up there. It's in our top 10 chases ever in over 3,000 matches on the European Cricket Network. And this 126 is looking pretty thin on the ground at the moment. 126 target. So yeah, you can see there's a few running repairs always going on. Last ball, the 5th. Played out to the sweeper on the offside. Virk moves to 19. He hasn't wasted any time getting going. And Power CC headed where they need to be at the moment. They're 68 for 1 after 5. Well, I got off the plane last night, Lenny, and I turned on Portugal. and it seemed like Friendship CC was sunk, that they were going to lose third place to the Capitals. Friendship CC needed 72 against Coimbra Knights. They messed it up. That meant they had to beat the Capitals and beat them well in the last game of the night. They had to chase the runs down within 6.5 overs. They did it in 4.5. So Friendship ended up in third place. They'll play in the qualifier tonight against the second-seeded Gamblers SC. And then in the final, Marlowe's waiting for whoever wins that game. Corey Ruckers is standing by. That's 3:15 p.m. GMT. That's 5:15 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 8:45 p.m. tonight as we'll get going. Ali Abbas is just doing a few running repairs, and yeah, they will do this from time to time. And just getting that mat straightened out again. So, yeah, I mean, this just shows you, it is unique, but just shows you the lengths that the players and everyone will go to get some quality cricket on the continent. If you come from I suppose, more of an established cricket playing country where there is the infrastructure, you kind of take it for granted that even if you don't have turf pitches, that you have permanent artificial pitches, and there are a few around Switzerland for sure. Let's just have a look at the scorecard at the halfway point. 28 not out for Osama Mahmood. Safi Abdullah, 13 off 9. He's the only batter dismissed so far. Asad Mahmood, the captain, still to come. And he's a player we saw in a Swiss shirt not too long ago as well. So, yeah, batting still no. In the bench for Power CC. Good to go now. And now we are seeing Azim Khan. Azim Nazir, pardon me. He's going to bowl for the first time. I've been calling for him. Oh, in the air, almost carries. That's actually pretty good fielding to take it on the bounce. It's kind of side spun on him. Yeah, hello to Pradeep, who's watching from Nepal. Good to have you with us. I'm expecting a bit of a spike in Nepali viewers, perhaps, although I know there's always a few that like to contribute. This turns well. I think he just gets genuine turn out of this. I have seen a bit of turn in this surface so far. Yeah, well bowled. Oh, it's a little bit short. But again, the lack of pace on the ball, I think, is a genuine tactic. Batter had to make the pace there, couldn't quite. And these are the kind of stops that are a lot easier on a lush outfield. Just sits up nicely. The field takes a lot of pace out of the ball. And so it was an easy stop, just a single. Nazir. Captain's aside. First time we've seen him for 3 years on ECN. Rob bowled. Yeah, I think he's a really clever customer with the ball. You can just keep it to ones here. You can build that pressure again. Pretty much right on the rate at the moment. Pushes this through a little bit more. Has he found the fielder? Maybe. Yes, he has. Fantastic catch out there. And so Nazir, I've been calling for him. I think he provides immense variety. And it comes together perfectly for the Nomads. Nicely taken out there. Was not necessarily an easy catch, but I think that's Amjad Rahmani that takes it. Because he is looking into the sun there, and it is pretty bright at the moment. So the change of pace does the trick. Faraz Virik is going to go for 20. And Power lose a second wicket at 70 for 2. I'm telling you right now, this game is wide open. Having said that, Osama Mahmood is still there. Very nicely taken. It was Romani that took it out there. Oh, it's going to be a no ball. Okay, it's for pitching off the surface. Yeah, so this one, you can see there, pitches between the crease and the stumps, and the keeper doesn't really have a chance. So we've got the Mahmoods batting together now. Assad's out there. So that'll be a no ball, and I think they took a bye there. Okay, all sorted now. So it changes the strike, and it means that it will be Osama Mahmood who's established that gets to face the free hit. You see that the grandstand in the background there, so you get a good view of it. That's only the bottom 3 rows, but it goes all the way up. I think it's probably around about 12 rows or so of seating, and then there's a nice area above that where we're all the officials and where I'm stationed at the moment. Got to say, we're getting really well looked after as well. Yeah, so no ball plus 1 bye. Free hit coming up. This is one time maybe I would run at him. Will it be quicker? Not really. Yeah, lack of pace does the trick once again for Nazir. He gets away with it in the end. Just 5 off that over in total. And Nomads working their way back into this contest. It's 73 for 2 after 6. $30 for Osama Mahmood. He's been joined by Assad now. Big finish coming up, you feel. And the importance of variety. I think that's what I'm seeing so far. Nick had a question, how long do they need to put the pitch together in the first, or before we get going in the morning? Yeah, it kind of varies. I think if you had a perfect run, you could probably put together in about 15 minutes. Probably to get it right, then you've got to do the markings and things. Probably looking more at around 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, maybe on a good day. I wonder if there'll have to be some allowances as well for the constant adjusting of the pitch. I'm sure Rob Kemming is factoring that in. 9 minutes to bowl 3 overs here. This is Fahim Nazir to bowl over number 7. And he's going to go bang! As he gets his national opening partner, Osama Mahmood, gives him a little pat in the back and says, bad luck. Osama had the better of the opening exchange, but Nazir right on target. First up, as he knocks over the castle, and a big moment in the game, because I think with that, for me, the Nomads just edge ahead in this contest, but only just. He was a bit of a nothing shot from Osama Mahmood. Didn't really play it with a straight bat. A little bit across the line, missed the pace of it, and Nazir, we said Fahim is a match winner. Maybe he sets his team on the right track to get their first points this series. 73 for 3 in the 7th over. Having said that, I'm not going to rule anything out. And this guy, Abdullah Rana, he might have only scored 5 runs in that series, but they were memorable 5 runs. Scored a single, and then needing 2 off the last ball to win, he hit it for 4 against France in the fading light of Malta. Anyway, now he's facing up. So a lot of national team representatives featuring this morning already. Nazir beats him outside the off stump first up. Got to say, I like the kits as well. The Nomads, defending champions. Got the kind of Power Ranger V going. The Power looking pretty snappy in red and black as well. With leading edge, probably going to get away with it. Or is he? Wow. He needed the rear view mirrors there, didn't he? Idris Tariq, who's had an interesting morning so far. But he ends up running under this one. And the only way they were going to catch this is if Tariq was used as a human backboard. Normally a good idea to try and run past it, because often you don't quite get to those. In the end, I think they got 2. Just tap down the pitch and only get 1. Just look how quickly that run rate required has crept out. It was kind of settled in the 12s. I think it'll hit 15 now. I think it might have only just been a single. That leading edge. And then following up with another 1. A little bit short, but there's 3 men on the leg side. Interestingly, they've got the 6-3 field. Yeah, so 6 on the left of screen, 3 on the right, but all 3 are outfielders. So you can see kind of packed on the offside, but with 4 infielders. And then on the offside, if we went right across, you'll see that all 3 on the leg side are on the boundary. Last ball of the over is miss. And so now they're going to have to go at a cracking pace as we race to the finish. Power running a bit low on power now as we head to the conclusion. 76 for 3 off 7. They're going to need 50 off the last 3 overs. Looking forward to match 3, and we'll have to let you know exactly when this will start. It should start in 15 minutes, but I've got a feeling it might be delayed a little bit. Alton, they're back. And what about that chase? 153 they chased down within 8 overs in game 1. And Winterthur are their opponents first time. We'll get to see them in the series. Here's the toss. Winterthur won the toss and elected to bat first. So first time we've seen a captain wanting to bat, and the captain, Harsha Deshan, is listed at the top of the order. So watch out for that match, 3rd of 5 today. And Alton, pretty much unstoppable with the bat, weren't they? Well, they did concede a bunch as well. We know they will be chasing there in match 3. So yeah. Start time to be advised there, I think. All right, now we're going to go back to the slow stuff. I think they've just changed their bowlers well through these middle overs. Nomads. Oh, shot though. That's going to be out of here. Maximo. Well, do not count power out to turn this around with these 2 out there. 2 national team players. You can see that's a genuine cricket shot, lifted up and over cover. 6 runs to Rana, who was cool under pressure. Back in Malta. So he changes it up, he goes shorter and flatter, and he goes further. Maximo! Well, this game's got all the hallmarks of you-know-what. Because it's toed, it's throwed. It's been coming, it's been going, and that one is travelling. 6 runs, back-to-back Maximos, and also some concerns about the clock. Again, you wonder, obviously, there's in-game adjustments made for things like the fixing of the pitch, and so haven't really been motoring. Right now, it's going to be a chance. It needs to be caught, and it is. So Rana goes 6 and out. The 3rd time's the charm, and it is the left arm tweaker. Tharani Tanabalasingham, that is going to break through. And a fantastic bit of outfielding once again, under pressure. Disappointment for Rana. He does crack a couple, but he's going to be the 4th wicket to fall, 88 for 4. Again, pace off, make the batter make the pace. If they hit it for 6, well, good on them. If they miss hit it, though, I mean, we've seen the outfielding has been of very good quality so far. They'll bring Baljinder Singh, the keeper, and up to the crease. Yeah, just mentioning that Winterthur will be in the series for their first game today, very shortly. Oh, good shot, but also well fielded. They will get 1. That could have been more. Yeah, Winterthur last time, they were 3rd in the group standings with a 3-3 record. End up losing the 2 versus 3 semi-final. They lost that one to the Nomads. Finished 4th out of 7 teams. But yeah, 3 wins and 3 losses through their 6 preliminary games. Oh, that's a shot and a half from Mahmood. He says, this game is alive. Don't you worry about that. Maximo. And TT gets a bit short. And I don't like a flash. I say a bit short. It wasn't that short. And I look at it a second time. Just a length delivery. The batter decided to go back and absolutely pounded it. Power, I should say, in that series in 2020 that you're watching right now, they were also 3-3, but just missed out on net run rate on the 4, so they didn't get the chance to play finals. Oh, asking for it again. This time almost carrying to the fielder, but he's got back up. So that was actually pretty smart to rush the ball, knowing he had a fielder behind him, but just couldn't get off his feet there, could he? Amjad Rahmani out there. So it takes us to the end of the 8th over, and it's 96 for 4. Hello to Naveen Padmaraju, who's watching from Prague. Naveen, how are you? Are you enjoying a little bit of a break? Of course, Naveen, he was playing for Prague CC, who won the ECS last week, the European Cricket Series. And what do you think of this ground, Naveen? Yeah, we had a great time in Prague. Always have a lovely time there. Very organised. We keep moving around, though, and Switzerland hasn't disappointed us so far. Here's Azim Nazir, so continuing with spin in over number 9. Biggest over of the match so far, and it's going to start with a 6. Maximo! So Asad Mahmoudi kept the strike after hitting the 6 off the penultimate ball of the previous over, then hits a single. And he smacks the first ball, the 9th out of here, brings the 100 up for Power CC, 24 off 11. So, Nazir, I think when he's in trouble, he goes slower. He's very experienced. You'd expect the spinner to kind of push it through flatter and quicker now. But I think that Nazir is a bit of a wily fox. He knows that's what the batter's thinking is going to come. So there's a bit of a double bluff about it. What he actually does, I don't know. Because if the batter expects that, he might do the opposite again. But let's see. He does. Go slow. This is hit, and it's hit out of the ground as well. Maximo! Asad Mahmood goes back to back, and he's been really good. He's been clutch in the last over and a bit. And this one, I thought for a second the fielder might have had a play, but he did not. Continues to rain runs. 18 off 10. You'd have to back the batting team to do this. But again, one wicket can change anything, in particular the wicket of Asad Mahmood, who's 20 off 7. He's hit 3 sixes so far. Now what does Nazir do? Go slower again, and he gets sent again. Maximo, and well, watch out in the cheap seats. That one is going all the way, and I tell you what, this might not be close after all, because after that, they're just 12 away. 2 more of these and it's game over. I got to say, I was calling for spin. I was calling for a variety. It was effective earlier. Azim Nazir, now he's getting punished. Mahmood says, okay, this is one I don't really need to go after. Everybody grab the stress balls. I think we're in for a ride still. Particularly if Mahmood gets out here. Got a feeling he's going to go for one or both of these last 2. I think it's called a wide. Yeah, I thought it was a wide first up. It pitches inside the pitch. But I think when it reaches the batter, it's too wide. I think that's a good call. All right, leans back on this, and this one's going to disappear as well. Maximo! Mahmood at the death, coming up with the goods. I think they'll just sneak in for time here, but I think they might be out of time in another sense because just 5 runs required for victory now. We haven't seen too many overs going for less than that. Right now, they might not even get out of the 9th. So they'll be okay for time because he bowls this in time. And he leans back on it now. Can Hassan catch this? He can. Well, there you go. Maybe some late drama here. Nomads have put big scores on the board in both games. Looks like they're both going to be chased down. Hassan looked frustrated. There wasn't really a lot of zip in the celebration. Just to clarify, because he delivers that ball before the end of the 9th, or before the clock runs out, I should say, then they'll be okay for the time penalty. Time penalty would end the game at the moment. So the score at the end of 9 is 121 for 5. And, well, it's not impossible, is it? But it's highly improbable. If there's only 4 off this over, we'll have a tie at 125. And we'll have a golden ball. We did have one in Prague. Brno defeated United, a crazy one where Abhimanyu Singh, the United skipper, failed to touch his bat correctly turning for the second run, and he had to go back and touch it again. And that essentially cost him his wicket. He was run out going for the second, and Brno won the game. So, I think here you're gambling a little bit on trying to save a single now and then. I like that there's a mid-wicket in. I think the cover can probably come in as well. And I'm just trying to jam in Yorkers. It's going to be Rahmani who's going to bowl it. Amjad Rahmani, 1 over, none for 13. He bowled the second over of the or the second over of the innings, I should say. It's amazing how quick the pressure can build. And you've got a guy out there, he's fairly new to the crease, Baljinder Singh. He's only faced the 1 ball so far. And I think, yeah, if you're the batter here, what's your tactic? I mean, you can win the game with 1 swing of the bat, but is that the wise option? You do risk missing it, creating a dot, or maybe a wicket, creating more pressure. So 4 to tie, 5 to win. We thought it'd be a close game. We haven't been disappointed here in match 2. Could we be a few minutes away from golden ball? 49. Okie dokie. Here we go, Rahmani. Can he keep his team in the game? 5 to win. Oh, and he lifts it away, and he wins the game for Power CC. Maximo! Game, set, and match. Rahmani just gave the batter a little bit of length to work with, and Baljinder, it's his first 6 of the series. Couldn't have been a better time either. And the Nomads put some scores on the board, but get nailed down twice by the opposition. Alton chased 153 against them successfully in match 1, and here 125 doesn't stand up for the Nomads either. It's Power CC, 3-3 back in 2020, just missing out on the finals on net run rate, but they've gotten off to a great start here, and Nomads, the defending champions, start with back-to-back losses. The drama just keeps on coming, and the matches keep on coming. Alton taking on Winterthur in match 3. Again, we'll have a delay there. If I was a guesser, I would say probably will start in around about 15 minutes. But yeah, stay tuned for that one as the Nomads go off disappointed. The players congratulate each other, and so they should. We've had so much entertainment, and we're only just getting started here in Switzerland. Well, we knew there'd be a few twists and turns in this one. A little bit like the pitch this morning. But the left-handers, they've had a pretty good morning as well. So Summer Mahmood got them off to a flying start. Get a bit of help from Safiat Ullah. He scored 13 before he holed out, caught by Hassan Ahmed. But really, all the top 5, they score double-digit scores, and they score it at good strike rates. In fact, we see 6 different batters hit 6s for Power CC in that innings. Nazir came back and got his old sparring partner and his opening batting partner from the recent Valletta Cup T20 Internationals. And you just thought there was this moment where a couple of overs from the end, Power CC had just fallen behind, but not for long, as Hassan Mahmood went absolutely crazy down the stretch. Hit three in a row, hit 5 6s in total. Now, eventually he'd be out, and we thought maybe there could be some late drama, 5 required off the last, but only 1 ball was required to finish the game. Baljinder sent the Nomads home empty-handed. And like I said, this is just beginning, but 5 teams out of the 10 will get the chance to play in the finals. The Nomads, they're going to be looking over their shoulders because 0-2, sure, they played some good teams, but I think there are a lot of good teams here. Like I said before, you see all the top order contributing, no one really standing out above the rest, although you could say Asad Mahmood with his timely Maximos at the end get power ahead, and then Baljinder puts them over the line. With the ball, Fahim Nazir tried his hardest to keep the Nomads in touch, 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. In the end, it was the spinners that got the wickets, but they were also a bit expensive at some key moments there. Tharan Balasingham, who took 2 for 31, and the captain Nazim Nazir with figures of 2 for 29. Still waiting on an update to the start time, but I feel we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so with the start of match 3. Go and have a cold shower, dust yourself off, come back. More action coming your way. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello, welcome back to St. Gallen. What a great video that is. And some of the St. Gallen team showing a bit of what they can do. And we'll see them a little bit later in this tournament. We've had some entertainment this morning and more is coming your way. Match 3 is on the way. And this is going to be a clash between Winterthur and Alton. Let's see what happened to the coin toss a little bit earlier on. Rob Kemming had the two captains.
Your call. Tails is called. It is tails.
So there you go. News from the toss. There is that Winterthur, they won the toss, elected to bat. First team to do so. Both teams so far won the toss, elected to field, and it paid off. Even though we saw some pretty decent first innings totals, they were gunned down by a chasing team. So yeah, Winterthur, watch out for Harsha Deshan, the captain there, who is likely to bat at the top of the order. Pio de Silva as well. You can see that a bit of a Sri Lankan flavour to the Winterthur lineup, and Winterthur, they did finish 4th last time. They had a 3-3 record, went down to the Nomads in the semis. I think went down to Kosnay from memory in the bronze final. Alton, though, they made the leaderboard in our all-time Hall of Fame for biggest chasers first game of the day. They chased down 153. Static Zai at the top, he's electric. He's basically pushed Murali Nanasekharan out of that opening position from when we last saw Alton, which was at the ECL in February and March, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. Alton have qualified the last 2 years from Switzerland. They do have a T10 competition that has been running here. So even though we haven't played any ECS cricket here since 2020, they have been gaining experience in the 10-over game. And so I think it's no surprise we're seeing such fireworks. So it's going to be Kanaga Sabapathy who's going to face up for the first ball. I thought we might see Harsha Deshan, but Kanaga Sabapathy will face up. And at the other end, we do have Pio de Silva as listed. And we Malia Static Zai to bowl the first ball. And yeah, so far, Alton, they're 1-0, and they're going to try and make it 2 in a row here. And there's a fairly early signal of intent from the opener as he tries to smash it for 6 and really didn't care where the ball was. I think this is going to be fun. It has been fun so far. Hello to Suresh Vikramasinghe in the chat. Nice to have you with us. All right, trouble with a capital T. Off comes the hat. Here comes the ball. And there goes Kanaga Sabapathy. He's going to have to go for a duck. Second ball up. So Static Zai delivers 2 outside the off stump. First one was a big swing and miss. This time he gets closer, but it's his own to his own detriment. And a very easy catch there. Taken in the circle. So he was set up as a bit of a firecracker. Ends up blowing himself up. And after 2 balls, it is going to be none for 1. So, first time we've seen a really early wicket. This time, wicket going down without a run on the board. Hello to Bullar, who's saying that he's really looking forward to seeing Jagdeep bat. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people maybe tuning in for the first time. Not going to see him just yet because it's going to be Karana Gadagi who's coming in at number 3, left-hander. Static Zai at the moment opening the batting and the bowling for Alton. So Static Zone comes in. And he gets worked away, or more than worked away. He gets heaved away over deep backward square. Maximo, and finally Vintatur are off the mark. It's a ball that pitches outside the leg stump. This is a good view of it here. Always nice to get one over the ropes early. And so Alton certainly copped a bit of this earlier in the first innings of the game. This is cut away. There will be one, probably two if they turn quickly. They do. Good running there. So, yeah, good running. Static side. Not a bad ball. Pitches up. And so we'll get through for a single. I want to welcome everyone into the chat. Maybe if you're just joining us for the first time today, you've missed it a fair bit. Some questions about the time running out in the last game, but I'll just clarify that after this ball. All right, top edge is going to get away with this. There's no fine leg. Question is, will it run for 4? And it will. Well, no, actually it's not. Well, let's have a look at this. Even on the camera, you won't be able to tell here because you'll see it stop, but it could have stopped by itself. And if there's doubt, you see here, oh. Question is, if he's kicked it, is his foot back? Is his foot touching the rope before he kicks the ball, and therefore when he's kicking the ball? I don't know. To me, there's doubt. And if there's doubt, then I think it's got to go to the fielding side. Although, having said that, this one could go either way. It's hard to tell from that distance, well, even with the camera. Anyway, we'll come back to you on that one right now. I can tell you, it is 56 days until we will be at the Cartermore Oval for the Euros of Cricket. 31 nations, the biggest ever, 109 matches over 4 weeks. And make sure you join us for the Euros of Cricket. That will be a sensational carnival of cricket. Yeah, in the end, they do give it 1. I think that's the right decision. I think that there's an outside chance he may be touching the rope and the ball at the same time, but the ICC directives, that's what we follow here in ECN. If there's doubt on a boundary stop, the fielder gets the benefit of the doubt. So it's funny how he just assumed that it was 4, but then came and said, actually, I'm overruling my initial judgment, and I don't think it is, and I think that's the right decision, 1 in the end. Gary Navarrete Narasa to bowl now. And yeah, well, this is kind of one of the issues, because sometimes there's this movement, and he certainly doesn't touch the stumps there, but he dislodges the bails, or a bail. This will be it. It's probably something that they'll be working on during the tournament. Remember, it is only day 1. No harm done. Well, this is no ball, but actually works out pretty well because it goes straight to the fielder. So they won't get an extra bounce around the edge of the pitch. Just get some outswing here. Saw Fahim Nazir have something similar happen to him earlier. Well, Wayne's dug something out of the archives. I don't remember this, Wayne, back in my suburban turf cricket days. Before I was playing grade cricket regularly. Good competition though, suburban turf. Well, it's a pretty good shot, but there's a fielder there. The static side. Make sure it's only one. I'd like a date on your reference there, Wayne. Back in the day, our very own Vinny Sando makes 77 runs, 5 4s and 5 6s, comes out and opens the bowling, takes a wicket, then tells the wicketkeeper to get walking, takes the gloves, gets a stumping a few balls later. Just a standard day in the life of Vinny Sando. My standard day is very different now, Wayne, as you can probably tell. Sounds like a good game. I'm trying to remember it as best as I can. I didn't used to bowl too much in senior cricket. Must have been an emergency. Anyway, well, good outswing once again. Not middle of the bat. In fact, they'll get an overthrow here. It's a classic case of the ball being thrown and the bowler not really paying attention. Throwing to no one in particular, to be honest. Yeah, Wayne, nice to see you as always. Kamaljeet Schneider is saying, yeah, waiting for Boom Boom Tiwana as well. Jagdeep Tiwana listed at 5, actually, Jagdeep. See where he actually bats. Yeah, digs out a Yorker. You can actually hear the wood on wood noise there as he dug that out. Good bowling. It's never at Narasa. He's one guy that I think he's actually looked really comfortable even at the higher level. We saw him in the Champions League doing some very good things in the ECL. Oh, he's bowled him. He's gone straight through to Silva. And I think Gowrie gets that one to straighten down the line to Silva, playing across the line. And unfortunately, Pio is going to have to go. You can see he's there to try and keep things moving, but it's just a good ball. He definitely straightened down the line. Well, Pio, 165 on his bat. He could certainly fit an extra digit or two on the back if he wanted it. But right now, it'll be the second wicket to fall. It's 13 for 2. I look forward to seeing Pio again, though, because I think he looks like he can muscle a ball or two if he gets it in the middle. And this is Jagdeep Tiwana coming out. So he's coming out spot higher than listed. He's listed at 5. Hello to Ivan as well. So Tiwana. A lot of people looking forward to seeing him bat. Well, here he is. The first one's a decent one, actually, from Everett Narasa. And that's a brilliant over. We haven't seen too many overs today where the bowlers have been able to get on top and stay on top. That was a good effort. He takes 1 for 3. And Winterthur, they're 13 for 2 after 2. Having a look at the standings. Early days, of course. Andrew Ryan, he's been sending a few messages through. He'll be playing for Cossonay, who are listed there. Probably in alphabetical order in 3rd, but they'll be hoping to do it on merit. We won't see them for a while. We'll see them on Saturday for the first time. They're travelling a little bit to be here. Wayne's dug out a game from November 2018. Well, I actually retired in 2012. So that's actually 6 years after I retired. I must have just been making a cameo. I've only really played a handful of games since then. Nice looking cover drive. Picks out the fielder. Oh. Now, does this hit the stumps? I don't think so. And that's why there's no appeal. You can see that the bowler, I think, yeah, the ball's past the stumps and then the bowler's hand comes in and hits the stump. So that's why the bails go down. Yeah, ball not breaking the wickets there. This is Dion Johnson bowling over number 3. Actually, they didn't go back to the opener. Miscue should be gone. Oh, actually got a bit big on him, to be honest. Yes, Janishan Makajana, who she took a good catch earlier. Did get two hands to it, though. It might have been one of those rare ones where it might have been easier to go with one, just to get that extra stretch. Tawana gets a bit lucky, but does get his first run. Slow ball. Clever bowling. Will be handled out there. Deep square leg. Just a single. Yeah, well, thank you for that trip down memory lane, Wayne. So that's not that long ago. It's only about 5 years ago. And we're bowled by Dion. And so far, Alton have come down, put their foot down pretty quickly. And we're bowled again. Johnson has been right on target. It's good running, though. If you can't get a 4, that's probably the next best thing. Just get bat on ball and turn the strike over. Karana Gadagi actually has been pretty starved with the strike so far. Came in at number 3 after just 2 balls. He's only faced out of the 6 out of the 15 since he has been there. Great view of this ground. 20 degrees currently, heading for an expected maximum of 22 today in St. Gallen. Oh, it's going to be a no ball. Yeah, I think just asking. Maybe has that bounce past the stump? No, not even close. It's going to be a no ball for off the pitch. And so Johnson has been really accurate, but the left-hander just throwing him for a bit of a loop. So be a free hit coming up. Oh, that is free hit. And it's not exactly a big hit, but it's an effective hit. It's more off the edge than anything else. Karana Gadagi will get 4. And it will take us to the end of the power play. A little bit more subdued stuff here in match 3. Vintadua winning the toss. Batting, they're 22 for 2 after 3. Looking at the overs so far, 10, 3 and 9. Not less than what we've seen so far, but still time to turn this around. Alton a good side, though. Don't become back-to-back champions of the Switzerland T10 without being a very good cricket team. Okay, so there's going to be right-hand static zone out to bowl. Yeah, Wayne's saying it's a beautiful ground. Yeah, certainly something a bit different. A lot different, really. Our leg side must be called a wide, I'm pretty sure. I always have to make the adjustment on the pitch here. Again, just having a few problems at that bowler's end at the moment. You can see there in the impact. This ground kind of reminds me of it. It's like a would you rather puzzle. So would you rather have the best stadium you could hope for and the best look and the greenest grass and everything pretty without a cricket pitch, or would you rather have like the best pitch in the world but like in a desert with no infrastructure or anything like that? So this is different. Yes, it is different, but this is ECN. These are developing cricket playing countries, of course. Switzerland is one of the most developed countries in the world if you want to use some other metrics. But as far as cricket goes, it's on the up and up. Over 30 clubs now. You get to see the Coburn Park there, which is just across the road. We're right next to the stadium here, where the St Gallen football team play their games. I think the season coming up in just a few days. Okay, we're all good to go. Well, in the air, and the keeper wants it, Waridu, and he'll take the catch. He's very solid under the high ball, Shahid Waridu, and so Jagdeep Tawana, he went for the big shot, didn't he? Tried to go kind of with the angle of the ball, but it got a bit big on him, top edge. Shahid did the rest behind the stumps again. Good confident keeping. Put his name on it straight away. Said, yep, I want to have this one, please. Very similar to one he took earlier on today. And the captain doesn't make any mistake. So 3 wickets now for Winterthur, finding it hard going, 23 for 3. Never easy either if you're coming in, you're playing your first game against a team that's already had a game. Just feel like they're already up and in the swing of it. This will bring Arshad Hashan, the captain, to the crease. Yeah, just getting a bit of assistance. These players know each other pretty well, of course, in the local scene. We'll get to see 11 of the clubs here in Switzerland during this ECS. And that's up from just 6 clubs that we had when we were here in 2020. So everywhere we're going, we're seeing more clubs, we're seeing more quality. Hello to Jordan as well. Nice to have you in the chat, Jordan. Where are you watching from? Yeah, the funny thing with the pitch here, it has certainly moved a little bit since the start of the day, but you got to take your hat off to these guys. They're putting that pitch down before every day's play. And you can kind of see the issue that when the bowler's foot comes down, especially someone like a left armour where the foot comes down wider, see the front foot comes down wider, it just moves a little bit. So I'm sure they'll try and work on that. It's not easy because the grass here, it's a lot more lush, I think, than last time we were here. So the longer the grass is, the further away from the actual ground you are, if that makes sense. So that the grass will kind of move a bit. So I think that's why we've had a few more problems already with the pitch moving compared to when we were here in 2020. That's good Yorker. It's going down leg side by a fair bit. He helpfully returns the ball to the bowler. Yeah, but that's the way it is. Like I said, it's different. But it has been really entertaining so far. Stay tuned. I wonder, at the beginning of the day, do you just put the pitch down with the bowler's end a bit to the right and then kind of wait for it, kind of like the sun moving throughout the day? In the middle of the day, it's right, and then by the afternoon, it's kind of the left. But hey, this is ECN. You won't see this kind of thing anywhere else in the world. We love bringing you the action every single day at the moment. One goes a bit too far down leg side. Redu, yeah, he's solid behind the stumps, isn't he? Leads his team well, very experienced. I had a few people asking how my trip was from Prague. Yeah, first, I was following Portugal. I had about a 1 hour flight to get from Prague to Zurich. And in that 1 hour, all chaos had kicked off in Portugal with the equation having to be sorted out about what Friendship CC would have to do to win or to win the game and how quickly to make the finals. We sorted that out and had the 1 hour train here. Well, that doesn't miss by much. Deshaun swings all around it. Stunning that. Looks pretty befuddled as to how that didn't take out the stumps. Yeah, so yeah, a really nice trip. And yeah, the train was actually pretty empty at that time of night. Probably got into the hotel around about 11:30 or so. Unpacked the suits, which normally takes a little while, but got a few hours in before a nice breakfast this morning. This is hit pretty hard. It won't carry. In fact, it's a great pickup from Dion Johnson. These are a little bit easy on this field. But still a good pick up on the bounce anyway. So we had a great couple of weeks in Prague. And we're in Switzerland now for 2 weeks on the tour before we head to Germany for 4 weeks. 2 weeks in Dresden and 2 weeks in Krefeld, which is near Dusseldorf. then there's just one more set of 2 weeks. The Rome ECS and ECIs before the ECC. Couple to come here in the fourth. And he goes after this, and he's going to get it. Nails it. Well, that's 5 rows back, literally. And then bounces back on the roof of the dugout. Maximo. And this guy, Karanagadagi, he's just been getting moss at the non-strikers end. He hasn't been able to get near the strike. When he has, he's been doing stuff like that. That's a really good shot of it. Vintador need more of that, and fast. Brilliant shot. Helix is asking, can we get some shots of when they put the pitch down? Yeah, that's something we can work on, Helix. Very good idea. This morning was certainly quite a lot of preparations happening quickly. Full toss this time, fall safely. We won't get a run here. Yeah, so we can try and do that tomorrow for you if you like. But yeah, it's a real team effort, community effort here, as it is typically in all of continental Europe with cricket anyway. It's the end of 4, and the score is 33 for 3 after 4. I want to say a big thank you to Ali Abbas as well. Not only was he my lift from the train station last night in St. Gallen, but also he's put on a fantastic lunch for us here at the stadium. I was able to grab a little bit in the break between the last game and this game. 8.25. The way things are going, 82 may not hold up. But yeah, I think they're just having a bit of a look in the middle of the pitch at what they can do. Yeah, so we're talking about the ECC and the fact that Switzerland will feature in Group E. So that's 9, 10 and 11 of October. The thing I like about Group E is I think you've got 4 teams there in the 10 over format that if they can put their best teams on the park, they're pretty even in the 10 over format at least. You've got England 11 there. They deserve to be favourites. They will be favourites in that group. But we know that England 11, they don't play a lot of this format of the game. So we'll see if they can get through there, because remember, you only play 4 games over the first 2 days, and then you're straight into finals. And last time we saw the England 11 play, and they lost their first 4 games. And we've got Luxembourg and France who will be playing in this ECI at the end of this 2-week stretch. You see there in groups F and A respectively. This is what's coming up tonight. This is what was happening last night when I got off the plane. I couldn't believe Friendship didn't chase down 72 in the second last game. That would have guaranteed them a spot in the finals, but they didn't. And then that meant that the Capitals had 2 points on them. And then they were playing the Capitals in the last game of the day. And they had to beat the Capitals within a certain time. So things being as they are, everyone turned to me to come up with the equation, because they didn't trust themselves. So we did work that out, and yeah, credit to Friendship. They were able to do it. It was a dramatic turnaround. Corey Ruckers is standing by. We'll have finals night tonight. So Lisbon Capitals as well as the Coimbra Knights and Porto Wanderers eliminated from the competition now. Just the top 3 will remain. And Gamblers will take on Friendship for the right to play Marlow in the final. Marlow, they are automatically through because they did finish top of the table. Good to go down as we get ready for over number 5. All right. Johnson back for more. In the air, gone. So mistimed. Karanagadagi is going to go. And yeah, he's certainly been very, very good while he's been there. But you feel that that could set Vintador back a fair bit, because of the 33 runs on the board so far, 23 have come off the bat of Chamith Karanagadagi. Simple catch taken there at point. And so Vintador, they've lost a 4th wicket now in the 5th over. They're 33 for 4. Just kind of cramped for room a little bit there. Tried to go inside out. Ended up pushing a fairly simple catch to Roshanth Karunamurthy. Karunamurthy, he was incredible in the chase this morning. Alton needing 153 for victory. He smashed, and I mean smashed, 70 of 19. Unbeaten in the chase. Anyway, this is Karunakaran to bat now. Gets one pitched up. First up from Johnson. Dion the Rock Johnson. Karunakaran is off the mark. Deshaun, the captain, trying to bat his team out of trouble. It won't be easy. Volkan can chase 153 against the Nomads. They're probably feeling pretty confident of chasing anything here against Winterthur, particularly with the game situation as it is right now. A nice looking shot, but finds the fielder. It's always a great time to drop us a line as well. Maybe let me know who you're liking in the ECC. I know that Matt was saying he likes the look of Ireland 11, even though we don't have the squads released as yet. Got some very good players to choose from. One thing that interests me will it be a winner that's won it before or a new winner? We saw with Truro winning the ECL this year. I don't think anybody picked that. Will it be England 11 that won in 2021 winning again? Will it be the Netherlands 11 going back to back? Or will it be someone new? Will it be a continental team perhaps? This one comes back from outside the off stump. Karunakaran can't quite deal with the bounce. Well, Chris in the chat saying by looking at previous matches, he still thinks they'll score 120 plus. I'm not so sure about that. Probably tongue-in-cheek there. Well, this is another ball. It's pretty close to the edge of the pitch. In fact, that one I think does just hit the edge of the pitch. And this is where, if you can get a swing on this, yeah, if you're sure it's bounced off the pitch, you can actually treat it like a free hit. Because you can score off it, and then you get another free hit anyway. It's going to be a no ball. Karunakaran will get a free hit now. Pierre Henniker has a question. Hello, Pierre. Where are you watching from? Are you watching from Switzerland, perhaps? In the air. There's the free hit. They won't cash in. Just a single. Yeah, Pierre, so he's asking, Alton behind on time, or will there be leeway given? So what you need to realise is this. You'll see that clock jumping around a little bit. And so as we get to the end of the fifth over here, 37 for 4 at the halfway point. So the clock will actually be adjusted in-game. So you might see a minute added on here and there. You might see it stop sometimes. That's because the referee's always controlling the clock. So what you see on the screen should be accurate. So yeah, the short answer, yes, there's leeway given if there's 2 minutes because you're searching for a ball or because you're fixing the pitch or the batter needs to change their equipment or something like that. It'll always be factored in. So the short answer is this. You need to bowl your last ball of the ninth over by the time the clock's run out or before the clock's run out. So as long as you release that last ball of the ninth over before the clock runs out, you're fine. If not, you got a 5-run penalty coming. It's as simple as that. Oh, no ball first up. Makajana is the new bowler. First time he's bowling in this game. Just gets the first one wrong. So another free hit coming up. Extra delivery is not really ideal. Not a bad comeback. Ball doesn't go too far. Helix is asking, Vinny, is having to put the pitch down before playing a normal thing in Switzerland or just here? I think it's just here. I think there are some grounds a little bit further out where they do have cricket pitches. Although I will say I've seen it in Germany as well. I've seen it in Switzerland. I've seen it in various other places as well where there's similar solutions. We even saw it in Barcelona, didn't we, in Spain? So it's just great that there is a solution. Of course, sometimes on day one, it's going to be a little bit of trial and error, especially because, like I say, the grass is pretty lush here. Even though they did mow it before the start of the day. It's still pretty long. And this one is cut away. Nice shot from Karunakaran. Nakajanis gives him a bit of width outside the off stump, a little bit short as well. That's an excellent cut shot. Just took it on and won. One banged into the fence. Stronger together. So yeah, it's something that we've seen from time to time. But imagine, for example, imagine if the grass, let's take it to an extreme. Imagine the grass was 30 centimetres long. I mean, the pitch would be moving around a lot, right? This isn't quite that long, but I think that's why we're seeing it moving a bit more than like in 2020. Right now, though, it's the batter that has to get moving. Karunakaran gets a good in-swinger from Makajana, who I think should be well advised to pitch it up after seeing those last two deliveries. This one came in quite a bit from off to leg. And the batter swung all around it. So Karunakaran is going to have to go. Does hit a boundary, but he's out straight after. Bang into the middle stump. And we'll see Tuvarahan Karunakaran with the gloves a little bit later on. Score now 44 for 5. So bring the international man of mystery, Amal Fonseca, to the crease with the 007. Pretty popular number, the 007, I've noticed. Pierre said he's watching from Cape Town, South Africa. Pierre, beautiful part of the world. I've actually played in Cape Town. And we actually had a food tent from Lapa in Prague. South African food. We had it on Saturday as part of their Czech Cricket Bonanza. And I've got to say, I certainly made my presence felt. Some boerewors, some buri rolls, the lamb on a spit even. That was very good. Full toss, first up. Fonseca knocks it down to mid-off, gets a single. Yeah, so, yeah, Pierre, I do miss going to South Africa. I haven't been now for almost 4 years now, since before Corona times. But lovely place to play, lovely people. Lovely countryside as well. It's been a no ball. It's missed the pitch again. So, yeah, I suppose with this particular surface, it is thinner. You probably worked that out. It is thinner than most other artificial surfaces. Most similar, I think, yeah, to Barcelona, where we have been before for ECS cricket. Free hit then again. Last ball the over. This would have been a wide. Can't be stumped anyway, but doesn't stop the keeper trying. That'll be the end of the 6th over. And Vinterthur now 46 for 5. See the footwork there, just kind of went away from the ball. If he gets across there, then get to wide and we'll get it again. So looking at the scorecard, certainly weren't afraid to play some shots at the top of the order. Kanaga Sabapati went for a 2-ball duck. Karanagadagi 23. Still half the runs are to his name. He went a while ago now. It's a good Yorker from Ryan Stunnick's first up. Helix putting his groundskeeper hat on, said he would think this ground would stripe up beautifully. Yeah, that's when you mow in different directions, right? I think you're probably right. They've gone for the circle, though, here. Concentric circles. Beautiful view. So I'm at the top of the grandstand, so I'm looking down. I'm actually even higher than the camera that you're watching on. Well, it goes through his legs, I think. So, yeah, once again, I think about to get himself into trouble by backing away. Scraping towards the 50 here. Oh, he's bowled him. The only thing that went between his middle and leg. Static Zai gives him a little pat on the back for his trouble. And so it's the end of Harshad Ashan. Again, trying to move things along. I think a bit behind the 8-ball at the moment, Vinterthur. Again, good, accurate bowling. 6 wickets down now, 47 for 6. I want to say a quick hello to Rangan Sahitya Sansa, who's saying that it's Kem from Nepal. Hi, Kem. Hopefully you're well. Well, good news is that I think you'll have a friend of Nepali cricket with us tomorrow, because Andrew Leonard will be here. And he's a guy I have worked with before. I believe he's known in Nepal as Taklu Dai, which is Nepalese for bald older brother. I do think he's a bit younger than me, though. But I think I can still call him Taklu Dai. Oh, pretty good, but I think it's just missing leg stump with that angle, and also a little bit of movement in. And they throw to the bowler's shins. Don't think he's too impressed about it, but it will be a leg bite. New batter out there. Here's Srikanth Sasidaran. Jordan saying outfield lush, but very slow. Yeah, you're right there, Jordan. Probably not as slow as I might have thought, actually, being down and walking on it this morning. Like the areas that Stanix has been bowling here. Full straight, asking the right questions, especially when you get down to the middle and lower order. At this stage, you know they want to play shots. Yeah, so hello to all of our Nepali viewers. I think you'll enjoy having Lenny here. Been following Nepali cricket as well quietly. As this will be just the one, and Sasidaran gets off the mark, end of the over. And after 7, it is 50 for 6. So Vintatur, they do bring up 50 off the last ball of the 7th. This has been the story so far. And if you look towards the bottom of the screen, all you Alton fans out there, they've got a few around the world because they have been to the ECL and got a bit of a global reach. They've made our top chases ever. It's the 8th best chase ever on ECN in our 10 over cricket. Alton 154 or 7.4, defeating the Surat Nomads 152. That was the score in match 1. And there's not too many old ones surviving. That 159 for Cluj back in 2021 on finals day. It's kind of the only one from 2021 or older. I think for me it's showing that batters are kind of working really hard in their hitting skills. We even scored, yeah, that top one, 174. I mean, that's just insane. He runs at it, clever bowling. 174 hungry, chased out in 8 overs. Good little off cutter, says Malia Stanikzai. And it looks like Malia is just operating off a short run here. He's recognising, look, we don't want to get into time trouble. Also, you know, with the footing, a bit inconsistent. He's saying, look, I'm just going to come in here. Maybe roll my fingers on a few. Now, I think they're not going to take a second because it actually hits the batter. Funny thing is, if it hadn't hit the batter, they probably would have got a second anyway. It's pretty good sportsmanship there from Vintatur. Got to say, these players, like I say, they play hard, but also they really love playing their cricket. They love the opportunity to play European cricket. A bit short, not a bad pull shot, but 3 fielders guard the leg side boundary. It goes between 2 of them. Just won't see as many 4s. I think we're up to 11 or 12 4s per innings on average in Prague. And yeah, this morning, nothing like that. I said there'd be more 4s than 6s, more 6s than 4s, and it certainly worked out that way. We had the 4s rate was about 8 per innings in the first game, and then the second game again it was even lower than that, I think. We just had 5 4s in the whole match. 6 is the order of the day. Right now, it's the end of 8 overs, and the score is 54 for 6. So 2 overs remain. And there you can see run rate. They're heading the wrong way, I think, for Vintatur fans. No surprises with the 6 wickets that have fallen in the first 8 overs here. Just reminded everyone in our chat, I know there's a lot of people that are excited. They're going hard on the emojis, but there is a 5 emoji limit. If you could stick to that, that would be great. This doesn't flood the chat. Anyway, Tamarit Narasa to bowl the ninth. A little bit late on this, Fonseca. We'll get a single. So, yeah, Lenny's joining me tomorrow. His other nickname is Fuzzy, which I think is a little bit ironic from his days where maybe he wasn't quite hairless like he is now. This is hit pretty hard, but straight to the fielder. Still just a few issues with the pitch moving around. I'm sure that's something that they'll work on for tomorrow. They're pretty tireless. Yeah. Angled away. Finds the fielder, and then I think this would have been out. Sasidaran, yeah, would have been out. Gee, the funny thing with the pitch moving around a little bit, it does create a little bit of an anomaly as far as where the crease is. I'll say, yeah, I'd say I don't really know what you're going. Probably the one on the pitch, the extension, but probably would prefer making decisions on a solid line rather than an imaginary line. Couple to come in the ninth. Into do it, trying to get something going. That's a pretty good shot. Has he got it? Not really, and you wouldn't believe it. Malia Stanikzai, who took a one-hand blinder earlier in the day, this time he goes with two and can't hold on. He gets a kick in the behind from Raihan for his trouble. Have you got this on the tape? Maybe not. But I think he was a little bit worried about Raihan coming the other way. He knew he had company, and that's always a little bit of a distraction. Don't think it hurts him too much, to be honest. Last ball of the ninth. Pretty good ball. Not a bad shot from Sasidaran, but he only gets one into 9. Vintatur, they are 60 for 6 after 9 overs. Hello to Nick D in the chat saying he's watching a program about Railroad Australia. Yeah, it's quite interesting, some of the experiences you can get. They're not cheap, though. Raihan Stanikzai, the only multiple wicket taker, but everyone doing the job so far that's been asked. All 5 bowlers used have taken wickets. Makajana is going to bowl the last over. Yeah, I know that there's the Indian Pacific, which goes from the Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean, so from west to east, from Perth to Sydney. There's the Garn. There's all sorts of experiences. It's more than just a train ride. I think it's like a hotel on tracks, basically. Anyway, 10th overtime here. Oh, bowler takes cover. Oh, yeah, though, it's good fielder. He'll still be kicking himself that he dropped that last one. Sets high standards for himself. One thing the umpires have been very good at so far is working out when the bowler's shoelace is in untied. That's the second time we've seen that. They're not missing anything, these umps. Clever bowling. I wonder if that was a deliberate slower ball. Let me just try and pick his arm here. Yeah, I'm not so sure it was a deliberate slower ball when I see the release. One thing we haven't really seen one keep low for a while. There were a couple earlier today that really shot. Picks it up. Should only get one. Standard of fielding's been pretty good this morning as well. Helix is calling it the second chance crease. Yeah, because of the 2 creases, the one on the pitch and the one off the pitch, which was the original position this morning. All right, high. Who wants it? Malik Zai's not going to drop this, and he will drop this. So, well, he almost gets a run out. He goes a long way. And just cut those 2 together. He took probably one of the catches of 2023 earlier today. And this is one that I think he probably should have caught. If he was blindfolded with his hands handcuffed behind his back, he still would have found a way. Somehow Malia shells it. Well, if he got a kick in the behind for the last one, I'm a bit worried what Raihan's going to do this time. Anyway, he'll probably have time to laugh about it later. But that's later, and this is now. Winterthur will take the break. Two to come in the 10th. There's another slash. This will run away. Does it go all the way? Probably. Yeah, it does. So Fonseca gets cracking above a runner ball finally here in the last. Winterthur trying hard. You got to remember they're back-to-back reigning T10 champions of Switzerland. So Alton not giving any quarter. Alton also with the advantage of having already played this morning. Winterthur playing their first match of the series. Last ball coming up, seatbelts on. Oh no, some wide, very good keeping. Moridu's, it's a bit of a quiet achiever there behind the stumps. Yeah, deals with that well. Again, you've got the confidence of knowing that's probably not going to bounce up and hit you in the head like some of the other fields we've had this year. So have another go. 70 plus this shot. It's actually a really good shot. It's going to be 4. So Fonseca shows what he can do. Throws the hands at this, and he will get 4. That will be the 10 overs. Winterthur struggled for most of it, but they are able to get a little bit of a something away off the last over. They get 14 off that one in the end, and they're going to finish with 74 for 6. As we look back at the highlights, bold decision for Winterthur to come out and bat. That's exactly what they did, and they were pretty keen to swing from the bootlaces. Kanansan Kanagasabapathy went for only 2 balls. They were 2 big swings. Wasn't able to score. Waridu took a nice catch here. That was Jagdeep that went. So the wickets were tumbling early. Found themselves 44 for 5, 47 for 6 at one stage. That was one of the good moments, and I will say that Karana Godagi was the only batter that really was able to get anything going in that phase of the innings, but he didn't have a lot of the strike. Meanwhile, he had a carousel of partners. They were coming and they were going. That was Deshaun, the captain. He got bowled. Credit to Alton, I think you have to give them some of the credit for the score, because they didn't bowl too many loose deliveries. They were mostly full. They were at the stumps, and they end up being able to restrict Winterthur to just 74 off the 10. 23 for Jamith Karanagadagi off just 11 balls, 2 sixes and a 4, but like I said, didn't have a lot of the strike while he was at the crease, and meanwhile, the others were struggling. Fonseca came home with a wet sail, 19 or 14 for him, including a couple of boundaries late in the piece. 10 extras, which is probably going to be about par for the course here, I think. 2 for 14, Raihan Stanikzai steals the figures, but a wicket for all the other bowlers. Navarat Narasa continues his good series. Very economical, just the 9 runs he concedes off his 2. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And when we do, we'll see if Alton can chase down this 75 for victory. Well, it's about half of what they needed last time. If they do it in half the time, we could have a very quick finish indeed. But Winterthur, they'll want to show what they can do in the field, and maybe they can get some key wickets early and spring a surprise. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be here in St. Gallen, Switzerland for the first time in 3 years. You won't have to wait 3 years. Back in about 7 minutes with the chase. You're watching ECN. This is the European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the second innings of this game. And it is the third match of 5 today. It's opening day in this European Cricket Series. The first time we have been in Switzerland since June 2020. A lot's changed since then. Lots changed in the ECN universe as well. But right here, seeing some top-class entertainment. Winterthur, first team to bat and not crack the 3 figures, as they only managed 74 for 6 off their 10 overs. Of course, we have seen scores in the 70s defended, but I just think based on what we've seen this morning and the quality of hitting we've seen from Alton already, this is going to be tough. As will be Mahmoodi to get us going. Oh, yeah. He fires up and gets this moving and biting into the batter, who's tied up in knots. Stanikzai. He's an excitement machine in his own right. Couldn't deal with the movement in the air and off the pitch. This time it's a little bit too short, so this won't swing as much. It's hooked away. This outfield isn't particularly quick, but it still does run away for 4. So Malia Stanikzai off the mark. And it's a bit of a letdown after the first delivery from Mahmoodi. Result is a boundary. Shrug, just noticing we had a bit of an extended break since the last innings finished. Well, that was so that we could just do a few running repairs on the pitch, Shrug. So hopefully it holds up. Off the pad. Again, will this go for 4? I don't think so. Not quite. No, we'll trot back for an easy 2-leg bias though. Yeah, so Shrug. I was a bit worried someone pulled the plug, but no. We're still going, Shrug. I think it was a good opportunity, I think, to try and secure the bowler's end. There's a whole bunch of people working hard to make that happen. Chris was thinking something similar, but I was always coming back. Don't worry about that. Stanikzai loves the helicopter shot. That's his favourite. But now gets a bit careful and works it away for 1. Actually got out playing it earlier on. Malia Stanikzai. Also, we saw it in the ECL. Stanikzai pulled it out a couple of times, and it was outstanding. Yeah, that's the Yorker. Jams down. You hear the bat on the wooden underlay there. And just get a single in the end. Yes. Yes, Utharan through into Vikarasling off the mark. Yeah, I remember Alton taking on Lathbury Lightning of Gibraltar in the ECL, and it was a pretty dramatic one. They're actually chasing pretty much the same score as this. They were chasing 75 for victory, so I knew that number rang a bell. This one holds up a bit off the pitch, and Stanikzai, he cuts it off stump. And that'll be the end of the over. So 8 without loss after 1. I'll come back to that trip down memory lane in a minute, but right now I can tell you 64 matches since the Golden Ball. We had one in Prague, Switzerland. I'd like to see at least one here. I'd say there's a fair few teams that are close together as well, so we're more likely than not, I think, to get a Golden Ball. Of course, we'll have the 60 matches here in the ECS, or 59, pardon me, 59 matches in this ECS, because it's an 11-team ECS. We'll have 9 ECIs as well, as the Swiss national team will take on France and Luxembourg. So 3 teams we saw pretty recently in the Valletta Cup. And I was there for the Valletta Cup. I can say it's about 20 degrees cooler in my spot now compared to when I was there a couple of weeks ago. So now it's going to be the captain, Harsha Deshan. Starts with a wide down leg side. Nick Devonshire saying, hey, Vinny, can we not get some pictures from a drone to show us poor people what it's like in Switzerland? Well, Nick, I will say, Switzerland's a beautiful country. It's a very prosperous country as well. We're working on it, okay? Give us a bit of time. That's well bowled by Deshaun. Meets the outside edge of through to Vukarasu. Yeah, so back in that ECL game, Rathbury Lightning made 74. Alton needed 75 for victory, but they completely fell away in the last over, only scoring 4 off it, and they ended up making 68 for 8. But in there, Malia Stanikzai, batting the middle order, made 25 off 10. And I remember him just struggling to hit a few and then just unleashing a couple of the most powerful helicopters that you would ever want to see. And he was swinging hard and pretty much at everything. Got him close, but couldn't get him across the line. I think it was a 6 required to tie for last ball. And it was Prathi Ratnaraja who got across his stumps and left one, hoping it would go for a wide, ended up crashing into his stumps. And Alton had such a funny ECL. And they're not laughing because they won their first 2 games really comfortably, but then lost their next 2 and went pretty much, I think, from top to bottom of the ladder and ended up missing out on the 4. And there was only 5 teams in it. So that was an insane group. It was Group C from memory. Oh, how's that for a hook shot? He's actually hit it the other way. And look at this. He goes through it and actually hits on the way back. He's pretty lucky that doesn't go to the fielder. Yeah, look at that. Completely tied himself up. Slower ball. Clever bowling. They're doing really well to hold things at the moment, Vintatur. They do have some runs to bowl at. I wouldn't say it'd be particularly easy to do this. But you never know. Just going to have a good start. Yeah, Group C. Alton. That's right. They just won. They only win the 1 game in the end. I think they had the rain. That's right. They had a no result in there. Oh, he's done it again. What's going on? I've never seen that twice in an over. That'll be the end of the over. Deshaun only goes for a single. I tell you what, bring this guy out at parties if he can do party tricks like that. He's playing the accidental reverse hook. So late it almost never came. As we get to the end of the second, it's 9 without loss after 2. Oh, what an entertaining day we've had. Yeah, going back to Group C, Alton, you see at top of the table right now, and they'll be hoping to stay there with a win here. They won their first game against Beveren, the Belgians. Then they got bowled out for 89 before the rain came against the Norwegian club Fossum. So they finished day 1 undefeated. And from memory, I think they were top of the table. Of course, we don't know if that 89 would have held up or not. But then the next day they came out, and they only needed 75 to win against Rathbury Lightning of Gibraltar. They couldn't do that. They only made 68. I think against Royal Tigers, they made 109. And Royal Tigers from Budapest made 113, so chased it down in the 9th over. And then they were out. It was insane, really. Well bowled. Gets good swing, doesn't he, Mahmoodi? Wow, this could be an interesting appeal. Let's have a look at it. Of course, we've got the... Yeah, he's just back past both lines, so he's doubly safe. But that one, nutmegged. Yeah, so he's found it really tough to get going for a very good player. He's 1 off 8 at the moment. Yeah, so Alton finished 1 and 2 with a no result. 5th. All right, that one he isn't going to miss. And he's going to swing it away miles over fine leg. Maximo. And that's more like it for Taruna Vukarasu. Just goes with the movement here. That one would have gone between his legs as well, but this time the bat got in the way. Helix is off for a little while, so goodbye to you, Helix. Hopefully we see you again soon. I do believe Lenny is on the plane. Maybe not just yet. Maybe he's at the airport. Maybe he'll be out here before we know it. Coming from Dublin. I think he doesn't get to spend too much time there anymore. All right, miss hit. Keeper wants it, has to find it. He's turning, and he's catching. As well held. That's Karuna Karan behind the stump. So Trinidad Karasu ends up going 6 and out after being 1 off 8. And Alton just on the back foot a little bit. I suppose if it's not really happening for one batter, it's not often the worst thing to make a change. This one's forced. That looked like the slight cutter from Elias Mahmoudi. He looks like a handful with the ball for Winterthur. And he's pretty happy. Gets his first wicket of the series, and so does Winterthur. And the score is 10. I think that's 16 for 1, 6 and out. They go from 10 to 16, and then the wicket's going to be Karunamurthy, who's going to come in. And how good was he in that chase? First game of the day, 153. It's the 8th biggest chase we've ever seen on ECN, and that is in over 3,000 matches. 10 over cricket. Record books being rewritten already, but this guy was an absolute boss. Kind of countered what Hassan Ahmed did in the first innings for the Nomads. He ended up scoring 70 off 19. Just the 1-4, but 10 big sixes. So I don't think it's a bad thing that he joins at this moment. Okay, Mahmoudi, he's got 2 balls to spend. He'd love to get another wicket. And Willie, I don't think so, because this is going, and it's gone. Maximo. And watch that. Gives you a really good idea of what this outfield's like. It just sticks in the turf. I was a little bit worried they hadn't hit that well, but there was no long on. It was a long off, and the long off almost got there. That one made a crater. So Karunamurthy isn't too worried about having a look at Mahmoudi. They could have used this guy in the ECL. Alton, and he's going to go this way as well. It's going to be 4. It's on 1 bounce. I think the batting side think about stopping this in the dugout, and they think they want to preserve themselves instead. So 6 and 4. Not exactly the finish that Mahmoudi was looking for. And at the end of the power play, it's 26 for 1. That over ends up going for 17 in the end, despite having the wicket of Trinidad Karasu. Looking at the first innings, the best over was the last one, wasn't it? 14 coming off that. We've already had a better over here. Although, shout out to the bowler that bowled the second over. It was Harsha Dashan. And I would keep him on. Yeah, I think he is going to keep himself on. Makes sense. Shrug in the chat saying the batter should try and run when the keeper throws at the stumps. Just wait for it to hit and then get a run. We actually see that pretty often in ECN cricket. Batters almost goad the keeper to throw. Nick saying that I'll be a bit upset there's not too many barbecues near here. We had one on the weekend. I think I'll be okay. That's a pretty good shot. Almost carries, doesn't quite. Oh, and then it's going to be 4. Yeah, just slipped at the last moment, Elias. Did pretty well to get there in the first place. But when you're defending a low total, here, look, just needed to stop at the first time, and you could see his hand went onto the rope. This is a cutter that comes back a long way. Tell you one of the issues for umpires, having to decide what hits the edge of the pitch and what doesn't. Right? Because that, I think, is okay. But I think you're going to get a bit of a natural off-cut from just inside the edges. This is up, it's in the air, straight to the fielder, and gone. So Stanikzai just cannot fire here in match 3. It's a very different Alton considering they're able to chase 153 down in the first game. They're making hard work of this so far. Still think they're on top though, but credit to Winterthur. They've come out, yeah, certainly looking energised, and I think that's really good reward for Harsha Dashan, the captain, who does bring himself back. He's only conceded 5 runs off his 9 deliveries so far, and now he's got a wicket to show for it. Maliat well caught in the deep. And Alton, 30 for 2, new batter is Murali Nanasekharam coming out. These two, again, they could easily be opening for Alton. You can kind of see why Alton have had that success in the T10 game. Got some good depth in there, good bowling options. Nicely taken by Gul Safi down there as well. Should have been taken, and it was. We have seen some pretty easy catches drop. Not too many. One, though, from Malia Stanikzai, who actually was out then in the first innings. Malia dropped an absolute soda. Well, this would have been out. Had one stump to aim at. And it goes so quickly to the outfielder that they won't get an overthrow. Have a look here. Yeah, direct hit. Would have been on his bike. Hello to Gary Wheeler. Nice to have you with us, Gary. Well, you've missed a fair bit, Gary. If you do get the chance at all, go back and watch some of the first game. Maybe if this is an early finish. Even the second half of the first game might be a good idea. Couple to come here in the fourth. Oh, nice, easy shot, but it could be gone. It is gone this time. Elias doesn't make any mistake. And this is ECN cricket at its best, because Alton, they chased down a hatful in the first game of the day, but they're making hard work of this 75. And the guy that did a lot of the damage earlier, Karunamurthy, he's going to have to go. He goes 6, 4 and out in his innings. Nicely taken by Mahmoodi. And now the captain has 2. Rashid Hashan. Alton's top 3 back in the shed. It's 31 for 3. Prathibaraj Haratayan is the new batter. Again, just holding on, aren't they? Most of that is because of Deshan. Look at him, 2 for 6. Excellent effort. Okay. Varadhayan, as I recall, wasn't required to bat in the first game of the day. Yeah, we didn't see anything beyond the top 4, so he's coming in at 5 here. Again, not a lot of pressure you'd imagine from the rate required, but of course it's a bit difficult coming out to bat in this pitch for the first time, I think. He gets a good one first up from Deshan. It's actually Deshan's last ball. So that's really good leadership from Harsha. I think he does do the right thing to come in and bowl out straight away. This is the end of the 4th over. And Alton are 31 for 3. And Gary said he's been lurking. He's seen it all. Yeah, I feel like I've seen it all so far. Shrug says that he feels a low-scoring thriller on the cards, perhaps. Perhaps. Still ahead of the rate, though, at this stage with 7 wickets in hand. But hey, if you can pick up 2 wickets here, it's game on. Put some pressure on the guys to come. Having said that, you've got Shahid Waridu listed to come in next. As I recall, he was their leading run scorer back in the ECL in 2022. Start of a new over. This one's turned to leg, just a single. So it's so strange how the same conditions can look very different depending on the match situation. Going back to that ECL in 2022, Alton actually finished 2nd in the Group C, but then went out in straight sets. They had the double chance of finishing 2nd, That was the group with Carlton, the Scottish team that went undefeated through to the final. You had Cluj from Romania. You had Brescia CC finishing 4th. And the Prague CC Kings, or Prague CC, who you saw in the ECS, win their 4th consecutive on Friday. They finished 5th in that group. Missed the finals. Up in the air. Fielder comes around, can't do anything about it. Maximo! Really nice shot by Pradeep. And you see no real obvious signs of nerves at the moment. Pradeep goes up and over the top. And Pradeep is a player we have seen a fair bit before. We've seen him at the ECL twice now. I mentioned some of the exciting matches that Alton played in the ECL. Of course, that's the Champions League of European cricket. We'll have to find out as well how that will be decided this year. Normally is the winner of the Swiss T10, but now that the ECS is in town, not sure if that impacts things at all. Murali happy to keep this out. He was also part of the national team that were in Malta recently for the Valletta Cup in the T20 Internationals. Yeah, it was a crazy ride for Alton in both of the ECLs, really. Disappointed not to be able to make a final, I'm sure, or even the finals this year. Provide a lot of entertainment. Anyway, this one's up in the air. He's going to have to turn and go. It's Fonseca. Thought he had a shot at that for a second, but in the end he doesn't. That takes us to the end of the over. It's 41 for 3 after 5. So Alton still, it's probably a Bill Laurie nose in front in this game. Coming up tonight, we have more cricket coming your way. In particular, it's Portugal finals night. So crack out the popcorn. Join Corey Rutgers there in Portugal at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium. Gamblers taking on Friendship for the right to meet Marlow in the final. So there will be a little bit of a gap between the qualifier and the final tonight. But the first game kicks off 3:15 GMT, which is 5:15 in Central Europe, and it's 8:45 p.m. in India. And there'll be a little bit of a crossover between that qualifier and our last game of the day here, which I believe starts half an hour earlier. So you can maybe multi-screen if you want to watch both of those. There was daylight between second and third as well. Very different paths to the qualifier for Gamblers and Friendship CC. But nonetheless, they're there more or less on an even footing. Hello to Vinay in Bangalore. Hello to Liam Day as well. He says, you know, honestly, sometimes low totals seem tougher to chase. They're making it look tough at the moment. We know this about ECN cricket. It is highly unpredictable. We're going to see a change of bowling now. It's going to be Chamith Karanagadagi, who batted very well for Vintatur. He's going to bowl over number 6. Pradeep will face up. And I think we're ready to go. So yeah, keep an eye on the equation. 34 off 30 at the moment. So +4 in the equation. 34 runs off 30 balls. Keep an eye on that as we get to the home stretch here. Well, that'll be +5 after that. Bit of bounce there for Chamith. Keep a fair way back, to be honest. And I think it's pretty clear that he was in. That time, at least. Wow, shot. And it's going to be 4. Oh, it's a bit of a headache there for Vintatur. Felt like he might have been able to cut this one off. To be fair, it wasn't a very good ball from Karanagadagi. It's kind of blasted past Sasidaran out there on the boundary. So, yeah, 1 boundary and over, and you're probably going to get the runs you need out of the over. This is into the gap. Again, the outfield's slow enough, and I think he does well to make a stop here. Going to come back for 2. Going to have to hustle. He's going to get there. Shrugger had to laugh. He said, you might watch the Portuguese final on mute, though, of course. That's because Corey's commentating. I don't think he ever touches the rope there, so no problems at all. Yeah, a bit of spin for the finger spinners, I've noticed. Haven't really seen a genuine leg spinner yet, interestingly. So we haven't really seen how the pitch would assist a leggy. But yeah, the finger spinners we've seen, actually, when they put some revs on the ball, it's taken turn. Oh, now that time he pushes it through. Clever bowling. I'm liking what he's dealing here. Just kind of let himself down with it. One bad ball earlier in the over. Oh, bounces over the top. Great over from Karana Gadagi. I bet he'd love the one back that got hit before as well. But as it is, kind of maintain a little bit of distance between runs required and balls remaining. 6 overs down. It's 47 for 3. Yeah, well, shrug. I got to say, as someone who's had to dip deep into my bag of patience with Corey on occasion, I will say sometimes he runs his mouth, but I'll try and keep him in line. So, come on. Let's bygones be bygones. Actually, Corey has told me privately that you're one of the chatters that he likes to interact with the most. So I think there's a bit of love there if you scratch the surface on Corey. But yeah, I think he'd been enjoying what we've seen here so far. Shrug's talking about the qualifiers last week in Scotland. Yeah, that's where Lenny, who'll be here tomorrow, that was his last stop. He was doing some commentary. He just went home to Ireland for the weekend. That's why I gave him an extra day to catch up on a few things. Travelling today, and he'll get here tonight. He'll be in the box with me tomorrow. Okay. It's going to be tough, but you never know. Safi comes on. That doesn't help. First one. Just angle down the leg side. Doesn't really swing at all. Cool, Safi. I've got a question. Is anyone's YouTube chat different? I've just noticed that where you normally type, it used to say type here to chat, and today it just says chat. Now, is that because I'm in Switzerland and things are different in Switzerland? Because certain things are different here, like the PowerPoints for a while, for example. It's pretty well bowled. Alton aren't going to mess this up, are they? Tell you what. If you're an Alton fan, you probably still have a few nightmares about that botched 75 chase against Lathbury Lightning. Nanasekaram, though. It's too good to stay quiet for too long. And right on cue, he drop kicks it out of the ground. Maximo Murali Nanasekaram with a big hit, relieving the pressure over the leg side. You can just see he's kind of rocking in. It's in the slot. Not really full, it's not really short, but Nanasekaram times it up perfectly. Takes some of the pressure off, in fact, gets it down below a runner ball required. Yeah, Shrug, of course, as an avid Jersey supporter. I'd say Jersey played really well last week. Let's keep an eye on those games. Of course, know a fair few of those guys really well. Well, now Edge just past the keep. And that is going to run away for 4. So it feels like the game just running away from Vinther, who have kind of hung in there bravely. Have a look here. Keeper gets a bit of a dive on it. Maybe didn't get too much of a spring in the dive. Kurunakaran. But I don't think too many keepers are grabbing that one in European cricket. Sasi Dharan it is bowling here. And then that's pretty well bowled. So, yeah, Srikant's done a pretty good job. Oh, no. What's happened here? Well, something hilarious has happened. And I've got to admit that I missed it. It's been called wide. I wasn't sure it was a wide. But then the ball's gone, and then they've gone to run. But he thought he was yelling, watch out, when he was yelling to run. So everyone took cover. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, so he wants to run, and everyone else thought the ball's coming at their heads. And meanwhile, one fielder knows where it is and then shapes to throw again. Geez, I wish he'd thrown it. All right. This is high, really high. I think it's a chance, and it's taken. Excellent catching. And it's the captain once again stepping up. Glimmer of hope for Winterthur. Manasakaram sends one into the skies, and when it came down, Harsha Deshard, the captain, took it easily enough, but that was not an easy catch. So Murali doesn't quite find too much fluency in this innings. Bit of a one-hit wonder. That was in the air for a long time. Yeah, but Harsha, you can see that he still believes they can turn this around. Manasakaram departs for 10, and it's 54 for 4. 59 for 4, pardon me. New batter coming in, Dion Johnson. Ellsboy asking are the wickets perfectly in line. Well, here's the thing, Ellsboy. You really have to bend your mind a little bit here on day one. Because the pitch has been moving a little bit, they were perfectly in line, and now, because of the surface, this is a temporary pitch. It has been moving a little bit. You can see that. They're going to work hard on nailing it down as much as they can. And yeah, it's certainly provided some entertainment and a few interesting moments so far. So just P1, Dion Johnson off the mark. So anyway, Ellsboy, keep an eye on that as things go on. All right. Maybe someone can tell me why the power plugs are different here in Switzerland. It's the only one in the world, only country that has this particular one. And it's fine. This time I remembered, but I have forgotten before and found myself without a charger. That's to be a no ball. Yeah. Yeah. You see that any ball that hits the edge of the pitch and hits those kind of weights that are holding the pitch down will be called. So there's a bowler. Yeah, you can see him just kind of chastising himself there, Srikant Sasidaran. A free hit. Marathon. He can really swing away at this. I wonder if he'll try something funky. Probably doesn't need to. Just stand there and hit it. Don't worry about hitting it in the air because he can't be caught. What he does, and he goes over the offside. There's nobody back there, and even if there was, it wouldn't have mattered because he's got plenty of it. Maximo! As Alton close in on the chase. Winterthur, though, there's a lot here to be positive about. And so, yeah, Nick saying the bowler knocked off the bails, but I think we'll come back to that in a second. Most of the time, it's actually just moving the pitch. Say occasionally is knocking the bails off with the impact of the bowler's feet. Anyway, yeah, 7 overs down, 67 for 4. Coming up next, we've got Winterthur taking on Power CC. So 2 teams playing their second match in the tournament. Power CC, they're able to chase down 126 against the Nomads in match 2. Winterthur looked like they'll be going into it without a win. News from the toss, Power winning the toss and batting first. So winning on the chase earlier, but they're happy to bat first, and why not? They've got some very good players in there. And their top 5 or 6 look very, very good and already have runs in the series. 8th overtime, 8 required. First ball gets away from the point, and they will get a run because there's a sweeper out there on the boundary. So now that equation, -10. 7 off 17. Alton, I think, will be hoping to finish it off this over. Yeah, Nick, so we had this issue earlier. It happened the first time. The umpire actually called it for a no ball, but then kind of realised that the bowler didn't actually make contact with the stumps. I don't think you can be penalised if you don't actually make contact with the stumps. Right, in the air, and this one will tie the scores. What a shot by Pradeep. And he puts it up in the grandstand. Maximo! Big hit. That was a slower ball. Don't mind the idea. And that's Jagdeep Tuana bowling his second over. I think he knew pretty much straight away That one wasn't coming back, so just one run to win now. And that will be it, I think. So they're going to get it on an overthrow. And so they'll do it with 15 balls to spare. So the game kind of fizzles out in the end, but it was coming alive for a lot of that innings. I think the Winterthur can be really proud of their efforts in the field. If only they could find a few runs. Maybe they went a bit over-aggressive early in their innings. I suppose they'll have the benefit of batting second in the next game, and they'll know exactly what they need to do against Power CC. That game probably slightly delayed, but maybe only about 10 minutes delayed. We'll find out very, very shortly. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights of this chase. 75 required. That's an eerie score for Alton fans. That's a score they failed to achieve against Lasbury Lightning in the ECL earlier this year. And it seemed like there could be a few dramas. Got to say, I like the bowling of Elias Mahmoodi. He's able to get the breakthrough here. He's also able to curve the ball back in pretty viciously at times to the right-handers. Then we had Roshanth Karunamurthy, who has been outstanding this morning out there and has a bit of bad luck for Mahmoodi. And the kind of left-hand, right-hand combination was working nicely. Thirunavukarasu, though, wasn't really able to capture his best form. And then when Roshanth went, you thought, well, maybe it's game on. But I think it was always going to be tough for scoring the 70s to stand up, even despite a good start. Winterthur, got to say, their captain bowled really well, took a good catch there. Harsha Dashani finished with 2 for 6. But this game would only make it to the 8th over. This is what's coming up next, with Winterthur taking on Power CC. And you can see there, Power with a win to start, Winterthur with a loss. But I suppose things can turn around really quickly. Like we saw with Alton, even though they get 2-0 in the end, and they'll be playing in the last game of the day, still didn't have things their own way. And Power looking forward to seeing the Mahmoods go to work, and they'll get the chance to do that in the first half after winning the toss, electing to bat. And let's have a look at the scorecard. 26 for Varathayan ends up leading the scorers as he saw them home without too many dramas. With some nice big hits in there, 3 Maximos and a 4. Apart from that, a few little contributions. Static Zone with 10, Karunamurthy with 10, and Nanasakram with 14. Looking at the bowlers, 2 for 6. Harsha was head and shoulders above his teammates. A great effort from him. Some things to be excited about, I think, for Winterthur fans. Wickets also for Elias Mahmoodi, did some good things. And also saw 1 wicket there for Sasi Dharan. But also, I think, pretty good performance from Karana Gadagi. His 1 over, only going for 6, and he looked like he could be a handy change of pace as well for the men in red. But all red clash actually coming up, because it will be Winterthur continuing their campaign, taking on Power CC in the next match. Don't have a start time for you yet, but if you give me 1 second, I'll tell you that we will be starting in approximately, drum roll please, I'm going to go out and say it'll be 10 minutes, all right? Let's go 10 minutes, give or take, but we'll give you that information as soon as we can. Once again, thanks for everyone's contributions in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Big thank you to everyone, of course, tuning in today on Swissport TV. And, of course, all our regular viewers on Fan Code as well. So I think we will be back in about 10 with the 4th match of the day. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I hope you're enjoying your day so far. We are, and we'll be back after the break with more European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to St Gallen in Switzerland on opening day of this European Cricket Series. Still 2 more matches to go here in the opening day of this ECS. It is the last day of the ECS and the night series in Portugal. Finals night coming up, so still 2 matches to go tonight. So plenty more action here on the network. Special welcome to all of our viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV as well. And if you want to continue on tonight, all you have to do is follow our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Right now, though, it is time for match 4. It's going to be Winterthur, who are taking on Power CC in this one. Rob Kemming, he's over there with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Hello and welcome back. And yeah, you can see that we're just about to go to the coin toss there, but I can give you the information here in match number 4 that it is Winterthur versus Power CC. Power CC, they've won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Why not? You've got the Mahmoods in fine form. So we're almost going to get going. Just got around about 3 minutes until the first ball. But I'll tell you what, right now, it's been very, very entertaining so far. Seen some high-scoring games in the first 2. The third one a little bit lower scoring, to be honest, but still a pretty entertaining game nonetheless. With Alton getting across the line against Winterthur, they end up doing it. With around about 15 balls to spare. So Winterthur go in without a win, actually on 1. This, of course, is prepared before the result of the last game was known. Power CC 1-0. Watch out for their captain, Asad Mahmood. And they've got Osama Mahmood there at the top of the order. Got to say, all the Power CC hitters we saw so far had power. For Winterthur, Kamana Gadagi batted really well for them, but he didn't have a lot of help. They sent Kanaga Sabapathy up to the top of the order, and he swung hard with his 2 deliveries. And he skied the second one. Pierre de Silva as well. He was opening. Tashan is listed there as a batter, but he's a pretty handy bowler, wasn't he? Picking up 2 wickets. He was a real shining light. But I do think that Power CC, on current form anyway, probably go in as favourites. Both these 2 teams, they had a 3-3 record, so very similar stories in the previous ECS back in 2020. From memory, I think Winterthur edged out Power CC on net run rate. Winterthur would then go on to lose their semi-final and then ended up finishing 4th after not managing to win the bronze playoff. So yeah, you can see confirmation there of the toss news. PCC will be batting first. So just a note as well that we are slightly behind schedule, only slightly, 10 minutes behind schedule at the moment because of just some logistical issues at the start of the day with getting the pitch there and getting the pitch in the middle of the field, which is a bit of an operation here. There's a temporary pitch. It takes a lot of work to do that. But anyway, looks like we're almost ready to go. Power CC openers to get us going. But yeah, what a day it's been so far. A few things that actually remind me of that series back in 2020. We had issues with the pitch then, which is very hard to avoid, I think, when it comes down to it. Elias Mahmoodi is going to get us going. Got a feeling that his shirt might actually be a typo. It actually has an F instead of an E, so he looks like Fly Us. You can tell how windy it is by what his hair's doing as well, Mahmoodi. But I tell you what he did do. He was able to bend the ball. Have a look at that. Here's Elias, E-L-Y-A-S, but it says F-L-Y-A-S. Well, he'll want to make the white ball fly here in the power play. He's going to have to deal with the left hand first up. Will be Osama Mahmood to face up. Start of match 4 live from Switzerland. And it could be gone. Should have been gone too. Well, that's a big moment first up. It was pretty much hit straight to Amal Fonseca. Osama Mahmood is such a dangerous hit. It was off the end of the bat. He didn't really have to move, but he did. He kind of went down. Amal would love that one back. And Mahmoodi could have had Mahmood. Just remember that. Osama Mahmood dropped very first ball of the match. That's what Mahmoodi's done so far, just sneaking the ball into the right-hander. I'd like to see him perhaps take a slightly wider approach to angle the ball more outside off and then bring it back. I think a lot of times when he swung the ball, these balls have been missing leg stump. So yeah, they look good, but you're not going to really take a wicket against a right-hander. Having said that, left-hander back on strike now, so his approach is probably fine. Hello to Tariq, who's in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Yeah, so to a left-hander, that's fine. To a left-hander, that's exactly where you want to be. But to a right-hander, you might get lucky. They might back away and back themselves into trouble. But if they're smart, they'll get across. They'll take the wide there. Maybe you ought to glance it away. I've got a question for you guys in the chat. What's been your favourite moment so far with 3 games in, if you've been watching? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Well bowled. This isn't a very good shot from Osama Mahmood. He's right across the line. Yeah, let us know what's been your favourite moment so far. And I'll tell you mine. It can be random. It can be a highlight. It can be anything you like. Something a bit unusual. Probably wide. I like it that they're absolutely sure the ball's dead. This is modern cricket for you. Umpire took 3 or 4 looks to make sure the keeper wasn't going to throw back at the stumps, and that's what's happened over the last few weeks in cricket. I want to say a very special welcome to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV as well today. Oh, full toss, baseballed, and that's out of here. Maximo up in the grandstand. And it's been called a no ball. Yeah, waist high. And so, yeah, you can argue one way or the other, but I think if there's doubt, they normally get called. And Mahmoodi doesn't get it right, he gets pounded. Mahmood gets a free hit as well. Slower ball, I think that's the cutter, which he bowls as a bit of a variation. He still can get out of jail here with a good ball here. You'd be happy if this just goes for 1. It still is a free hit, of course, because that previous free hit was a wide, so it continues to the next delivery. Let me just see what's been going on here. So the 6 was a no ball. So where are we at? So it's gone single, dot, wide, no ball plus 6 wide. So I think they're just clarifying if it was a no ball. It was. And so I think it actually might still be 2 to come, not 1 to come. So that's just what that slight delay is about. It makes sense to try and sort these things out at the time rather than to try and go back while the game's still moving, even though it's a slight inconvenience, but it's a temporary inconvenience. Well, Sada, you've stolen mine straight away. He said that his favourite would have to be the Malia Static Eye catch. I got to say, I agree with you. That was something else. But probably then counterpoint, he dropped maybe the easiest catch of the day. Although I think Amal Fonseca might have given him a run for his money for the first ball of this innings. And just while they sort this out, maybe it's an opportunity to let you guys know what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. Now, of course, we are live in Switzerland on Swiss Sport TV at the moment, but for all our other tournaments, you can always find them on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And so we'll be 2 weeks here in Switzerland, then we'll have 2 weeks in Dresden, we'll have 2 weeks in Krefeld, they're both in Germany, 2 weeks in Rome. So literally 8 weeks today to the start of the ECC. The funny thing there is all those things are in the next 4 weeks. So that is what 4 weeks of cricket looks like on ECN at the moment. And we're not even using separate lines for the ECS and ECIs. So what's that? 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 9 different tournaments that are happening in the next 4 weeks. That will be completed in the next 4 weeks. So stay tuned. It's going to be fantastic viewing. Stay with us. And for all that information, go to EuropeanCricket.com. Particularly excited about the T20 International Women's Cricket that we'll have. That's been something we've been showing a lot more of this year. We've got the Continental Cup this weekend. Rico will be there. Then he'll join me here in Switzerland. We've got the Men's Continental Cup as well in just a couple of weeks. And then we've got T10 and T20 International Cricket from the Netherlands coming up. Netherlands taking on Ireland and then Jersey over the next few weeks. So, yeah, I can tell you that we're actually exactly 8 weeks away now. And if you want to know where we'll be after that, the plan is that we'll go to the place I just mentioned. So Switzerland here for 2, and then we're in Germany for 4 weeks, first in Dresden, then Krefeld, then we're in Rome. So there's 8 weeks until the ECC. And then we'll continue afterwards with another ECS coming straight up after the ECC. So we're in Croatia for 2 weeks, back in Malta for 2 weeks. And the plan is to visit Spain for 4 weeks. So I think they're taking this opportunity also to just have a few running repairs. I got to say, nice to see a few families around as well at the moment. And as far as Verip, just introducing his youngster, I think, to some of his teammates. Always happy to see lots of kids around European cricket. And he's got the colours on as well, doesn't he? Despite being a Lakers top, he's gone for the red and black. We saw Chris Pearce doing some very good work in the Czech series with his academy. All right, still a free hit, by the way, and he does hit it. Flying away. I'm not sure this goes. Might be close. I think he just stops it. And they will get through for 2. It's worth a second look. We'll check it out. He does touch the rope. Oh, actually 1 foot's over the line there. So this is going to be 4. Yeah, you can see it's just landed before, for me anyway. Yeah. It looked like 4 to me, as it is. We're still going in this over. What did you see? Maybe his foot hadn't quite landed before he slapped it back. Maybe. If he throws down, it does go to the fielding side. But I didn't realise that last foot was over the rope. Maybe Vince will catch a break there, regardless. This over might be one of the longest opening overs we've seen because of that technical delay. It goes 10 minutes. But don't worry, they won't all go that long, I hope. This will be the end of the over. And I'm going to say that it is... I'm going to go with 15 without loss after 1. As we get ready for the second over. Now this guy, he was incredible in the last game. Here's the captain, Harsha Dashan, who's coming out to bowl over number 2. They're still trying to work out exactly what went down in that first over. Sardar said he also liked the pull shot by Hassan Ahmed, which went about 40 metres after crossing the boundary. That was big. Everyone else, yeah, let us know what you like so far. I don't mind if you say the fact that we're seeing an unusual pitch. It's just great we're playing cricket here. Like I said, sometimes you can't have everything. And it's a beautiful place to play cricket. You've got the grandstand here. I just hope that one day maybe there is a permanent pitch in here and we can fill the stands. That's what I'd be hoping for. Yeah, Nick just mentioning as well, so many games coming up. Yeah, so many games coming up. In fact, we started the year and we projected we probably go up from about 1,200 matches to about 1,400 to 1,500. It's looking now that we may have over 1,700 matches broadcast this year, which is just next level. So yeah, I think it's just just a technical delay. But yeah, confirmation that we're exactly 8 weeks away from a start in Malaga. And as Corey would say, it means we're only 55 days away from empanadas. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get the crew around there. Although looking at the timings, looks like we might be finishing a bit late there this year. Might be touch and go a few nights. Might have to get the empanadas to come to us. Anyway, Dream 11 European Cricket Championship has grown from 15 countries in the inaugural edition in 2021 to 21 last year. Now 31 countries taking part this year. So I'm super pumped to see a few new countries. And the thing is also, we'll see teams that we've seen in the ECIs. So yeah, Estonia, a new team to the competition. Switzerland, pretty experienced now. What I would say is 8 weeks out, if you perform well in this series, then you give yourself a good chance of being picked for the national team if you're eligible. Remember, they are ICC tournaments, essentially. The same criteria applies. And yeah, apologies once again for this technical delay. So yeah, the fact that the forms is here could directly impact that Swiss squad. Yeah, we probably might see a few roughies coming out of the woodwork. I say biking's pretty popular in this part of the world as well. Yeah, we saw that in the Czech series, didn't we? With Rudaj Magare having a very good series for United, player of the series. A few people having a little sticky beak, and why wouldn't you? It's always great to have more and more people taking an interest. Sada has asked me, am I keeping an eye on the Ashes? Yeah, well, I typically do, but today's been a bit busy being the first day of a new tournament. And so, yeah, that's been a bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it? The Ashes this year. It's good to see people taking interest in cricket, no matter what the format. For me, the Ashes in England is always a special series. It was the first full series that I watched when I first got interested in cricket, back in 1989. Yeah, you can see some of the surrounds here. The football stadium not too far away as well. Yeah, I remember seeing this on TV in 2020. I'd never quite seen anything like it in televised cricket, and now I can say I've never quite seen anything like it live. So here we go. We're back, and it was 14 without loss after the first one. So now we're away, and that's probably going to be a wide as well. Well, the thing with this one is it bounces off the pitch, but it bounces past the pitch. So I don't think it's off the pitch for sideways. And once it's past the stumps, once it bounces past there, then it's just a wide, not no ball. See what it was called here. And finally, we get to have a look at Harshad Ashan. He was such a good performer in that last game for Vince. Really stood up. Just thought they might have lost their bundle, only defending 75, but he took 2 for 6 off his 2 overs. He gets this one. Slightly painful blow for the batter, perhaps. He tries to turn it around the corner. And Wayne thought that might have been Rico parachuting in. Well, yeah, he's He's a character, Rico. I think he's enjoying a few days off. He's busy tying up a few loose ends in Spain, no doubt. Up and in the air. Don't think this is carrying the rope. In fact, it'll kind of plug. And they'll come back for two. Good fielding, but no chance to stop the two. Yeah, Rico is deserving his time off. He did a great job in Portugal, which wraps up tonight with Monday night finals in Portugal. He's just having a bit of extra time off before he's in Romania this weekend for the T20I Women's. And then he'll be here with me in Switzerland. That's a good Yorker. Deshaun certainly looks made for it, doesn't he? He was listed to open the batting, I noticed, but we didn't see Matt till the middle order. Slower ball. It's really clever. I'd say all that. Just got to get his feet sorted out here. Backing away. There's no real reason to do that. Occasionally he's fine, but why is it really difficult to access that one? Wayne in the chat saying the rain might save the English team again. Hopefully it's not raining there at the moment. Keep an eye on it. This is turned around the corner. And this will probably run away for four. It does. So Ula does get his hand through this one. Deshaun, probably a rare bad ball from him, really. Kind of angles in to the hip. Nicely worked away. This will take us to the end of the over. And the score's 21 without loss after two. Early days, of course. But we are seeing four teams here on day one. It means we still have 7 to see. Looking forward to seeing them as the week develops. But right now, Power potentially could leapfrog Alton and go 2-0. Alton we'll see again in the last game of the day, where they'll be taking on Power. So Power can win this. It'll be a top of the table clash, last game of the day. But like I said, very early. Slightly different finals format this time. So normally we do Final 4. We're experimenting in this tournament with Final 5. And not just that, big prize for whoever's up the top. Whoever's up the top goes straight through to the final. The other 4 essentially play off for the right to meet the top team in the final. So they need to win 2 games to get to the final. So the difference between first and second in this format is huge. Absolutely huge. Big swing and a miss first up. This is Jagdeep Tawana. Good strong medium pacer. Maybe a shade above medium pace. Gets it through Mahmood first up. Yeah, I think the little delays here just kind of played havoc with the timing of everyone, to be honest. Both batters just struggling for any momentum through their innings so far. It's well bowled. It's called wide. I feel like this was a bit of a harsh one. Check it out on the replay. So you got the tram line there. It depends, are you judging it at the stumps or are you judging it at the crease? Normally we judge it at the crease. The popping crease. In which case I think it's inside, but I guess that's where the line is. That's a good comeback from Tawana, regardless. With Darren. Sammy in the chat. Hello, Darren. Hopefully you're well. Bit of cloud cover now, so we had a fair bit of sunshine so far. But at the moment, fairly cloudy. It's well bowled. Thick inside edge. I don't think they'll get 2 out of it, just a single. And Power being kept pretty quiet. I think if you can keep a team to around about 100, you're pretty happy. Vintatura, though, we didn't really get to see enough of their top order to know how they're hitting them at the moment. Went uber aggressive first up. They won the toss, elected to bat that previous game. Maybe not a bad thing for them to know exactly how many they're chasing. I mentioned also both these teams have finished on a 3-3 record back in 2020. that Winterthur had a superior net run rate, made it through to the final. So did Cossonay on the same points total on net run rate over Power. This one's handled by Deshan at mid-off, so no run. Yeah, so that series was pretty even, except for Alton winning every game, but then losing the final to the Nomads that had a 4-2 record through the group stage. It was a 7-team tournament, actually. 7 teams played back in 2020, and now we have 11. So that's great. We're seeing some new teams. Oh, I wonder if there's an edge there, because there was a seemed genuine. It didn't really appear like an obvious edge to me. Tijuana doing a good job, but yeah, you can see there from the bowler's reaction. He thinks there's a tickle on this. Yeah, it could have been too. It kind of went up with the keeper and lost his balance. He was going the wrong way. Yeah, again, footwork from Muller not quite right. He's 7 off 10. Has had a hard time in the power play so far. Power, 23 without loss after 3. Matt Hodgson saying there's rain at the Oval. Well, no rain here. Hopefully stays that way. But yeah, it's the reverse step ladder, isn't it, from Power in the power play. 14, 7 and 2. And what a good over that was from Jagdeep Tijuana. Got to say the Ashes these days a bit more competitive than the series I remember growing up. Kind of grew up through the 90s. Yeah, it was often a bit of a non-contest. I think it's certainly getting a lot more people talking now that the series is a coin toss, essentially. Very fascinating time in the history of those two countries. I've been doing a bit of reading recently about the early days of the Ashes and the early days of Test cricket. It's been particularly interesting. Deshan is back for over number 4. He gets hit down the ground, but won't carry. Jagdeep thinks about throwing and then does, but they get through for a single. Yeah, with the whole spirit of cricket debate, I started reading this book called Never a Gentleman's Game by Malcolm Knox. It's a book that's about a decade old now, but it actually digs a bit deeper into the origins of Test cricket and the early days, kind of between the late 1870s and World War I. I've been watching that. I've been reading that, I should say. Pretty interesting. Maybe not what you'd expect. Hits this one into the pitch. It'll just be a single. Yeah, we seem to think in the spirit in the old days, everyone arm in arm. And the spirit of cricket very much alive. But let me tell you, man, all the things you see these days, it wasn't too much different back in the day. And you could argue, actually, it was a lot worse at times. So, yeah, really interesting to scratch the surface on a period that I didn't know too much about. So, Ken, I know you're in the chat right now. Have a look at that book. I reckon you'd enjoy it. It's called Never a Gentleman's Game. I've talked about it a few times over the last couple of weeks. It's a good read, especially about how the first international test tours came about. Now they're known as tests. Even touching a little bit on the Aboriginal Australians tour in the late 1860s, which kind of was the precursor to what would eventually become Test cricket. Hit straight, hit pretty hard, but this outfield will slow it down pretty quickly. Elias Mahmoodi does the fielding. Yeah, of course, Ashes 2-1 at the moment in the 5th test, with the 4th test to draw. It seems like all 3 results possible based on the scorecard I'm seeing at the moment over there in the 5th test. Up in the air, not quite carry to the fielder. Kind of realises early that he wasn't going to get there on the full. Srikant Sasidaran. Gotta say, Winterthur certainly did a good job with the ball, keeping Alton quiet for a while, so I don't think it's a bad thing that they're bowling first here. They did lose the toss, but they're kind of leading with their strength, based on what we've seen so far anyway. Well, that's no ball. That's probably one of the easier calls you have all day. It's about shoulder high. I'm sure there's nothing in this. Deshaun's bowled really well, but this one gets away from him. Maybe just slipped out. Attempted Yorker gone wrong. Yeah, well, there's a little bit of what's around. There's the football stadium. There's the shopping centre. I think the shopping centre is actually underneath the stadium, which is pretty cool as well. So certainly making the most of the space. And we're in kind of a little dip. We're like down the hill a bit from the main stadium and the main road, as you can probably tell from those pictures. So hopefully that fills you in a little bit, Sada. Yeah, clever bowling. Slower ball does him like a dinner. Won't be out anyway because he can't be stumped off a no ball. And so that'll take us to the end of... Well, can't be stumped a free hit, I should say. Takes us to the end of the fourth over. And the score is 28 without loss. Deshaun, another solid couple from him, even though that bean ball got away from him. None for 12 off his 2 overs. Have a look at the run rate. Power not really bringing the power so far. Well, we've got the FBI in the chat. The Federal Bureau of Investigation asking, is it an American broadcast? Well, I don't believe so. We are the European Cricket Network. And so, proudly broadcasting from Switzerland today. And tomorrow, if you missed it, it's actually the National Day of Switzerland, which is a tradition that goes right back to the 13th century. The origins of the nation. And I'm looking forward to that. Someone even said I might be able to get hold of a special shirt for the day. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Andrew Leonard, he's going to come in. And we might even have a few extra spectators here, I'd imagine, because it's a big national holiday here in Switzerland to commemorate that occasion. All right, it's going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be a change of luck because it is Karana Gadagi that comes on with his off spinners. And this one was elevated. But not enough from Safiat Ullah. He's going to go for 9. He could never get going in this innings. Yeah, you can see Shamith comes on. A little bit of turn. Again, change of pace, change of rhythm here. And one thing on this field, you should be able to stick the landing and stop yourself quickly from running back over the rope. So a bit of a frustrating knock there for Safiat, as he's only able to contribute 9 off 13. He's the first wicket to fall. It's 28 for 1. And once again, spin, changing the game. I do think changing your pace, changing your bowlers, and the pace of the bowlers, really important. Nice catch. Held out there. But one door closes, another opens. And this is Virku's coming out in the number 3 spot. Sassi Darren, he's been busy out there so far. Takes a good catch. He might have some more work to do. In fact, no one's fielding this on the field at least. Virk goes bang, Maximal. And you can kind of see why you don't want to let the game drift too much. You've got other batters there. I think sometimes you have to bite the bullet. We do see players retired out, and they didn't do that on this occasion with Safiat being dismissed. But yeah, I do think sometimes you've got to say, is it worth making a tactical switch? Because you see a new player come out and go bang. Virk straight away, 6 off 1. Short, and it sits up nicely. And that one has gone miles. That's into the long cut of the rough. Maximo. Another 6. And this was slammed out of here. That one was just too short. We've seen the odd one get away from Karanagadagi, haven't we? Yeah, so Switzerland, we'll go into it a lot more tomorrow on their national day, of course, but it's a very unique country in that it blends people of several backgrounds, several languages, ethnicities. Cut shot, nicely done, but fielded in the circle. And there's a real sense of national pride that kind of transcends those differences. I think that's what makes it special. I've spent quite a bit of time here. It's my first time here covering cricket for ECN, but I've played here a little bit. Got lots of friends that live here. And tomorrow, 1st of August, is National Day. It's inspired by the date of the Federal Charter of 1291, which they historical record say was in early August. They don't really have a specific date. Wow, that's going to be 6. That's really well hit. Oh, boy. You better watch out in that area. That's crashed into something. Made a bit of a noise. That will be 6 more to the total. Maximo. Sama Mahmood gets swinging. Really good shot. So still 1 to go. And Karana Gadagi is in danger of going magical here. 19 off this over. Does have a wicket. He will go magical because 20 will come off this 5th over. And Power finally starts swinging the bats. Coincidence or not, it happens when they get a bit of fresh blood out there because Vuk has 13 already to his name. And you be careful what you wish for. They get the wicket, but they also get a pounding in the 5th. It's 48 for 1 after 5. You're coming up tonight. Corey Rutgers will be taking you through the action. And within 2 hours of a start there, Gamblers taking on Friendship. Gamblers kind of cruised through the stages. I think 8-2 record from memory. Friendship had to fight for it. And then Marlow will take on the winner of that qualifier later on tonight. So stay tuned. Corey Rutgers will take you through Monday night finals there in Portugal. Here is Srikant Sasidaran to bowl over number 6. And the first one is angled in and it's disappearing. Maximo. Hard guy to bowl to Sama Mahmood because you can see he can hit you over mid-off. Looks very comfortable doing that. But then if you angle in, he's very good at opening up that front side. Even though that one I don't think bounced as much as he thought, but he made the adjustment and still had plenty of power to get it up and over the rope. Gamblers, correct myself, 7-3 record. Marlow 8-2 there. Swing and a miss this time. Sasidaran sneaks in the dot. Sada's got a very good question in the chat. Saying I've visited so many countries. Which one's my favourite apart from Australia? I mean, I do love Australia, but I was very used to it, having spent most of my life there until the last few years. Can I pick a favourite? It's very hard. I tend to favour countries that we spend a lot of time in. So like Spain, for example. I've got to say, I've got a lot of time for Switzerland. There's some beautiful places here. I've played cricket on ice here, which is such a unique experience. Lovely warm people here as well. Some incredible countryside. 50's up. Also, a couple of good balls here from Sasidaran. He's gone 6 ... so far in the 6th. Yeah, so probably... Well, where we just come from, Prague is a very nice city. It's one that I wouldn't have thought of actually visiting unless I was there for cricket. This one is close. It's going to get called a wide. I think the one, I'm wondering if it's off the pitch, but it's bounced after the stumps. But is it even a wide? Probably, yeah. Probably a wide. There's a little hash marks, hard to see. But it's probably gone over the line. All right, takes it on and wins. Maximo. Sama Mahmood has had a pretty good morning with the bat for power, and he's bringing the power. Saw him blast 30 off 17 earlier with 3 big Maximos. Now here he is in match 4. And he's hit 3 bombs again, 25 off 19. Goes after this. Oh, well, it might be a run-out chance. It would have been. Yeah, they might have gotten 2, but I think they're just happy to survive the 1. But this was a definite opportunity to run out Osama Mahmood. And the thing is here with the bowler, he didn't know he had so much time. He really could have set himself, but he kind of threw off balance. It was a throw that never had a chance because it was over the top of the stumps anyway. Even if it was on line, it wasn't going to be a chance for a wicket. Last ball of the over coming up. That's pretty well bowled in the end. So Sasidaran has a bit of everything in that over. Run out chance. Whack for a couple of 6s, a couple of good dots as well. It all happens in ECN. 62 for 1 after 6. Yeah, so sad. I don't really have favourite countries. I think it's like saying favourite children. You know, they all are special in their own way. But maybe you can tell us what countries you like to watch cricket from on ECN. Sakib Ali asking, is Sufyan Chima in the playing side? Yeah, he is. He is listed at number 11, though. Whether he bats there or not, we'll wait and see. All right, Mahmoodi coming back. Oh, slightly slow full toss. He's skied it. He should catch this, and he drops it. Yeah, they could have probably gotten two. He seemed to be dropping because I don't think it was an on-pace delivery. Yeah, I mean, he's a step out there. I think he's coming in. It's probably for me at the crease, it's okay, which means it is a drop catch. So Mahmood gets lucky. Remember, he's dropped very first ball. He's struck the ball really well. He hasn't wasted any time. He's going to get 4 here. So Mahmoodi having a bit of trouble bouncing them at the moment. Another full toss. Going for the Yorker there, the swinging Yorker. Comes up, getting clipped away for 4. Oh, yes. Can't quite find the target. That's the cutter, and it gets picked, and it gets smashed. Goal! If that was a goal, and that would have been right into the back of it. Let's see if we can track this on the camera. Look, they parted literally like the Red Sea here. Red Sea of shirts. Bang! Whatever that's made of, it's pretty solid, because that was a solid hit. Mahmoodi rocked out the cutter. It was too short. Picked and smashed. Virik 23 off 6. Goes again. And he likes it too. Why not? Maximo. Back to back. Power. Took a while for the power to come on, really. But it's been coming thick and fast. Through the middle overs now. It's almost like the wicket has sparked something in this guy, Faraz Virik. He's looked very, very good. What are they on for here? About 120 pace roughly at the moment. I think they got their sights set on more if this partnership continues to develop. It's better bowling. He's trying to roll his fingers on this one to straighten it down the line. So rather than bowl that cutter from over the wicket. To be honest, that's not a bad tactic either. It's just the one that got hit for 6. It was a little bit too short. Gave the batter a good look at it, and it kind of held up in the surface. If you can do that with a full delivery, it's probably pretty effective regardless of whether you're going over the wicket or around. All right, hit straight, but not hit that well. Still well enough. Wow. Yeah, power of this guy. Virik, who's 33 off 9. That seemed to be low on the bat for me. Didn't think with this outfield it would have gone. But yeah, you see, it was low on the bat. Just kept on going. Perfectly placed. And this guy is on fire at the moment. End of the 7th over. It's 83 for 1. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Just an early look. We'll get to see Vettingen, who are making their debut. And we'll also get to see the Zurich Lions. So really looking forward to seeing them as well. Paktun Zalmi, again, another team that we haven't seen before. We have seen the Crickets before, though. So yeah, looking forward to seeing them for the first time. So as far as I can tell there, 3 of those 4 teams are making their debut on the network tomorrow. So we have gone from 7 sides up to 11. And just looking here at the 2020 table, pretty sure all 7 are playing in this series. So we've got 7 established teams in ECS cricket. We have 4 new teams. So it's great to see all 7 teams that played in 2020. They are playing again. Now, I just need to work out who the 11th team are. In fact, it's Geneva, I'm pretty sure. Geneva are the team, the 4th new team in the competition, because we didn't see Geneva back in 2020. There were some issues back then with travel because of the pandemic. So even within country, sometimes traveling within regions wasn't that easy. So that's why I think probably a few teams that should have been in the ECS back in 2020 weren't able to participate. Well, it's hit well enough to be out of the ground. Maximo! As Osama keeps on keeping on his highest score of the day now. It's not the worst ball, but the thing about it is it just allows the batter to drive up and under. It's not really a genuine Yorker. So Jagdeep Tawana back bowling the 8th. Scary thing is, you know who's next? Asad Mahmood, the finisher from the earlier game in game 2. Anyway, right now, this could be a chance. We might see Asad soon, and we will. Osama runs out of luck on 39. He tries to go across the line, a fairly straight delivery. It's the captain down there, Hashad Hashan, who is patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. And not huge celebrations for Ventazura, but they still are pretty happy, I'm sure, to see the back of Osama Mahmood. Still some nice strikes in there. 30 of his 39 runs come in Maximos. Osama Mahmood, not a single 4. And he goes for 39, and the score is 89 for 2. And his ears must have been burning because right on cue is Asad Mahmood. We've hit 22 degrees now. That was the maximum temperature forecast. Got to say the pitch is holding up really well. If you've been watching earlier, there were a few issues with that bowler's end, but it's holding up really well now. All right, well, Asad Mahmood comes in and he drills the first one over the fence. One bounce, ground rule double. That's not an easy one to get. That's in the front row of the grandstand. Maximo! Asad, he came out and set the ground on fire earlier. Chasing 126 for victory against the Nomads. They were a little bit behind at one point, but Asad Mahmood only faced 11 balls. 5 of those were hit for 6. He ended up 32 off 11. And that was a brilliant shot. I think that Jagdeep's going to have to learn you can't just rocket and bowl that kind of a length. And yeah, it'll work sometimes, but I think a lot of these guys are so confident driving down the ground. There's not a lot of bounce in this pitch either. And they're pretty confident getting on the front foot and slamming it. Good genuine Yorker, I think. Try and land that. Can go wrong if you get too full as well, but yeah, I'd say that's been a pretty effective delivery. Once again, there's some length to work with, but this time he finds the fielder. Oh, no ball called here. And my guess is it might have been... Yeah, see, I don't think this is a no ball because he doesn't actually touch the stumps. We'll see it again. Or does he? Does he hit it with his hand? Let's have a look. Oh. Maybe he does, you know. Yeah, he does. Yeah, so good call by the umpire. And it is a no ball. A great spot from our crew at Spring Productions. And so we'll get a free hit. And it will be hit. It's into the gap. And that's just going to carry the line. Maximo. So he doesn't get out of the over in the end. And so, a little bit of everything. Got to say, a bit of the boy who cried wolf about this, but in reverse, because we're so used to the bails maybe being dislodged by the feet. And the first look at that, I thought it wasn't the hand, but it was the hand actually that dislodged the bail. So it's the end of the over, and the score's 103 for 2 off 8. So up at 129 pace now. Got to say, it's a great spot by the umpire, of course. He would have been a bit closer. He would have actually probably heard the bowler's hand flick the stumps. And it doesn't matter how you break the stumps now. There's a bowler, it will be a no ball, which I think is a good rule. It's the Stephen Finn rule, they call it, because he used to do it all the time. Adam Dale, an Australian swing bowler, always used to do that as well, getting really close to the stumps. Used to just be a nothing. So, but it could be quite potentially distracting to the batter, so it's not exactly fair. Most of the time, I don't think it has too much impact on the play. All right, so they're going back to Chamith Karanagadagi. over number 9. About 4 minutes to bowl. It should be okay. Hit straight. Fielder comes around. Can't quite get there. Maximo. Mahmood does it again. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. He's gone 6-1-6 to start his innings. Not the worst ball, really. Maybe slightly over-pitched. Wasn't quite a block hole. And Karanagidagi. See what his tactics are here. So something similar, almost deflects it onto the stumps. Pretty sure the batter was alert to this. Oh, this one is out of the screws. Well, mind your cars, because that one's in the car park. Maximo, the remote. He has a great mixture of technique and brute force in his batting. You can see there, he got in the front foot, he was able to get under it. I think that's the risk at this stage of the innings for the off-spinner. If you're giving him something that's on the up, I think these guys are so confident driving up and out of the ground. I think when he looks back at this, maybe should try a little bit harder to get up in the block hole. Maybe go a bit quicker as well. Good batting, though. He's over the wicket now. And now he's going to get it wrong. So you can see he's trying really hard to stay away from the right-hander. But with this angle, I mean, that's a ball, if it's on the pitch, it might even spin back and won't even be a wide. But, of course, you've got less pitch to work with. Tell you what, from that angle, it looks amazing. Because it actually knocks the bail off. But anyway, it will be a free hit coming up. Oh, no, and he fires it down the leg side. This will be extras. Don't know if, well, they want to come back for 2. Why not? Because he's still on a free hit. He just gets home. The only concern here is getting a bat slide in. I think if you run off the pitch here, you're going to get a bat plug. I reckon. Oh, he doesn't even take the bails. But watch this. I think maybe the foot was in time. But yeah, trying to slide your bat on this, and he might have jackknifed himself. Yeah, this will be wides, but I don't think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, here, there. See, so when the bat plugs, it jams into his leg, his trailing leg, and that can happen. And that's why normally we say you want to be running on the artificial surface. I'm not so sure here, but I don't know what you meant to do then, because if you can't trust the bat slide, and what do? You just try and get a good plonk in. But yeah, you gotta be careful you don't run into the handle of your bat. Right, I think we're still on a free hit here. Thick under edge. I think they'll get 2 if they hustle. Oh, well, it's going to be a tight 2, but they're going to get there. So the other thing is, with the outfield being so lush, when you bounce the ball into the keeper or the bowler, it takes a lot of pace off it. Couple to come then in the 9th. Yeah, that's better. Although, in a sense, Mahmood Yorks himself there because he seemed to be on the march. See, this innings has gone for a while, but remember we had a few delays that weren't the fielding team's fault. So that's why it looks like they'll get away with this, and probably even with their batter tying his shoelace, they'll probably get a slight allowance for this as well. The clock typically is on the money. Yeah, you see it just stopping there for the stoppage. So as long as this isn't a wide or a no ball, I don't think there'll be any issues with time. Well bowled. This one just sneaks across Vierick, who's had his thunder stolen somewhat by his skipper. That's had Mahmood coming out, but I don't think he'll mind because Power in good shape as we get to the end of the over. And I do believe that's the end of the over. And it's 122 for 9. So, interesting little contest here at the moment. Wickets for Tiwana and Karanagidagi so far in this innings. But I'd say Deshaun, for me, still the best of the bowlers. Look at his economy rate. It's none for 12 off 2. Moody's done some good things, but hasn't quite strung a spell together yet today. The real question is, can Winterthur chase? We know that they had some issues in the earlier game, losing early wickets. Maybe a bit over-aggressive, you could argue, although I suppose you look at it in hindsight. If it had worked out, they would have said it was the right amount of aggressive. Maybe we'll see a change in the order. Maybe Karanagudagi might want to open. He was the one guy that looks comfortable out there. He scored 23 off 11 earlier, but they're only able to manage 74 off their 10 overs. That was against Alton. Different opposition, though, as well, to be fair. It's going to be Sussy Durran to bowl over number 10. And they do just get in for time, as expected. Okay. Lights, camera, action. I think this is okay, you know. It's not easy to see at this time of day. But there are little hash marks there on the pitch. I think for me that one pretty comfortably inside. Just making a few adjustments. Once you get to 10th over, you can kind of take as much time as you like. That's just because 10th overs, especially in the second innings, you know, tension goes up. I want to give the players as much time as they like then to get the field right, get the tactics right. It's well bowled. So far, so good. Mahmood, to be honest, looking at how well he hits them, I don't think he needs to charge. I think he should just stay still and smash it. Sometimes players can be too good. See that a little bit and check here. That a guy like Muhammad Ratul is the example I'd use from Bruno. It's the first time we'd seen him. And sometimes he's got 3 or 4 shots and he seemed to pick the most difficult option. Just almost like he was bored with playing more traditional shots. All right. Sussy Durran. So far, so good in the 10th for him. Oh, this will be a no ball, I think. I don't think there's any bat on it. Yeah, well, just watching it. Yeah, this will be a no ball. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and weird. He knocks the bails off. 2 things. You can't be hit wicket off a no ball. And also, I don't think he actually hit his wicket there. He just went near the wickets. Tell you what, I'd be thinking twice about going back, though. So that one was just a bit of outswing for Sussy Durran they didn't plan on. Narrow corridor bowlers are dealing with. So free hit coming up. Fuke. Maybe an outside chance of a half century. That's what I think is going to be called. Probably straight over that tram line. Sussy Durran saying, hey, what am I meant to do here? That was on the pitch. I will say, bowler's end gets 10 out of 10 for me for stability now. It's the keeper's end, which is now occasionally just a little bit all over the place. But I wouldn't say it's improved so much. And I think it'll keep improving over these 2 weeks. Low full toss, drilled. And that's Karanagudagi that does the fielding. Just a single. Yeah, so Winterthur, I think they're keeping it to more or less a par score, maybe a few above. But they'll certainly feel that they can chase this down if their batting clicks. Karan behind the stumps. Oh, another no ball. That always hit the helmet. Oh, jeez. And the bails are down. Oh, this has got everything. Have a look at this. This goes really close. It would have been a no ball and 5 penalty runs. Did it just miss? Didn't hit, did it? Just missed. I mean, lucky that's probably a medium helmet, not a large. Otherwise, that's probably a non-standard 6. It will be a free hit anyway. It's all in the placement. And the free hit is missed. This might be the longest innings ever that doesn't have a time penalty. because it really hasn't been the fielding team's fault, but they did cut it really fine. But we're at 56 minutes. What time does the sun set here again? 2 to come here. Sassi Darren, most things he's done have been really good. There's the off-cutter. I like this last over. I know he's missed his spots a couple of times, but he hasn't gone for the boundary. He hasn't gone to the boundary. 128. Looks like 130 or so will be the chase. Last ball coming up. Tell you what, might have to get the chewing gum on the bails at that end. But I've got to say, bowler's end, much better. Whatever they did at the bowler's end, I think they're going to do it at the keeper's end, and then we'll be sweet. Here's the last ball of the 10. Power, 128 plus this. Oh, Miles, they'll get 2 or it's caught. Take your pick. Keeper wants it, keeper leaves it. They'll get 2. They might get more. There's no one at the keeper's end, but there's a backup fielder. So, well, double or nothing. That was the score on the last ball. They will get 2. They will get 130 off their 10 overs. I think power through the second half of that innings. You look at the splits. It was 48 off the first 5. They get 82 off the second 5. As we roll into the halftime break, we'll have a look at what went down. Osama Mahmood, don't forget, he got dropped off the very first ball of the innings. And then went on to do a pretty good job. He would end up making 39, but had a few lucky moments. Safiat all at the other end, just could not get going though. Eventually, he was caught for 9, but it kind of sparked something, didn't it? Faraz Virat came out like a man possessed, and to be honest, he didn't have too much of the strike down the stretch, considering how long he batted. Kind of robbed of a chance of a half century. He finished 40 not out of 13 balls. This was absolutely cracked and sent everyone scrambling for cover. Elias Mahmoodi, I do like his bowling. I do think just needs to settle on a plan, maybe execute a little bit better. This was the other wicket to fall. Only the 2 fell in the 10 overs as Mahmood went for 39, but he was quickly replaced by Assad. And then they went about smashing the ball all over the place. There's a bit of a chaos finish, to be honest, as Assad did himself an injury there, jackknifing himself on the bat. And then the last ball, keeper calls it, but then I think keeper has second thoughts. Couldn't get there in the end. He said, hey, but he called it. I believe you. And they end up getting 130 even. Faraz Virat leads the scorers with 42 on 15 balls. Came out to hit the ball really well from ball 1. 5 6s and 2 4s in there. Apart from that, 3 6s for Assad Mahmood. And so, 39 for Osama Mahmood. And Assad Mahmood with 22. Nice little cameo. 130. Pretty good score. 18 extras in there. I think we are going to have some of these innings where the extras count runs up a little bit. But wickets for Jagdeep Tawana in there. And Karana Gadagi with his off spinners, though he did get the treatment late in his spell. Desham, once again, for me, he was the best. Doesn't take a wicket, but only goes for 12. Near enough if they're good enough. We'll see if they can swing it a little bit better in this game. 131 will be their victory target. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of this match. Power, 130. And hoping to power themselves to a second victory. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Great to have your company halfway through the fourth match of the day at the moment. And it's time for the chase. And interesting first half. The power seemed like they took a while to get going, but yeah, second half, they swung it. 48 off the first half, 82 off the second, as they end up making 130 exactly after winning the toss and electing to bat first against Winterthur, who struggled a little bit earlier on. They lost to Alton in their first match. That was in match number 3. And really, it was more their batting than their bowling that cost them. I think they actually bowled pretty well. Welcoming all of our viewers, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. And of course, a very warm welcome to our Swiss viewers watching on Swiss Sport TV. Great to have you with us. So, it's a big week here in Switzerland. It's a national day tomorrow as well. It's the national holiday here in Switzerland. 1st of August. Yeah, that's a tradition that dates right back to the 1200s. The cantons came together to form a nation, and it's been celebrated since around the 1890s regularly. So that's going to be a big day, Swiss National Day tomorrow. Looking forward to the celebrations. Two teams proudly sporting the red of Switzerland out there at the moment, Power and Winterthur. Winterthur, can they get something going? Now, Deshan is going to open here. We saw him bat in the middle order. They tried a few things. They tried Kanagasabapathy at the top of the order, and he did swing hard, but didn't hit too many. Karuna Curran, though, it's going to be the keeper to open up. He'll face the first ball. Deshan at the other end. Let's go. It's Asama Mahmood defending 130. First one slides into the pad down the leg side. I'll get through for a leg bite, and we're off. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Great to have you with us. I'm running a little bit behind time because of the few delays we had today. Just first day, these things are bound to happen, especially we haven't been here for 3 years, and ECN cricket has changed a lot in the last 3 years. Pretty well bowled. Might have been a slight slower ball. Check it out in the replay. This was a little variation. Yeah, I think it is. It's kind of like a back spinner. Just takes the pace off. Kind of flicks it out the front of his hand. Clever bowling. Pretty early to do that, mind you. You only get 12 deliveries, I suppose. Now puts the pace on. Now, this is going to be a run out. There's got to be a run out. Surely cannot miss it. In fact, the keeper doesn't have to do anything. Just stand still. So it's going to be Chima that is going to hit the stumps. The keeper was panicking here because if this doesn't hit the stumps, it's probably hitting him in the ankles, and then you've got chaos. But it's a very accurate throw. Didn't have to be. And that is a disastrous start, to say the least. Check it out in the replay. Deshan wants the run. You see, and he's going to be the one that's out. I don't think, that non-striker never moves. And so the captain has to keep on walking. I tell you what, you're brave to turn your back on the captain and go back to your crease. You want to bat for a while now, but Karuna Curran survives. Deshan does not, and it's 1 for 1. Rojas in the chat. Hello, Rojas. Hopefully you're well. He's never seen this sheet pitch before. Yeah, it's basically flat wooden sheets with carpet over the top and then nailed down to the surface. So because of where this ground is, you're not allowed to have a permanent pitch. In fact, you can't even have the pitch overnight. So what happens is in the morning, a lot of people work really hard to put the pitch down. Probably makes it slightly different every day as well. It's pretty well bowled. This is Karuna Gadagi, who's coming out at 3. To be honest, I would have thought of him to open anyway. Obviously, I don't think the plan was for Deshan to get run out for a duck. But Karuna Gadagi, he looked the most comfortable. of the Winterthur batters, so why not get him out there straight away? And he hits this all right. There's long on in place. Of course, just the two outfielders involved in the first 3 overs. One of the things I'm really happy about here, I have probably one of the comfiest chairs I've ever commentated in. I must have hit the jackpot. Lenny, first in best dressed. He'll be with me tomorrow. Last ball, could be more trouble, and it is. Karunakaran goes without scoring now. And Asama Mahmood comes on and gets the desired result. And it's an awful start, really. They don't get much worse, so they basically change their tactics, change their order at the top. Derek is in the building. He's made the trip now to St. Gallen. Of course, if you're new to cricket, a duck is when you get out for 0 and it resembles a duck's egg. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's just cricket tradition. Winterthur. And they changed both openers and they're both gone already and they've both made 0. So, not ideal. But anyway, let's have a look at the golden ball counter. 65 matches since we've seen a golden ball. 2 for 2 after the first, so not looking on at the moment, but you do have Karanagadagi there. And you've got some other guys, they certainly look like they can hit the ball a long way. I like what Julian's saying in the chat. Hello, Julian. Saying if the bowler liked the pitch, he would literally roll it up and take it with him. Well, yeah, the carpet, yeah. The wood, a bit more difficult. You'd have to have a big truck. Karanagadagi, though, for me, he's been the best looking batter so far for Winterthur. He hits this pretty well, goes on the hit. A big throw. But again, these throws are a bit easy to back up as well. And so he gets a single. Fonseca's been sent out a little bit higher as well. So earlier on, opened up with Tandan Sayan, Kanaga Sabapathy, as well as Pio de Silva. Both of them were setting bat speed records early, but they couldn't really make too much contact, unfortunately. So they've been put down to the middle order, and Fonseca's gone up a notch or two. Good Yorker. One striker sent back at the last moment. And Fonseca in the last game. He batted number 7, but he did hit 19 off 14. Having said that, took a little while to get going. At least he does have some runs under his belt. In fact, these two batting right now, they're the only 2 batters that reached double figures earlier on against Dalton. Oh, Yorker again. Fonseca chops down. Gets a single. Fonseca wearing the traditional international man of mystery, 007 on his back. Yes, so Rojas, hopefully that answers your question about the pitch. So let's see how it looks tomorrow. I think there'll be a few improvements as well. All right, full toss. Still no boundaries. Karanagadagi has shown that he can hit the ball a long way. Hit 2 big sixes in his 23 earlier on. Oh, miss hit. Is he going to get lucky? He will not. And it's taken. And Chima's been on fire in the field so far. Fonseca goes for just 1. And it's Safi with the breakthrough. And it's more pain for Winterthur at the moment. The score is 5 for 3. Samsur Safi, I've liked his bowling so far. He was just hoping, is that going to carry to mid-off? Is that going to carry? And it does. And he is pumped up about it. Just lost one hand on the bat. Just a miscue. Probably trying to go over mid-off. We are in the power play, so a bit more value in the air, but you've got to clear the infield. If you don't, there's trouble. 5 for 3. Winterthur once again. They've shuffled the deck, but they have still lost those early wickets. New batter comes to the crease. That's Jagdeep Tawana. He's been pretty good with the ball so far. I've got Ravi in the background. And we're talking about Malia Stanikzai and Raihan Stanikzai of Alton. How's this for a coincidence? They both took 3 for 41 off their 4 overs today, or so far. We'll see in the last game. Yeah, Ravi, good spot. Imagine if they get the same figures in the last game. All right, so Safi successful with a ball to go in his first over. It's the last ball of the second. Trying to hit down to long off by Tuana. It does look like an attacking character. He'll retain the strike, and it's the end of the second now. 6 for 3. That rate started at about 13 and over already. We're kind of talking 15 and a half. Early days on the table, but Winterthur, they go 0-2. That'll be where the Nomads are. Nomads still probably scratching their heads about how they don't walk away with any points from day one. After whacking 152 in the first innings of the day. That got chased down. 8th biggest chase ever on ECN. We've had a few lately. It's got to be more than a coincidence as well. I just think teams are getting better at managing the chase, and just teams across the board, across the whole of Europe, they're scoring quicker. The run rate in this series in 2020 was 9.9 and over. Already, I can tell we're on for more than that. Although Winterthur could probably use some of those runs right now. Some of them are moved to come back. His second over lets himself down the leg side. Eventually knocked down by Baljinder behind the stumps. Baljinder, a bit of a last over hero earlier on for power, getting them across the line against the Nomads. Slow ball, really clever bowling. Sama Mahmood, clever customer. Just have a look at this variation. See, it's that one I think where he kind of grunts as well, but comes out the front of the hand. It's just probably 20% slower. Goes up and goes over and goes 6. Maximo! Tuana gets his first blow away in anger, and he'll like that. He wasn't able to get a boundary before, but this shows that he's just got some good, easy power about him. That one crashes into the grandstand. Good shot. Wants to do the same again, but this time he gets York, but he gets lucky, gets a French cut. This will be a single. Of course, French is one of the 4 official languages of Switzerland. German, Italian, French, and Romansh are all spoken. Fair bit of English is spoken as well here. I have to say that. I get by it. The German is probably the most widely spoken. Depends on the area, though, that you're in. And Swiss German's slightly different from German spoken in Germany. All right, in the air. This one should be another one. And guess who? Oh, Chima running hot. Sufyan Chima. 2 catches and a run out. And this guy's going to get leather poisoning if it keeps up this way. Again, off the end of the bat. And that is a big wicket, isn't it? Because they've relied a lot on this man to get them going in this innings. And now he's gone. Shamith Karanagadagi out for 3 off 5 deliveries. It's 14 for 4. Oh, tell you what, if there's one man to rescue me in any situation, this is who I'm picking. Pio de Silva. He's coming out, and absolutely anything is possible with this man out there. Pio is built for power. The P may stand for power. I know he's playing against the power, and he's bringing his own power, I think. I really want to see this guy middle one. He's commanding at the crease. All right. When he gets a slow ball first up, I think with the Summer Mahmood, he's a crafty character. He says, I'm going to give you something you might not expect first up, and that's that slow ball again. It doesn't surprise me that Pio's disturbed the bails there. They might need to get someone else to fix them up, because if his first step away, he's probably knocking them over most of the time. Not really in the picture at the moment, are they? Vintadur. Carefully plays this one away into the power play. It's certainly a win for the power, as Vintadur are 14 for 4 after 3. Beautiful day here. A few fluffy clouds. Sun's out again. 22 right now. Beautiful time of the year in Europe. And here there's a nice mix of the warmth. But it's not too warm. Have a look at that second half. You can see how they turn things around. In fact, if you want to take it to those 5 overs between 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they actually score 94 runs in that period, in a 5-over period. So 188 pace. Really able to get moving in the middle overs. Change of bowling now, and this is going to be Abdul Rana to bowl over number 4. All right, so it's in the air. Is this hanging for long enough? It does. Great effort from Faraz Virak. Can't quite hold on in the end. Yeah, up, and a chance goes down. This is not down too long on, just the one. This one just on the pitch, but it's not on the field for very long, because Tijuana goes Maximo. What a shot. That's to hit him out of trouble. I know a lot of people were looking forward to seeing Jagdeep bat. And what I like about this shot, he goes with the line of the ball. It's outside off, so that's where he hits it. So Rana just giving a bit too much width that time. All right, miscue, but he'll get away with this. Tawana moves to 16, and he's going at a decent pace, but that run rate required quickly creeping towards the point of no return. Shot. Blast through one fielder, though. I do think he gets a piece of it. De Silva, that's a good shot. I reckon he can bat. That's why they had him up the top. Now, got him in the middle order. It's a tough task. Nice ball, the over. Not going too far. Rana goes for 10 in the 4th. Winter needed more than that, as the score is 24 for 4 after 4. Looking at this ground once again. It's a really unique and special place to play cricket. Unfortunately for Vintatur, this was the low point of the run rate for power, and they're still trailing. Although I suppose you could say they are tracking in the right direction. One of the issues is the further you go into the innings, the harder it is to bend that worm, because it's the average run rate to that point. Farid Ahmed is going to bowl over number 5. And here we go. Well, De Silva is in session. This is back to the wall and out of here. Maximo. Some uninvited fielding practice for his Winterthur teammates. Having a look at this. He just opens up that front leg, gets pretty front on and just muscles it up. Yeah, that one sent them scrambling. Another Red Sea parts. Good start to the over. We need a partnership. Both these two can clear the boundaries. Would be dramatic, but dramatic things happen here on ECN. James had a question in the chat. Hello, James, watching from Estonia. How's the ground been playing? I mentioned a concern over its softness. It wasn't really a concern. The only concern was the ball wouldn't be racing to the boundary that quickly. It's actually beautiful to field on. You can actually, we've never probably seen a ground this beautiful to field on, because it's just like a pool table, really. You can see a mixture of the young and the old around. Good old-fashioned stick fight. I love to see that. Place for people to come together, have some fun. This one gets on him pretty quickly. If he hits, he might be in trouble. He would have been in big trouble. And fee, fi, fo, fum. Pio was coming, but not in time. I think he knew this one hits, he's gone by a step. Big swing and a miss from Tuana this time. Yeah, Dave's asking about the width of the pitch, but I mean, you've got to realise that yes, the materials that they are using here, you know, the wood probably comes at a certain width. The carpet probably comes at a certain width. It's an improvised solution, essentially. Solutions we can play at this ground, which is a fantastic stadium. Oh, shot! That's one of the shots of the day. And Jagdeep goes large. Maximo! Well, if you don't mind, lights, camera, action for Jagdeep. Check it out again. Gets outside the off stump. Oh, just helps it and gives it a little bit of a tap on the way. What a shot. That one will make the highlight reels. It's a shot of the match so far. Brilliant batting from Tuana. And Jagdeep taking matters into his own hands. Farid off 13. They need about 18 and over. Can they get it here? Oh, they won't get any more here. So I suppose, you know, when you've got a big problem, which I suppose this is a big problem, they need over 3 a ball now, so just breached the point of no return. I suppose all you can do is try and get 18 off the over in front of you, then try and repeat it as many times as you can. Magical over might bring that down a bit. I think this is okay. It's a surprise bouncer to finish the over. So just 13 come off it. I say just. Yeah. Nose high. And it is the end of the over. It's 37 for 4. Corey Ruckers, he's been messaging me a little bit. He says that he's really enjoying the cricket right now, and he's standing by. Within an hour, it will be time for finals night in the ECSN in Portugal. Night 14. Been a great couple of weeks over there. Gamblers Friendship, 2 versus 3, playing for the right to play Marlow in the final. So yeah, not starting very soon, but the final's not starting straight after the qualifier. There's a little bit of a gap between the two to allow the toss to be done and the teams to prepare. Another great night series there at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium in Coimbra. 3rd time we've been there. Gamblers, of course, previous champions. Whoa! Well, Pio's a big target, and he was under fire there. Well, this will be a rare no ball +4 buys. And there's the no ball signal. There's the buy signal, and then there's 4 run signal. A bit harsh on the keeper, to be honest. You can understand why he wasn't really thrilled to get behind that. So free hit coming up. And Pio is going to get the free hit at least. But that was a loose one, to say the least, from Umar Ali. There's nothing intentional in that. All right, so it'll be a first warning for a high full delivery. Anyway, hopefully that was just a loose. No, here's a free hit coming up. Oh, he sneaks it in. He can't be out that way, but maybe they could have run. Still, I think that Pio's thinking more about blasting balls into the car park than running quick singles at this stage. So it does seem that this is about a bit out of reach, this chase, but still, if they can even get to something reasonable, even say 100, at least they save the net run rate a little bit. So avoids damage on the free hit. And now he knocks him over. And Osama Ali, well, he might want to take a wide berth around Pio. He'll be annoyed with himself because the free hit the ball before. This would have been fine, but this one was straight. He tried to hit it out of the ground. And Umar hits the target. First one was really wild, but this, I think, is more where he wants to live. Crashes into the leg stump. And Pio disappointed. Well, we do see a taste of his power. His 6 was a really well-struck shot. But he will be the 5th wicket to fall here in the 6th over. It's 42 for 5. This is another guy that came out and he did hit the ball. He didn't hit the ball great, but he did look like he wanted to hit the ball very hard. This is Tanan Sayan Kanagasabapathy. Comes out at 7. Yes, say hello to all the chatters as well. I know we've had a few lurkers as well. If you are a lurker, now is a good time to say hello. Andrew Leonard will be joining me from tomorrow. Rico will be joining me next week as well as we get through this 2-week series. Hello to Siraj. He's watching from Austria, saying buongiorno, fellas. Oh, are you in Italy, are you, Siraj? Well bowled by Umar Ali. Yeah, Siraj, how's things? I saw Siraj playing earlier in the ECS calendar for Vienna CC. Back in that series in Austria. Yeah, Siraj, it's been an interesting day so far. I do think we'll probably see a few improvements for day 2. But, I mean, you never know till you get out there. You've got to realise this is the first day crew we've had here since the 26th of June 2020. I just think it's really great that we get to use this facility. I wonder how it'll be when the French fast bowling battery are running in on this. Not this weekend, but next weekend. In the air. Fielder back there will make the stop, but Kanagasabapathy is off the mark. His first run of the series. Nice moment for him. Quick Ashes update. Where are we at with that? Still raining. Looks like it's still raining there. This one goes through everybody. Between the body and the stumps. Probably the pre-movement there. Bail's coming off. It has been a bit of an issue. It seems to have been sorted at the bowler's end now. So I think if they can do something similar at the keeper's end. But yeah, Julian has a good point as well because they have to take the pitch away every night. Also limits the size. You think of storage, things like that. One thing they also said is that as we get to the end of the over, I think that will be the end of the over. It's 44 for 5. Is that the pitch often gets better as the day goes on because it's rolled up. The carpet's rolled up. It can flatten out as the day goes on. And you probably would say that because as far as the ball bouncing, it's actually played pretty well. Whereas earlier in the day, in game 1, we had a couple that really bounced low. The rest of the day, it's been pretty good. Bit of a curse of the openers so far, unfortunately, for Winterthur in their innings. Their openers today, across the 2 games, have scored 0, 2, 0, and 0. That's not an ideal start to any innings. This is pitched up and it's hit pretty well. That's going to fly. That's on the roof. That's the roofer. Maximo. And Jagdeep, he's one guy. A lot of people were keen to see him bat. That one disappears. And what a shot. Looks like they've abandoned the bails at the keeper's end right now. 50's up. One maybe just sneaks in. Again, it's a little bit more fluid, I think. You can kind of see the wide line there. It's kind of more in than out, that one. I think most of the day that hasn't been called a wide. Yeah, it goes short. Yeah, we have seen the bouncer used. It's not a bad tactic, actually. Certainly a bit of a surprise ball. Oh, pitches up and Tuana gets hold of him. Maximo. Good shot. This is Fazal Amin Razak who's bowling now. I suppose it's kind of in that middle length, isn't it? Big swing and miss this time. Tuana. It's been good though. Hello to Trip, Mr. Kitty Denny. Trip and Denny. Very good to see you in the chat watching from America. Hopefully you're well. And got viewers all around the world tuning in, of course, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as those watching on Fancode in the subcontinent. Also, Swiss Sport TV. I think he actually hits this, but it doesn't carry to the keeper. That'll be the end of the 7th over. And the score is 56 for 5, so it doesn't look like Winterthur will have too much luck here. Power will get to play again in the last game of the day against Alton. That's shaping up to be a really good game, isn't it? And it was meant to start in 8 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen. But stay tuned. News from the toss. Power CC winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So Alton, they won't be chasing this time. They'll be batting first. I wonder if you go with Stanek Zai at the top, maybe Stanek Zai, or do you bat him in the middle, maybe push Nanasekar him up. Looking at Power, you've got Canado Fletcher into the lineup for the first time today. They probably work commitments keeping him out of the morning session, but Canado is a guy We saw playing for Switzerland, doing a really good job earlier in the series. So that game will be a delayed start. We'll let you know when it will be. So the most likely starting time will be in about 20 minutes. Okay. Time for over number 8. This is up. It's in the air. Fielder comes in, takes the catch. I've got to say the catching today has been very, very good. So Sama Mahmood out there. Umar Ali comes back. And for a guy who bowled a big beanball first ball, the rest has been pretty on the money. Disappointment for Kanaga Sapapati. I think picks the slower ball, but doesn't really time it. He's not trying to hit the ball in that direction, but that's where it ends up. And so a score now, 56 for 6. This will bring Srikanth Sasidaran to the crease. I'd say that Srikanth bowled pretty well so far today. See a shot there of the grandstand. It's pretty well bowled. Up in the block hole. So Trip saying he's got today and tomorrow off, so he'll be stuck in the chair watching ECN. Well, that's good to hear. Or is that you, Kitty? Who's behind the account there? Nice to see the chatters coming out in force. Oh, if he hasn't hit that, he's gone. But he must have hit it. And they're just kind of showing the bat. I kind of believe him. I thought I heard a double noise. Yeah, in fact, it's never hit the pad. Yeah, maybe hit. Yeah, he did hit it with a foot, but it was a big bottom edge. Just making sure the umpire saw it. So, yeah, fair enough. It's all about how close can they get now, Vintatur. Any thoughts of an actual win are gone. Oh, this is asking for trouble. He's going to get it. Maximo. Slight slow ball, I think, from Umar Ali. This pitch isn't that pacey. So if it's even a fraction short, the batter can adjust. And hit it over the leg side. That's exactly what happened there. Hello to Kroom. Hopefully you're well. Says he doesn't have the sound up. So there says they're playing Thrompton in Nottingham today. Lovely ground. Because you can't hear me, Kroom. I'll write your message in the chat. All right, this is hit, and it's hit really well. Grandstand, roof. Well, that's the only question sometimes with these hits. Is it grandstand or roof? Well, that one was roof. And like I said, I don't really know where the balls go when they go on the roof. Because I just hear a lot of bangs, and then one final bang, and that's it. To 1 and to 47. Nice ball, the 8th coming up. Well, still coming up. I will say they've done a really good job with that bowler's end of getting it down. We haven't seen too much movement at all at that end. Keeper's end obviously still a bit of an issue, but they're things I'm sure, if not after this match, definitely before tomorrow's play, we should see ironed out a little bit. No pun intended. All right, that's a big hit as well. And what a shot by Tawana. And he brings up his 50. What a nice moment for him as well. Jagdeep Tawana, 53 off 23 balls. And he's come out and he's bossed it. Big raps on him. And yeah, that's a nice moment for Jagdeep. He's batted really well. It's his first time playing cricket on the European Cricket Network today. He's looked maybe a bit like the missing link. Have a look at that. A lot of good hits straight, and then a couple where he's just kind of turned on them leg side. Hitting 8 big sixes in his 53. So just think of that. 48 of the 53 runs he scored are in sixes. So, end of the over, 75 for 6. Sussie Durham will take strike. Fazal Amin Razak will be the bowler. What happens in the ninth? That's a pretty good pull shot. Genuine pull shot. Nails it into the gap. That's 4. Good batting by Sassi. A genuine pull shot. See that up the tiptoes. Did well to kind of keep it down. But really, it was all about the placement. Razak tries out the short stuff and loses. 11 to come in this game. This one should be fielded. Haven't really seen a Tortuga, and I don't think we will see a Tortuga, to be honest. This field is about as flat as you can get. A little bit spongy, but that just slows the ball down. So comfortable to field on. Even diving and things like that. Very comfortable service to land. It's almost like diving on a pillow, I think. Oh, yeah, watch this one. Has this one come back and bowled him off the edge of the pitch? I think it has. Just check it out. Well bowled. That's crazy. That's exactly why it's a no ball, not a wide. Because you can't call a ball a wide if it hits the stumps. Oh, ball of the century, you saw it right here. Now, free hit is missed. You see it all here on the European Cricket Network. Dave's pointed out that some of the celebrations on the 50 were not actually by Tijuana at all. That was a celebration or just a message. Couple to come here in the ninth. I think it'll be okay for time. Oh, that's hit pretty well as well. Tijuana opens his shoulders and gets 6 more. Maximo. So Tijuana, what number did he bat in this innings? He didn't see him for a while. He batted 5. And to give you a sense of proportion, the top 4 above him scored 4 between them. I don't mind Winterthur kind of mix and matching their batting until they find something that works. But maybe Tijuana's the guy you put at the top. Maybe put him with Karana Gadagi. Put the guys in form at the top if you're in doubt. Anyway, this time it's in the air. It's going to be another 6, I think it is. Maximo. Tijuana. He's really enjoying himself out there, even though I think it'll be a lost cause. But he's getting Winterthur a little bit closer than they would have gotten otherwise. Yeah, so for me, what's my order? If I had to make it, as we get to the end of the over, 93 for 6 after 9. My order, I might stick with Deshaun at the top. He got run out, and so you don't really know too much about how he's going yet. But I might go Deshaun and Karana Gadagi 1 and 2, and then I'd go Tijuana 3, and then you can shuffle the middle order 4, 5, 6, however you like. But I think getting that top order right's the real key to Winterthur moving forward. And if in doubt, get the guys who are scoring runs up there and just gamble that they'll get you that partnership. Why wait for wickets until you bring them together? Anyway, this is turned away. Nice little leg glance, and this will be 4. So it's Asad Mahmood. He'll just get the 1 over in this innings. First ball, full toss on leg stump, turned away for a boundary. Sassi Durham has moved to double figures. It was probably a wide. Yeah. Comes in a bit, but I think, again, it comes down to where you're judging the wides. Normally we judge them at the popping crease, but the hash mark's actually on the line of the stumps. So again, we'll get some clarification on these things tomorrow. It is a Monday after all. Wow. Strike. There's a no ball. Just a little high there from Mahmood. If you thought Umar Ali's one was high, this is even higher. Nothing intentional, I'm sure. I just think it's maybe a variation gone wrong. Free hit coming up. Well, this is hit, and it's a free hit, so you just need to keep it in. He doesn't. So Maximo, 6 runs. Samsul Safi out there. Again, the catch didn't really matter. It's just a matter of trying to keep it to 1. You can see they're close to the face. So, yeah, the 100s come up now for Winterthur. Sassi Darren gets 6. This game, not too long to go. And a few people reminding me, getting messages coming in, and yeah, I do remember that Tawana, sometimes known as Boom Boom Vicky, edged, and this will be gone. And yeah, quick to walk. 50 partnership came up there actually, just 16 balls. But it is over now. Tawana, really good innings from him. And yeah, he enjoyed himself out there. Why wouldn't he? Did a really good job. But he's going to have to go now. It's the 7th wicket to fall, but the score will be looking a lot worse without him. Nice moment for him as well in the European Cricket Series. He departs for 65 off just 29 balls. And of those 65, 60 were in sixes, 10 sixes, not even a single 4 in there for Jagdeep. So Randy Duplessis, his new batter. Well, he's looking pretty cool. Just kept the cap and sunglasses on. Might have just come from the beach. Hard to find a beach in Switzerland, being a landlocked country. But there are some places to swim. A few nice lakes around. Up in the air and out of here. Well, there you go, Duplessis. He doesn't just look cool, he bats cool too. Maximo. You know, they're going to get so close to this in the end. Well, they are close to this. I don't think they can win, but it looked like it was going to be an absolute mauling. They got themselves up now to 112. So, I mean, you don't think you're going to get 19 in a ball, but it's not a bad effort. I'll extend it a little bit further. I've got some information coming in, and we will have a delay. Of course, we'll have a delay because the 5th match should have started 6 minutes ago. But we should start at 5:05 local, which is 8:35 in India. It's 9:05 p.m. in Bangladesh. So we'll be starting in approximately 14 minutes from now. That last game of the day. And this will do it. So Duplessis, I liked his 6, and he couldn't really do too much else. And the final score, Power CC 130, Winterthur 113, 17 runs between them. Pretty good fight back from Winterthur. I think, you know, each team gets 10 matches. At least they're working towards their order, I think, based on who's scoring runs, who's looking good. This is what's coming up next, and you can see that Alton going to try and make it 3 in a row. That will take on Power, who are also undefeated. So one team will top the table at the end of the day. We'll find out which one that will be when we return in about 10 minutes. Let's roll into the highlights then as we look at the chase. And once again, did not go well, did it? The way things were looking early. And you know, when you send yourself to the top of the order, this is your worst nightmare. As the captain was run out. It was an unnecessary direct hit in the end. But it was the end of Harsha Deshan. And then the wickets just kept on tumbling. Chima, he was in the action, wasn't he, early? As he was able to take 2 catches and a run out. But also some big hits. The problem was, they lost Karana Gadagi. He was probably their best hitter, well, definitely the best hitter in the last game. And then we saw a wild one from Umar Ali, but then he got right back on target. He got Pio. He did hit one big shot. And I suppose they were so far behind, they needed someone to step up for them. And then, boom, boom, Vicky turns up and goes bang. And, yeah, Dan Weston, the robot, whoever's behind it today, saying that Boom Boom played in the last St. Gallen also back on German Cricket TV in the days. And, yeah, see that he certainly looked pretty comfortable out there once he got going. 10 6 in his 65 before he had to go. But, yeah, he scores well over half the runs in this innings. And he gets Winterthur to a reasonably decent score in the end, 113. I think around 120, 125 might be the par when all's said and done. Dust still needs to settle, though. As we look at the scorecard, and like I said, the 4 opening batters today for Winterthur scored 2 runs between them, so that's an issue. Tijuana was 65 or 29 with 10 big maximos. Sassy Darren gave him some company at the end. 17 not out from him. And then Randy came in and whacked a big 6 first ball. 2 firsts for Osama Mahmood and Umar Ali. Singles for Samsur Safi and Asad Mahmood. As Powell make it 2 in a row. So the 2 undefeated teams will go head-to-head in the last game of the day. We're only 10 minutes away from a start, so I'm going to get out of here for now. Back after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the wonderful Grundemus Stadium here in St. Gallen, Switzerland, about an hour outside of Zurich. And we've really enjoyed opening day here. It's thrown up a few surprises, to say the least. And now we're heading into the last game of the day. And this is shaping up to be a good one between two teams that have not experienced defeat yet. That won't be the case after this one. It will be Alton, who are taking on Power CC in the last game of the day. A little bit earlier, Rob Kemming was with two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call. Yes. Heads. Heads is cool. It is heads. We're going to bowl first. You're going to bowl first. Thank you.
I'm loving that from Asad Mahmood as well, who wins the toss for Power CC. Says he wants to bowl. That means Alton will have to bat first for the first time today. Both these teams with 2 wins so far. Power, they haven't registered that on the dashboard yet because they just brought up their second win just moments ago, but a 2-0 record for both. Whoever is able to win this, they will be the top of the table after day one. Canado Fletcher, a big in for Power CC. They aren't going to bowl first, though. They will be on the chase. Alton, like I said, they have chased twice, and they've chased successfully, although the first was a lot more convincing. They actually chased down 153 in the first game of the tournament. 8th best chase ever on ECN lifetime. And they dribbled to the target of 75 against Winterthur in game 3. But lots of quality on both sides. I think this is going to be the game of the day. If the first one wasn't, which it probably was, if anyone's going to beat it, it'll be this one. Because the first game of the day was actually the final rematch from 2020. So, yeah, final pitch inspection there. And, yeah, if you just joined us, it is slightly different here. It's a temporary pitch every day because there's football coming up. There's actually a Swiss Cup match, football match on about a week after we finished here. So that's why we have to keep picking up the pitch every night. So I think it's actually played pretty well. The issues are just the stability at the ends. You can see the guys running in. A lot of force goes down the delivery stride, even the batters when they're playing their strokes. It's sometimes causing some vibrations. Not surprised, if I'm honest. So Alton batting first. I wonder what their order's going to be in the ECL when we see Alton. And Alton, the only club from Switzerland we've ever seen in the ECL. Switzerland joined the competition in 2022. And, of course, this year in 2023. Alton came both times as the T10 champions of Switzerland. And, yeah, they're going to stick with what's been working so far. Malia Stanikzai out there with Yasutara and Thuruna Vukarasu. Stanikzai is a guy we typically saw in the middle order for Alton in the ECL. So I think they like him at the top. Maybe like him in the power play. Does have all the shots. So wealth of riches really to choose from. And this looks like it'll be Summer Mahmood to get us going. And he was pretty good in that last game, taking 2 for 9 of his 2 overs, including wicket in his first over. There's also a disastrous run out in his first over as well. Anyway, here we go. Game 5 live from Switzerland. It's going to start with not out decision. There may have been a little noise there. Got to say, just didn't feel right for me. Batter didn't seem too concerned. Keeper needs some aiming practice. Aljinder Singh somehow missed the stumps. That's in vogue at the moment. Swing and miss again. So I can start this from Mahmood. It's aces versus aces. A few people enjoyed watching Boom Boom Vicky go to town in the last game. Yeah, clever bowling. You see that slower ball? Just rolls it to the right. Stanixai eats 4 dots, and that's not really what he's been set up the order to do. Of course, we're heavily into the domestic season now. Probably past the halfway point, I'd imagine, domestically. So obviously, I think that's something they've been doing here. Having Malia open up in the short form. Certainly is an exciting play to watch. Took one of the catches of the season earlier today as well. Also dropped one of the easiest catches of the season, but that's another story. Now we've got a mix-up. Got to hit him. Misses. We've seen a lot of direct hits today. There was one from Chima in the last game. Knocked away, and then I don't think he's getting back here, Yasso. Yeah, he would have been out. Didn't get the bat down. It's pretty hard to slide the bat on that grass. Another dot ball. That's a maiden. What an over. If you told me that Stanixai is going to eat a maiden, I would have said, forget it. And Mahmood, well, he's celebrating like he scored a century after that. And he said, yeah, unhittable, saying to his teammates. See, that's how you do it. As we get to the end of the first over. No score and no wickets off the first over. Pretty rare. Cricket coming thick and fast. This is just the next 4 weeks as well. We've got the ECS and the ECI here. So we'll have France, Luxembourg and the hosts, Switzerland, going head-to-head in that 10-over tri-series, international tri-series on the 12th and 13th of August. But before that, we'll have the Continental Cup for women in Romania. And that'll be 3 teams over there. Then we're moving to Dresden 2 weeks today. Start there. I'll be sitting that one out, but Rico Fool will be there with Charlie Hunt. And then plenty of T20 and 10-over cricket to come. International cricket throughout the month of August, which is tomorrow, believe it or not. Okay, well, here's Hurricane Canado. He's going to bowl over number 2. Time to rock and roll. And Canado's a guy we saw playing for Switzerland in the recent T20 International Series, the Valletta Cup. Big left armer. Hits the ball a long way as well. Didn't really get to see him bat. I don't think he batted at all in that series. But yeah, Canado is a real character. Enjoyed watching him back in 2020 and even more recently. And he gets the first 2, whistling past the bat. Well, that's 8 dot balls to start us off. Alton are grounded. I think it's Fletcher. He's just going to keep doing that. If you're a fan of donuts, you like the score right now. None for none. Make that none for none off 9. I got a feeling, back in my mind, I think 10 is the most balls I've ever seen before a run is scored. I think we might be on pace here. Probably jinxed it by saying it out loud. And I'm pretty sure that was when some wickets fell. I don't think I've ever seen a none for none off 9. Canado just keeps doing the same thing. It's getting dramatic. You always got to jump across. You know where it's going to be. Ruined it. And probably close. Maybe he's got a finger on that because he slows it down. And I'll get 1. So, there you go. 9 dot balls. And they're genuine dots. No wickets in there. Before we get going, Canado, you can see there, he's built for speed and power. We got K Ness in Gibraltar, Kenway Nesta. We got the K Fletch right here. Wow, okay. Well, we haven't seen too many runs. That'll make up for it. That is a roofer in the first degree. That was straight, it was high. And I hope whatever's holding that roof up is strong, because that one is smashing the tiles. What a shot. We are back, baby. Stanic's eye off the mark. Aiden Maiden in over one, but first ball to Fletcher. He gets off Fletcher, disappears, and will not be found. Oh, yeah. Bites back. And just occasionally, Stanic's eye has been troubled by the ball coming back into him. You see, he wants to go straight at all costs. Doesn't really want to hit across the ball. He's just frustrated. And he can't catch up with that. So 7 dots out of 8, but he does hit a ball on the roof, which is always a good feeling as we get to the end of the over here. And look at the table, 2-0. Two sides, Alton and Power CC. Got Vincentura and Nomads without any wins on day one. That's the big story, really. Nomads make 152 and lose the first match, and then they go down to Power in match 2. So the defending champions stuck at the bottom of the table. And so 7 without loss after 2. We've had a single, a 6, and 10 dots. It is the last game of the day, so I will say it's always a good time for random questions. We're in last game now. Off the pads. Oh, yeah, they're going to throw. I think this would have been really tight. Really tight, actually. Just was ball watching. Yeah, he was gone. I still haven't quite worked out what the strategy is for grounding your bat, because this is the worst surface to try and ground your bat. It will just jam unless you can kind of get it a good, like, flat slide. Get your bat flat. In the air, I think this is running for 6, and it will. Maximo! Stanic's eye, now the owner of 7 dot balls and 2 Maximos. That adds up to 12 off 9. See how Stanic's eye tends to like to go inside out or straight, but he will occasionally like whip a helicopter shot across. But to do that, he's got to get his hands out in front. What a day's cricket. And there's plenty more to come from St. Gallen over the next 2 weeks. This is going to be a wide. Just bounces off the keeper, Baljenda. It'll be 2 wides. It changes the strike through to Vurukarasu. It's almost like a perfect storm of both openers just not being in touch at the same time. Now, Stanic's eye has whacked a couple away, but also you got to hand it to the bowlers. Mahmood bowled a maiden in the first over, so no surprise that he comes back straight away. He's had the better of these openers that can take the game away from you pretty quickly as well. Well, I think I heard a wait. And I think it's going to be called a dead ball. And I think that is because the bail came off. But and Canado is just rocked up at the ground saying, hey, doesn't that kill the play? But if you've been watching today, I mean, normally that would be the case. But because it's happened so frequently today, we've just kind of been saying play on. But on that occasion, because Fletcher said, wait, they will kill the play, so that ball won't count. Ah, there we go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Get the hands out in front. It's actually through to Vukarasu, though. That does the damage. Now he's away. Maximo! And when you add this up, it's a fairly normal-looking power play. But there's nothing that normal about it. It started with a maiden and a half. So all those 22 runs, they've actually come in the last 6 balls. Yeah, so first 9 balls go for 0. The last 6 have gone for 22. They have survived, that's the thing. Now a little bit short. Fielder should cover this. Tell you what, on other grounds, that can bounce over your head or almost take your head off. Here, it is a very comfortable one-bounce take. These players don't know how lucky they are in some respects. It's like, would you like unorthodox pitch, perfect outfield, or would you like perfect pitch, impossible outfield? It's almost like you have to choose one or the other sometimes. 2 to come here in the third. Oh, gets this wrong, and this should be out. Keeper takes it. Easy take from Alginda. So Stanek Zai hits a couple in anger, but he's frustrated for most of that innings. He ends up with 8 balls he doesn't score of, 2 that he does, but those 2 are big sixes, including one on the roof. And you can see that's cricket for you. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Gotta say, I mean, he's very capable, I think, at the top. I'd still probably go with an Anasekaram or something like that, or even a Karunamurthy up there. Because I just think that Stanek Zai, probably I like him at 5 or 6. Maybe because I saw him doing those kinds of things in the ECL. So maybe I'm a little bit behind the times. But I like him at 5. Something like that, coming out with 3-4 overs to go. Ball slightly older, not doing as much. And just murdering the bowling. Yeah, so as far as the ECL qualification, I think it's actually these 2 which are in the mix. I think the final still needs to be played because of some weather issues. So, yeah, Alton and Power, that's the information I'm getting, that locally they will play a game after this tournament to find out who will be the ECL qualifier, because the Swiss T10 runs kind of parallel to this competition. Anyway, that's a pretty good finish from Osama Mahmood. I wonder what he preferred, the first over that was none for none or the second one that was 1 for 15. Anyway, does get a wicket. And scores 23 for 1 at the end of the power play. And you can see nothing happened in the first over. It did happen. 6 dot balls. The thing is, even if you bowled 12 dot balls, and we have seen that before, Jamie Batten took none for none for Indo-Bulgarians in the ECL in 22. But I don't think you go to sleep, close your eyes and dream of dot balls. Even though that's super valuable for your team, it doesn't really get bowlers' hearts racing. The thought of, say, 12 wide Yorkers that just beat the tram line. But anyway, who's got some random questions for me in the chat? I am here solo today, but Andrew Leonard will be joining me. Lenny will be in probably in about an hour or 2. Probably at the end of this game, I'd imagine. Might be at the hotel when we go back tonight. Hotel's just a short walk away, just a few minutes away. So, yeah, Lenny will be with me from tomorrow. And it's also Swiss National Day tomorrow. Big national holiday. 1st of August. Okay, we're going to get Abdullah Rana now in over 4. First ball's not a good one. Angles in and disappears pretty quickly. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximo! Taruna Vikarasu again. He had a bit of a pedestrian start, but he gets a bit of a gift here. Just carries the rope. Rana had a pretty good series. I think 8 wickets he took in the Valletta Cup. First run in the Swiss team. Still getting the field right. Yeah, Swiss National Day tomorrow. It's been an official holiday since 1994. But the history dates back a lot further than that. Down the leg side, I think this will be called a wide. Rana falling away a couple of times in his action. A miss here. Is the fielding going to get there? Almost. A frustrating one. Fletch on the way in as well. That would have concerned me if I was running back with the flight of the ball. They'll just get a single. So a few of our viewers, no doubt, multi-screening it now. They're underway in Portugal in the final. Well, not the final, it's actually the qualifier for the right to make the final. Oh. I thought it was off the pad, but maybe it wasn't. Murthy. Let's have a look at this. It went a long way for off the pad. They do make some thigh pads that really fly now. It didn't seem like he hit that. Maybe a little edge onto the pad. Maybe I'm seeing things here as we get into game 5. All right, lifted up and out of here. Karunamurthy gets off the mark in style. Maximo! And that's my cube over there. I've been subletting it to Rob Kemming. Another source of income for us here as ECN commentators. But, yeah, Rob watched that one fly harmlessly to the left. Good to have Rob back as well. See him during the ECC in 8 weeks' time as well. Takes this on, but finds the fielder. Krunamurthy just looks so powerful and organised when he's there. Hits straight, hits pretty correctly, and just backs himself in his power to cover those straight boundaries. Wow, that's large. Forget it. That's right up there with the biggest one today. That's up with Hassan Ahmed earlier in the day. It's gone about 40 metres over the boundary. I said he hits straight well, but he can also turn on it really quick. And that has gone absolute miles. That one was almost hit across the road. Maximo time. And what a way to finish the fourth over. 43 for 1 after 4. So, yeah, run rate. There's no surprise it was going to head up, considering it was 0 after the first over. Steadily building. Up over 10 now, closer to 11. Abdullah Rana, his over went magical in the fourth. A couple of real big bombs there. So, yeah, anyone that has a question, throw them in the chat. Sagor's got a question as well. I'm loving the questions. Like I said, I'll have some company from tomorrow. Right now, let us know what's on your mind. It doesn't even have to be about cricket. Can be about ECN. Can be about cricket. Doesn't have to be. Right, here's Fareed Ahmed in over number 5. I think it's going to get called, but for me, he runs straight in front of the umpire. I'm not sure it is a wide, actually. Maybe. Maybe not. I think the fact that the tram line's on the stump line is just kind of throwing everyone out a little bit today. Well, adios, Pelota. That's gone huge. Oh, wow. Has anyone found that? That's gone a long way. Maximo. As the 50 comes up in style. Let's watch this one fly off the bat of Yasso. Player we have seen doing some pretty good things at the Cardamore Oval in an Alton shirt. So, yeah, that is exciting if that's the case, that these two teams will be playing off for the ECL spot in 2024. No draw yet, but it'll be in February or March 2024. Wow, this is hit well as well. That's in the grandstand. Boom. Shaka. Yeah. And that one did bring the boom, didn't it? Up and over, mid-off. So he can go sideways, can go straight. This guy, if he gets going, he stays going a lot of the time. That's what we've seen before. So I had a question from Trip. He's asking, is it St. Gallen who Valentine's Day is named after? Not to my knowledge, Trip. I thought there was a St. Valentine. Or it might be a translation thing. Yeah, originally Valentine's Day was named after the feast day of St. Valentine. Oh, in the end, gone! He goes the one hand, mistimes the jump, but Rosette gets away with it, and that's a pretty handy wicket to get at that stage, because Thrunavukarasu, he was accelerating at a dangerous pace. But this is a funny one, because he's actually kind of on his way down as the ball still stays up there. Let's see it on the replay. Mistimes the jump, look. He's already on the way down, but throws up the Statue of Liberty hand and takes it, and he's thrilled, and so he should be. Because, remember, Thrunavukarasu had a really slow start. He'll finish 27 off 12 with 4 Maximos as he departs at 56 for 2, and that will bring Murali Nanasakram to the crease at number 4. And he was also opening the batting in the ECL when we last saw Alton on the European Cricket Network. So yeah, what I did find out, though, is that St. Gallen is amongst the top places as far as celebrating Valentine's Day in Switzerland. That's what I heard. And Jura was another canton that celebrates Valentine's Day pretty hard. A lot of love in the air. But thanks for your question. Keep the random questions coming. There's Fareed. Comes in again. Big wicket for him. Misses Sufyan Chima, who's been promoted to long off after his great outfielding. Or infielding, really, before. Took 2 catches as a run out. What else do we have? Sluggo's asking, if I go to European countries like Romania or Portugal, can I play in this type of match or need special permission? Well, all you need to do is be registered with the club. So you don't necessarily have to be a resident of a country to play in the European Cricket Series. International cricket's different. If you're playing international cricket, you do have to fulfill the ICC criteria, which is to have been living in the country for 3 years continuously or to hold a passport for that country. Little edge. This will test the third man. He's got a lot to do. He's not going to get there. Karunamurthy, not his most convincing stroke, but effective nonetheless. He moves to 16. That was nicely executed. If it was on purpose, not so sure it was. So what I will also say, Sagor, is that you'll have to pay your own way if you're going to make it to Europe for cricket. It's not a professional sport at this stage. Maybe one day it'll be different. But yeah, it's at the discretion of the clubs, obviously, and the federation to allow you to play, but there's no reason you wouldn't be allowed to play if you're on the country. Well, it could be 4 byes. I don't think he gets anything on it. Oh, that hurts. That's Baljinder behind the stumps. This one actually swings on a little bit. Just have a look. And when it passes the stumps, to be honest, it's probably not the greatest setup. Because he looks a little bit surprised that the ball's coming in his direction. Just have a look here at the setup from Baljinder, who's like a scarecrow there behind the stumps. And then he had to move, and that wasn't in his plans. Maybe he's just seen a few balls disappearing. I know it's late in the day. He's playing his 3rd game. I'll probably have to get back to the drawing board with some technical things there anyway. Here's the end of the over, and we're halfway through. It's 65 for 2 after 5. ECC, 8 weeks away. And yeah, looking forward to that. Very, very much. Yeah, so they're underway over there in Portugal. Keep an eye on the score. Friendship 31 without loss after 3. It'd be a miracle if Friendship come back to make the final after where they were about 24 hours ago. Well bowled, Abdul Rana. Doesn't get trusted with the second over despite going magical in his first. I think you kind of earn your stripes a little bit, having performed well earlier in the day and also in the national team. So even if you go magical, they'll say, okay, we think you can come back from this. So just a single there. I know that tomorrow being Swiss National Day, we talked about it a few times today. It was first, I suppose, the origins date back to 1291, when sometime in early August, Switzerland was founded, so to speak. It's the origin of the country as we know it today. What led to the country as we know it today. Wasn't really celebrated regularly until the 1890s, where they settled on 1st of August, because they didn't really have an exact date. Oh, that's high-ish. And that's into the gap. It's going to be 4 as well. So Nanasekaram gets 4. And it's going to be an interesting one with the height. It just seemed very high to me. Oh, maybe just okay step out of his crease, but it's debatable. I think maybe just okay. Now big swing and a miss. And now, for the first time in the day, the bails don't fall off. Anyway, getting back to random questions. Sorry, I was distracted by a little bit of the action out there on the field. Explain this to me. These bails have been falling off every time today. And they don't fall off that time. And this is up in the air, drives on the up, doesn't have that much of it. Fielder goes back, takes the catch. Nicely handled out there. And Power remove another dangerous hitter. As far as Viruk out there, was very powerful with that earlier on. So the decision to bring back Rana pays dividends. And yeah, nicely taken down there. That deep mid-wicket pocket, one of the longer boundaries from the bat. And that will take us to the end of the 6th over. 72 for 3. Nana Sacrum departs for 6. Yeah, so this is what's going on right now. We've got Gamblers versus Friendship. Kind of in the balance at the moment. And yeah, here's the teams. No real surprises there. Imtiaz Rana leads Friendship. They really turned things around last night. Actually have a losing record, but they sneak into 3rd on net run rate. Gamblers 7 and 3. Should be favourites, but you never know what you're going to see in that series. As Golia is certainly a player to watch, but Ankush Kumar is having such a good series for Gamblers. They are bowling first, though. And it's already underway. So you can watch 2 at once if you like at the moment on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, so going back firstly to the Swiss National Day. If you are watching from Switzerland, maybe you're watching on Swiss Sport TV, why don't you come down to the ground? We're at the Grundenmoos Stadium here in St. Gallen. We'd love to have your company. Plenty of room in the grandstand as well. We're hoping we get a few spectators down tomorrow for day 2. And it's going to be exciting because 3 of the 4 teams tomorrow have never played ECN cricket. Bearing in mind, we only did one series here back in 2020. Full toss and not a great ball. I think that might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo. Start of a new over. That's why the new batter, Raihan Stanikzai, isn't on strike. This is Krunamurthy. That goes bang over the top. 6. And yeah, he's still keeping Alton ticking along. Bearing in mind, they scored 0 runs in their first over and a half. Yeah, so I'd love to meet a few locals here in the cricket community, even the wider community. Maybe if you're just turning on to Swiss Sport TV, you're wondering what you're watching, we're right here in St. Gallen. If you're in the area, come down. I'd love to meet you. I'd love to also get a sense of what the Swiss National Day is all about. I can't say I've ever been here on August 1st. I've been here at other times of the year. And I've just been looking up a few of the delicacies, a few of the traditions as well that we might see tomorrow. Oh, you know I'm always up for that. All straight through everyone. And Safi sneaks a dot in. Having said that, the batter gets across. It's probably a wide. Yeah, so going back to the random questions. Muhammad Ador asked a question. The answer is no, I am not. Pajendra asked a question. And yes, of course I will. Some of these are simple yes-no answers. Krunamurthy on 23. Yeah, good length. Good length. Look, he's annoyed with himself there. I tell you what, if you want to be super technical, he's hit his own wickets here. But having said that, I don't think it was in immediately after the execution of the shot. So I don't think there's any of the issues there. Plus, I'm still not sure he actually touched them. He just blew them over with the wind. Tell you one thing that's interesting as well. I'm trying to think of the series where we had this issue. It was in Barcelona, actually, where the pitch actually deteriorated during the day's play. So it's very traditional cricket with the turf wicket, which does change over the day's play. Having said that, I think it's actually played pretty well. It was in Barcelona. The Ripoll Warriors, that's right, had an innings where they got the rough end of the stick batting in the second innings with the pitch breaking up. Last ball the 7th. Stanikzai, the new batter. This is Raihan Stanikzai, cousin of Malia Stanikzai, that we saw earlier. Whack a couple of big sixes. Also made up a maiden first up. End of the 7th over here. Score is 80 for 3. This is what's coming up tomorrow. So yeah, we would love for you to come down on the Swiss National Day, August 1st. Very big day here in Switzerland. And why don't you come and join us for the cricket? goes for 10 hours. So it starts 8:45 local, which is 12:15 in India. Vettingen, as well as the Zurich Lions and Pakhtun Zalmi making their ECN debuts. We'll see the Crickets again. And back in 2020, they didn't have a lot of success, but I'm sure they've come along since then. They were 0-6, so they're still without a win. So all we know, and all the winners tomorrow will be their first wins on ECN, so really exciting time for them. Join us for day 2 of 12 days of this European Cricket Series before we hit the internationals. Not this weekend, but next weekend. Canado's back. He gets the first ball whistling past the bat of Stanek Zyk. It's maybe the one for the over. I'm not convinced, though. Let's check it out. Yeah, probably one for the over. Touch and go. Canado might have been that low if you were batting, but you're not. I think it probably was the one for the over when you look at that way. It is standing at the crease, though. Borderline. Anyway, Canado, it'd be smart to just whistle one in at the stumps here, I think, anyway. Tries, doesn't get it right, and that's going to disappear. Maximo! Good batting from Raihan. I think he does go at the stumps here, Canado Fletcher. But it's not really a Yorker. It's not really a short ball. It's in between. Raihan Stanek Zyk clears the front leg and muscles it over extra cover for a Maximo. Oh, I'm loving the random questions. There's even more coming in now. Oh, okay. Well, that probably is going to be no ball because I think it's higher than the one before. Yeah, this one's definitely over the top. So it'll be a no ball. Free hit to come. Fletcher. They've poked him now. He's riled up. Throws in another short delivery. Certainly getting more out of this pitch than most of the bowlers have today. And the word is he's been bowling quick over the last couple of weeks here in Switzerland. Free hit though. Slower ball. That's so clever. It's the last thing I was expecting, to be honest, as well. Yeah, so just have a look at his hand here. Yeah, excellent. Excellent ball. Rolled the fingers slightly. Might have been a little bit further in the fingers as well. Kind of floated out. Now goes pace back on. Stanek Zyk really, I think, to go across the line is not going to be particularly easy. We saw him get that one over the offside earlier in the over. So, where was I with these random questions? Ankus Shah. Hello, Ankus. Where are you watching from? Great to have you in the chat. You want to know my favourite cricketer growing up? My favourite cricketer growing up was Viv Richards. First games I ever saw were Australia versus West Indies in Australia in 1988-89. So yeah, Viv Richards, even though he wasn't an Australian player, absolutely loved watching him. Still love to watch highlights. I wonder what he might have done with modern bats and modern boundaries and modern formats. Also such a cool guy. So thanks for the question, Ankus. Matthew Hodgson says, what are the rules for bad light? Well, same as any other cricket really, but we got plenty of light left at the moment. Don't worry, just a few clouds around. Well, it's a no ball, bounces off the pitch. So he tries the slow ball again, but missed. Fletcher, he's going to have a wry smile there. He's a kind of BFG, big friendly giant, Canado Fletcher. I do think on the field, most of the time, he's got his game face on. I will say that because the main camera is shooting from the grandstand, maybe there's not as much light coming into the camera as usual. So I can assure you there's plenty of light out there and players can see pretty well. Right, last ball the over coming up. It's a free hit. Yeah, he misses. Might have got a bit of the pad, but it's irrelevant. In the end, Fletcher goes without a wicket in his first match in the series, but still good signs from him. He goes for 15 at the end of 8 overs. Alton, they are 88 for 3. Hello to Nish, who's watching probably from Wales. Although, Nish, I do believe we've got you on the roster to do a bit of commentary for us in the Men's Continental Cup, which is just in a couple of weeks. And he's got a new account. All right, we'll see if I'll pass that on to the robot, Nish. But yeah, burnt and over, but they've made up for it since. This game probably 50-50 for me at the moment. Still think that 120 is par. Got 3.5 overs to bowl this second last over, as it will start with the ball getting hit over the offside. Should keep it to 2, and they will do that in the end. This is a guy I quite like his bowling, Samsur Safi. Bowling the 9th. Important over, really. If it gets out of hand, and Alton could still get above par. I'm putting par about 120. It's where I started. Actually, I started the day a lot less. I settled on 120 after seeing the first game, seeing how the pitch was playing. I started thinking it was about 100, but I feel that's not really enough most of the time. We'll see tomorrow, maybe more experienced teams. Well, he's bowled him. Nice one from Safi Krishnamurthy. Just misses this one. And yeah, once again, the players come together, but not in any sinister way or anything like that. Safi disturbs the stumps. And that's a big piece of the puzzle if you're going to keep Alton quiet, because Krishnamurthy's had a very good day. This time, 3 Maximos and a 4 on the way to his 26. And score is 90 for 4. Yeah, just swung around, lost his shape slightly. And so new batter comes up, and it's Pratibharaj Varadhayan. And yeah, he's a guy we did see in the ECL over the last couple of years. Of course, it's got to be every club cricketer's dream to make it to Spain, to win the domestic championship, and to get that experience. Yeah, the all expenses paid trip out to Spain to play in the Champions League of Cricket. 31 clubs will get that honour in February and March 2024. Well, I don't know about the fake Nish, Wayne, but I can tell you that this is the real Nish right now. I have had issues sometimes with multiple accounts, getting locked out of accounts. Has anyone had those issues before? What are some kind of 21st century hassles? I'll give you one from the other night, actually. All right, in the air, but I don't think he's got it. Forming a queue here, and it will be taken. Slight bobble, but it is Asad Mahmood, the skipper, that will take it. And so, yeah, you can't really blame the batter there. Pradeep going for it straight away, but wasn't really full enough to drive comfortably. He kind of sliced under it. A nice catch heading back there by Assad. Wonder if we'll see him with the ball. But yeah, right now, Golden Derek. And so, I wouldn't mind hat-trick opening day. We're getting through them. Hungary was pretty fruitful for hat-tricks. We only had one in Czechia, Piyush Kumar, taking hat-trick number 22 of the year. Is this hat-trick number 23 coming up? It's Samsur Safi. Oh, well, if it was going to be a hat-trick, he was going to have to earn it. It came blasting past him, and it goes past everybody, including the 12th man, on the way to the fence. What a shot, first up. On a hat-trick, no problem at all. That had some hurt on it as well. Dion Johnson comes out and goes smash. Now, this doesn't sound good. Off the end of the bats, Chima, he wants it, he takes it. So 3 and 4, not too bad. As Power, have to say they're on top of this game at the moment. Still, he knows in front, but again, the power of a new batter, or getting a new batter there, if you're the fielding side, just not as comfortable with the pace of the bowler, the pace of the pitch, and the conditions in general. Yeah, I haven't seen the clock in a while, but I do know that they'll get an extra minute for that wicket because it's the 6th wicket. So the first 5 wickets you don't get an allowance for it, but the 6th wicket you do. So it'll add a minute to the clock, and so I think they'll be okay. But one of the things is the 4th and 5th wickets, theoretically, at least, the clock keeps running. Well, we'll have to see about that. Yeah, so 21st century problems. The one I was going to say was the other day, I logged out of the YouTube on my TV, and because I was in another country, it just wouldn't work for me. That's my 21st century problem. And I tried to get around it. Eventually, about an hour later, I found a fix. But it's an hour of my life I won't get back. But I suppose now I can watch the night series a bit more comfortably, so it's worth it. Navarat Narasa, the new batter. Last ball of the ninth. They're going to go on the hit. Could be a run out here. No, he didn't need to throw that hard. Could have gone to the keeper, as it was. It's almost put a hole through Fletcher. Yeah, it was going to save a run. But it might have got a wicket. Probably doesn't hurt Power that much. Still a very good over. 3 wickets come in it. And just 6 runs off it. All happening in the ninth. It's 94 for 6 after 9. Yeah, Nish saying that that was his 21st century problem. Sam Susafi, 3 wickets all that over, 3 for 14, steals the figures. Plenty of good performers though for Power. Got to say, if it is these 2 teams that are in the frame for ECL 24, whoever comes, it's going to be a really exciting adventure. And I think they'll do really well. That Cartman. Still can't believe Alton found a way to miss the final, going out in straight sets in 2022. And somehow missed the top 4 this year, despite leading the table on day 1. They had a washout that kind of cost them to an extent, although we'll never know what would happen in that game. They didn't make a huge score. Rained at half-time. All right, last overtime. We have had penalty runs here, so the clock had run out. And I think it might have been those, just the fact that 9th over took so long, ended up costing him 5. So, this is a big swing and a miss. Yeah, so the issue here, it does go deep in his crease, but I don't think he actually touches the stumps. Because if he was to actually touch the stumps, then it would be out, but you can see he hasn't touched them. So anyway, get on with it. Deep in the crease. Slow ball, smart bowling, a sudden mood. Just going to get the 1 over here. And that's that off cutter. Seems to be inside the tram line. So, this is up, it's in the air, and this is going to disappear out of the ground as well. And Static Sign goes Maximo. Mahmood tries the cutter. Gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Same issue. It's going deep in the crease. But that ball travelled all the way over the fence. Chris Smith is saying if something happened to his account, no one has his WhatsApp. Only one mod is on his Instagram list, and no one from ECN is, so he'd be in big trouble. Well, Chris, you just have to chat for a little while. We'd know it was you. We would know it was you. All right. Well, there goes the helmet. I'll say it. I think that the days are numbered where you can bat without a helmet. I think that's the way the world's going. Probably rightly so. Anyway, Wayne, congratulations for your performance tonight as well. Yeah, tell us your 21st century problems, if you can think of any others. Look, people saying it's looking a bit dark. I do think it's a lot lighter here than it looks on the camera. I don't think there's any issues with the light at all. But the main camera shoots from the grandstand. All right, bails are off now. Edged and dropped. Baljinder then hits the stumps. Oh, now there's no stumps. So they're going to go bowler's end, and he's gone. Wow, how about that for some action? So it was edged, it was dropped. To be honest, it was worth taking on the second run. You might as well just scramble for every single run possible at this stage. Again, Baljinder looks mildly surprised that the ball comes to him in the first place. Yeah, he's just kind of standing in that statue formation. Then he actually makes up for it with a really good throw. Yeah, but that was in. But then they say, well, let's run two, because even though the ball's right next to the stumps, they're going to have to pick the stumps up and knock them down again. Or at least pick the stumps up and hit them, because there were no bails on those stumps. You want to be super technical. And then a very good direct hit. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the keeper gets half the credit for that dismissal. Anyway, 2 to come, 106. I think that 107, I'd be going here. They say, no, let's be a little bit more careful. 107 with a ball to go. So Baljinder Singh gets half the run out. And Sam Surasafi was the man that actually hit the stumps. Over at Narasa, a bit stiff. He has to go for a 1-ball duck. Still win for a cracking chase after the break. Here's the last ball. Expect the unexpected. Assad, pretty good last over, all things considered. Only going for 8. Edged and gone. And this is the one that Baljinder will catch, one that's directly to him at a comfortable pace. And it's a long day even to be keeping for 30 overs. You see there, he's so still. If he was batting, I'd be saying, yeah, well done for staying so still. But anyway, someone's got a good pair of hands for the most part. The last one was a bit of a toughie with the one glove. So it will be a wicket to finish. Alton lose 8 along the way, but they do score 107 off their 10 overs. And so let's go back and look at the highlights. Well, big inclusion for Power. CC, Canado Fletcher, formerly of St Gallen Cricket Club, actually. Back in the 2020 series, I remember him in the green shirt. But it was a super slow start. 9 dot balls before we get going. I think that's the longest none for none I've ever seen. But Malia Stanekzai did whack a couple away, but that's all he got. He went for 12 off 10. And apart from that, Razak was able to get through to Vukarasa, who had made a bright start. After a few dots early, he cracked 4 sixes on the way to his 27. Krunamurthy was important, and he was joined by Nanasekaram, who did crack a nice-looking 6. But again, that's all he was able to get. And plenty of dot balls in there. Krunamurthy, though, he was looking like one of the most, if not the most dangerous across the day for Alton. Meanwhile, they were trying desperately to get him. Eventually they did. So he played just outside a ball that cracked into his leg stump. And then a reasonably good comeback. It was weird. It was the beginning and the ending were fine for the fielding team. There's just 3 overs where it went crazy. So overs 3, 4, 5 was 16, 20 and 22. But the highest over apart from that was just 8. So it was kind of insane when you think about it. This was a proper ECN run out, wasn't it? Edge, keeper, hits the stumps, knocks the stumps over, pick it up, and then ends up perfectly running out. Poor Navaratnaraso did everything he could to get there. Did the right thing. It was 1+ run out, and then at the end, simple catch for Baljinder. He was the hero earlier today with the bat, as he brought up the winning runs in their first win over the Nomads. And the job will be there to do again. 3 ducks in there, but also some scores. Stanekzai had 8 dot balls in his 10, but he did have 2 sixes, 27 through to Vukarasa off just 12 balls. And even he had a slightly slow start, but did whack 4 sixes. Krunamurthy with 26, 15 not out from Raihan Stanekzai, including a couple of Maximos of his own. Dion smashed a 4 late in the piece, but he went straight away after that. 17, including the 5 penalty runs for time. We saw those added because they couldn't quite bowl the overs in time. Osama Mahmood started with a maiden, finished 1 for 15. Wickets also for Abdullah Rana He came back well after a magical over. Farid Ahmed with 1 for 18. Asad Mahmood 1 for 8. But Safi with a triple wicket night, 3 for 14. Great effort from him. He's kept Alton down, along with a little bit of help from his teammates, to just 107. So 108 will be the chase. We won't be too far away from a resumption back in a few minutes. We'll see if Power can make it a perfect day on their return. They just had 3 wins for the whole group stage back in 2020. Can they get 3 on the first day, or can Alton go through undefeated? Join me for the conclusion of day 1 after the break. Vinny Stander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this for more European Cricket Series Switzerland. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to St. Gallen. Great to have your company. Opening day coming to a conclusion now after the end of this innings. And it's two undefeated teams today going to battle in match number 5. Alton 2-0. They had wins over Zouk Nomads and then over Winterthur earlier in the day. They went over Nomads. A bit of revenge for losing the final to the same side 3 years ago here. And the only other ECS here in Switzerland. Meanwhile, Power have been powering. They had a win over the Nomads, chasing down 126 in the second match of the day. And then fairly comfortable, even if it didn't look that way on the scoreboard, win over Winterthur 130 to 113 in match 4. So one of these teams will be undefeated at the end of the day and one will not. So you're looking forward to seeing how things wind down. Jeez, it's been a great day. I know we've seen a few things you wouldn't normally see, but you've got to realise this is the first time we've been to this venue for 3 years, and there's some real big pluses about this venue as well. You know, the pitch is something they'll work on for tomorrow, but it's actually played pretty well. That's the thing. It's a bit of an issue with the shifting, but as far as the actual integrity of the pitch and how the ball's bounced, it's been pretty good. A few shot through early, but apart from that, I think it's actually been pretty decent. So, ready, steady, let's go. And it's a pretty good start. Osama Mahmood is off to the races. Now static Zai, the bowler, gets into his pads, and there's 4. For me, it's a tough one. I would have said probably 115 was a 50-50 score between these two teams. So for me, I think Power, they're in the box seat with some of the batting they've got, but not by much. Now it goes up in the air. This could be trouble. And he's gone. So 4 and out. And if they were ahead, maybe it comes back to a 50-50 with the early wicket of Osama Mahmood. He's batted really well today. Static Sai, a bit more on target this time. No real timing at all from Mahmood. And that's a big wicket to get early on. And, man, just didn't time it at all. Wrapped the bat around it. That's Gary Navaratnarasa. That takes the catch. But having said that, if you're going to get out early, and get out really early, don't chew up balls. He takes 4 off 2, and there's still plenty of batting to come. Malia had an interesting day, hasn't he? Remember, he batted the first over, and he played 6 dots. Exactly the kind of player you would not expect. Yeah, just noted in Portugal, catching up on the highlights, as Chris Smith pointed out, a bit another Bairstow-like incident. Batter snoozing out of his crease. Well, they're going to go on the hit. Oh, so close. I don't know, he was so far out, I felt he might have had time to actually throw to the bowler quickly to just make the second throw a shorter one. And he would have been gone by plenty. Maybe not. The bowler didn't really make an attempt to get back to the stump at all. Puts his hand up saying, look, sorry. But the issue is the bowler to get back behind the stumps there. He's got a lot to do. He's falling way to his left. Have to get back on the other side of the pitch. Looks like they've dispensed with the bails at the keeper's end. Probably sensible. Some issues with the movement of the pitch, but I've got to say, if you're watching ECN, if you're a fan of ECN, then you would have loved today. Very different. Very entertaining. This is a cracking cover drive, and it will win the race to the fence. What a shot. They've sent Chima out at number 3. That was a brilliant shot. Yeah. Chima getting the promotion. Didn't see him batting in his earlier appearance, but yeah, did very well in the field. That was a cracking shot first up. Oh, so's that, because that is gone. Maximo! Uchima eating up the power play here. This is just kind of half volley type length. Still had to reach for it. It's not an easy shot. Took it from outside off and made it disappear. Uchima's a guy we did see in 2020. I think we saw him from Winterthur from memory. High score of 23 against Cossonay. They did hit 6 big sixes in that series, but again, that's over 3 years ago now. Slow ball, clever. Change of pace, said at the start of the day, it's going to be super important, and I think it's proved to be the case. End of the first over. And Power CC, they are 15 for 1 after 1, so they do lose a wicket, but they do get plenty of runs in that first over. When you consider, of course, that their opposition got none in the first over. Well, 66 matches hits a golden ball. And it's hard to believe. It's only 9 days ago we had a golden ball, and that's already up 66. So, yeah, crazy stuff, really, how many matches we've got going on at the moment. But that's all because of demand. People love ECN cricket, and we're very, very happy about that. And I hope you can continue to love it. And yeah, tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. So it's going to be Gowrie, Navarrete, Narasa the ball. Over number 2. Again, 2 more power play overs. That is super important. He goes after a wide one. He's holed out. Should be an easy catch for Static Zai, and he'll take it. We saw him drop a similar one earlier. He wasn't going to do that twice in a day, and that's a big wicket because that's Faraz Verik, who batted really well earlier in the day. Tried to elevate over the offside. Just, yeah, reaching away from the body. There's always an element of risk there. It's away from his eye line. Nicely taken. So 15 for 2. Pretty even start. You factor in the high-scoring first over. They lose 2 wickets, but this guy, Hassan Mahmood, I'm a little bit surprised that we see him at 4 because he could easily open. I think he just has confidence. The guys above him, they're not going to waste balls. They're going to go for it, and then they can come in pretty much any situation and do a good job. Navarrete Narasa, wicket with his very first ball. And so Hassan Mahmood, he's had a habit of banging his first ball out of the ground. Let's see what he does here. Still in the second over. Well, he tries, and he gets a fair piece of it. It'll be 1 bounce 4. Not quite off the middle, outside half of the bat, but still good enough. You can tell these guys, they're so comfortable playing the 10 over format. Normally, if you might go to a place after 3 years, and you say, it'll take them a little bit of time to adjust. They have to get used to it, have to get used to the approach. These guys, they know their way around a 10 over cricket match. That might be crossing the line between aggression and carelessness for Asad Mahmood. I suppose if he hits it, looks like a genius. He just lost his shape there. Knew he was in trouble. I think while the ball was still on the way. Gets away with it though. Right, Sky. I don't think anyone's catching this. That man comes around. Could have gone all the way, you know. I think eyeballing this, I think it was 6, but I'm not sure we have this on the replay. So my feeling it was 6. That's what I saw, but yeah, that's what has been signalled. So Maximo, I'd say that's an accidental Maximo. He wasn't trying to hit it there, but he did hit it there, and he does get full value. 25 for 2 now after 10 balls. Dragged across the line. There won't be a run here. Keep an eye on that required run rate. Started at 10.8 and over. Probably after that will be about 10. Yeah, 10.2 if you want to round. It hasn't gone too far. In the balance. That's what I would say. Last ball of the over coming up. Here's Gary. Takes on the pull shot, hits it into the pitch, and they don't get a run. So that's a pretty good over, all things considered, from Navarat Narasa, because it does pick up a wicket. He goes for less than the required rate, just. And the score is 25 for 2 after 2. Look at the table. This is a battle of the haves. There's a couple of have-nots down the bottom that'll be a bit frustrated, particularly the Nomads, defending champions, to be bottom of the table. Don't think anyone would have picked that. But having said that, they did look dangerous. Just we're not able to string a game together. 152, and then couldn't defend it against Alton in match 1, and scored in the 120s and went down to match 2 as well. Still random questions time. If you want to throw them in, last innings of the day. Dion Johnson to bowl over number 3. Starts with wide. Yeah, I'd be running there, or I'd be thinking about it. Maybe at this stage you don't need to, it's still early. You rarely actually catch a batter napping. Having said that, we saw that in the Portugal qualifier already tonight. So I suppose maybe it's worth a go, but you can't give away a run unnecessarily. Gamblers chasing 107 for victory for a spot in the final. Well, that's 6, and I can tell you just by the sound, because that has gone many a mile. Maximo! And I'm telling you something, if it reaches that thicker grass on the full, man, it's a gigantic hit. This pins the ears back and goes bang. What a shot. Look where the boundary is. Look where that landed, where that ended up. All right. Johnson. Hoping to bite back straight away. He's still looking dangerous for power. Low full toss. Misses the Yorker. Oh, this is running away. Should stop. Oh, yeah. He does stop it eventually. Plays a little footsie with the ball here, doesn't he, Pradeep? Give him a little nuzzle. Foot to hand, foot to hand. Stops it in the end, that's the main thing. Slower ball, clever. Completely threw off the timing of Sufyan Chima. If he picks that, you probably want to hit it over the offside. He's got 0 outfielders to the left of the screen. But he doesn't pick it, and he kind of hitches his wagon to that similar kind of shot that brought him runs earlier in the over. Uh-oh, that's not a good ball at all. Finds the gap, including the gap in the fence. That's 4. Cuatro caderas. I'll probably call it feared in this part of the world. But yeah, Chima, he's been a revelation at the top. They listed him at 11 in the last game. Well, this ain't no number 11 you're seeing right now. It's been outstanding day to enjoy the cricket. Slow ball again, smart, really smart. Worked before, works again. This time, I think Chima picks it, but it's too late to do anything about it. Nice drive, finds the gap, that's 4. Crusade's outfield's actually run a bit quicker than I might have thought at the start of the day. Okay, yeah, it's not lightning, but I mean, these shots on the ground, the fact you can still drive the 4 means it's decent enough. As this partnership continues to grow and cause problems for Alton. That's the end of the power play. And Power are 42 for 2 at the end of 3. So yeah, since that wicket, there's been 11 balls and there's been 27 runs. So yeah, already these two putting together pretty productive little partnership. See where they are here at the end of the power play. Isn't it a weird kind of an innings, the first innings? It seemed like it was accelerating, but it kind of fell off a cliff. There's not a lot happening in the second half. I think I mentioned that there were just those big overs, 3, 4, 5, 16, 20, 22. We saw 58 runs there. So we saw over half the runs in those 3 overs. Nice little cut shot. Finds the fielder. They might get a run here. A lot of chat out there. It's been a long day for both these two teams. I know you might say, okay, it's only 30 overs of batting, 30 overs of fielding each. That doesn't sound like a long game. It's the intensity of these games. They don't really drift. All right, if he hits, it'll be close. Oh, he does hit. I've got a feeling it's out. I mean, that's just my initial feeling. He wasn't exactly motoring, and we know it's hard to get the bat down. Oh, I think he's gone. Look, there. Bale's gone. He's out. He's just out. What a fantastic bit of fielding. I think that's enough for me. He's going to have to tell his story walking. Excellent stuff. You see, he was all over it, and they love it. That's a big moment in the game. Got to say, great work from the crew at Spring Productions. Still at the top of their game in the 11th hour. And Assad, well, he's annoyed. Probably had a bad feeling about that. And yeah, that was an excellent camera shot. It showed that Assad was just out. So remember that, because that's a big moment. Assad run out for 10. And Power get that crucial third wicket, 42 for 3. This will bring Abdul Rahman to the crease. Yeah, Mahmood, I think is his choice to run. It's probably a run there. Has to be a perfect piece of fielding to run you out. He was only just out. But it was Murali Nanasekaram that picked up the stumps and did not miss. Probably one thing we haven't had a lot of today is direct hits. Oh, yeah. This is Ryan Statikzai with his left arm slingers. That was right in the block hole. Oh, that's such a big moment in the game. Power pretty much on the rate, but they have lost 3 very, very big hitters. Having said that, Chima's tracking nicely. He's on 26. Abdul Rana new to the crease. He's very capable. Got Baljinder. He looked very good in the brief moments we saw him earlier. This is a thick under edge. Don't think this goes for 4. Well, I might be wrong. I am not wrong. Pretty sure. Stops this in time. I think it'll almost stop on its own. But yeah, I think the ball's gone there and he hasn't landed. So I think that's fine. And then, nice to have the banner there to stop you running too far. Oh, that almost does him. Almost does Chima. He was on the march. Again, I've seen a bit of this today. footwork away from the ball to guys that are trying to bring the ball into you. It's just not really the odds to do that. Last ball, the over coming up. Again, this game right in the balance. Stanek Zai. He's only gone for 2 in this over. There's been the run out in this over as well. Well, ball well played. If he hits here, that could be trouble as well. It is. Oh, double gun down in the 4th. And Alton are on fire. The double strike. And can you believe it? Rana, he's run out without facing a ball. Oh, what a piece of fielding. I said we've been light on for direct hits here on opening day. But this is a one-stop sniper shot from the side. And Alton come to life. And the fielding's so important. That was a brilliant piece of work. There it is. It's pushed slightly to his left. He even steadies himself there and says, all right, I know I've got time. You'll see him come into the shot here. Bang. Not even close. And Abdullah Rana, he will not even get to face the ball. And it's the same fielder, Murali Nanasekaram. And there you go, Abdullah. Worst case scenario. I don't think he did much wrong there. I think the run was called. Okay, he doesn't run it out, but he probably knew that if he hit, he was gone. Maybe by not really running, he allowed Murali to kind of double clutch, if you like, and balance himself. That's the end of the 4th over. It's all the 4s, 44 for 4 off 4, and double strike from Muralitharan Nanasekaram. What a fantastic over for him in the field. You could argue, that's even if he didn't bat or bowl, and we know he did bat in the first innings, but even if he didn't, you could get player of the match for just your fielding. Baljinder is the new batter coming in at number 6. Hit hard. Oh, this would have been an absolute stinging catch. Oh, now we almost have another run out. I've got to say, Dion's done pretty well to keep that in front of him because that was murdered from Baljinder Singh, first ball. He has smashed it. And to be honest, he doesn't do himself any favours. He's kind of rushing at the ball. He was going to carry to him. I just hope all his fingers are okay after that. Talk about action here. Oh, go down leg side, I think. It does keep low. We haven't seen one of these for ages, and it's that middle length where the pitch can just play a few tricks. He is far back, but definitely missing leg stump. You're pretty much at the mercy of the gods there if you're a batter. If that's straight, it's very tough to hit. Now Ratnarasa gets driven away powerfully, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! As Baljinder not wasting any time here. Throws the hands at this and gets it pretty sweetly. 6 of the best. What entertainment. Switzerland's one place I've been looking forward to it for a while. I've got to say hello to Ashwin Vinod, who is watching. Hello, Ash. Hopefully you're well. Where are you watching from? Maybe ECN headquarters. 50's up now for power. Push back, easy one. Oh, they won't get one. So this is what happens. A couple of run outs. Suddenly, you're not taking runs that they otherwise would, I'm sure. Yeah, Ash, hopefully you're enjoying opening day. I know we'll see you later in the tournament for Kosanay. He's saying, yeah, great work, Murat. Great piece of fielding. Trip saying, I don't know what I just saw. It's been pretty sensational entertainment, hasn't it? Two to come in the over. Miss hit. They will get a run. So Navarrete Narasa pretty happy with his work. I think 1 for 18. Love a second. He's got one more chance. Chima. He's been motoring. 29 of 14. Last ball, the 5th coming up. Shot. Really good shot away from the field, and that's 4. Chima keeping on target at the moment as Power CC will finish the 5th over, 56 for 4. It's been so entertaining so far. I've been absolutely loving it. Hopefully you are too, wherever you're watching from around the world. This is a look at what's happening tonight. Right now, Gamblers chasing 107 for victory. I've got them at 21 for 1 off 3, so that'd be a big upset if they were to win that. There's plenty of cricket to go though, so don't count them out. And of course the final a little bit later on. I'll certainly be watching that. Maybe I'll have Lenny with me to watch that one later on. So stay tuned for Corey Rutgers. I want to watch it right now, or you might want to turn over at the end of this game. This one at the moment, it's worth waiting for, I think. We should finish just before that one finishes. So yeah, stay tuned. Yes, well bowled. I think Raihan's bowled really well in this period. Just going around, trying to cramp the room. But for me, he's been good because he's been full. Up in the block hole, no matter what the pitch, no matter what's going on. I think it's a good length to bowl. Oh, well, if you're not quite up in the block hole, though, this can happen. And that one has gone into another galaxy. What a shot by Chima. What a move to bring him up the order. So the others have fallen around him in the top 4. But, yeah, he's just still motoring on. Maximo keeping power on the pace. Keeping it 10 and over required. Still plenty of work to do though. Here's the next ball. Static Sight has got too many wrong. There goes the cutter. Now this is high. They can raffle it. 2 fielders coming together and it's taken. I've got to say the outfielder today has been very, very good in Switzerland. And this is a high catch under pressure. And yeah, that is Pradeep Raj Varathayan that takes the catch. But very good piece of fielding. Check it out on the replay. Slight change of pace, I think, from Raihan. And he double dips. Doesn't get away with it. And that was good communication. They had plenty of time to organise themselves there. And that is that. So, high drama continues. There's power just when you think they're cruising. They lose another one. And the score is 63 for 5. Well, what do we think of this cricket? Could be a tight one to finish. Got all the hallmarks of a tight one. I think the key here is continue to take wickets. This time we see A ball deflected away, and that's going to be a boundary. This is Safi coming out, so we're kind of getting down to guys we haven't really seen bat today, but it's a very intelligent shot from Safi first up. Really intelligent shot. Anything's possible, we know that. So stay tuned. I'm going to keep one eye on Portugal, but keep one eye here. Yeah, so it's not really feeling right about that one. Got to say, this has been such an unusual, different kind of day. But I've absolutely loved it. Went away straight at the fielder. So you just feel 1 wicket could change everything, 1-6 could change everything at the moment. That's the end of 6. Again, they're around that 10 and over required. They have lost 5 wickets, 67 for 5 after 6. Yes, the sun still going to be around for a while. Sets about 9 o'clock, so still about just over 2 hours of sunlight here. Sun's come out again too, which is a little bit nice. Almost ready for the new over. It's going to be a fight to the finish. You can see that Alton been under pressure before. They know how to handle it. The power. He's not going anywhere soon. And this ball's a handy one. Just sneaks in inside the tram line. Yeah, it's well bowled. Every time it's just a one that's a win. In fact, they're not even going to take a run there. I'm very surprised with that. Kazafi's come out and he's shown he can handle himself. I think this is just Baljinder saying, you know what? I want this. I'm not happy with the one. I want this. But it's a big gamble to take. Now, he misses the next one. He's looking around, he's saying, is that in the edge of the pitch? I don't think so. I thought he might have rolled his fingers on. Let's check it out in the replay. Oh, yeah. Maybe that did hit the edge of the pitch. Let's see. Man, they're going to have another look at this, and I think the batter rightly is questioning it. Now, has this... Yeah, for me, that's definitely been impacted by the edge of the pitch there. So I think this is going to be a no ball. And it's been called, so this will be a free hit. And so, not really able to cash it in, but yeah. Sometimes it's just a natural cut of the ball. And so you kind of, sometimes it won't even quite hit the edge, but it's kind of influenced by the edge of the pitch. So I think that's the kind of spirit of the rule there. Yes, this is going to be a wide down leg side. Fairly easy call. Gamblers have got a crack on over there. Darchie's going crazy. 60 for 5, chasing 107. Hit down the ground. Just the one though. So often runs on the board hold up in this situation with this many wickets having been lost, but time will tell. Oh, he goes upstairs on him. Top edge. Well, the fielder's coming around here and he takes the catch. He does. Slight fumble perhaps from Pradeep, but he takes another good high ball. Baljinder wanted to be the man. He wanted to be on strike, but he couldn't really get anything happening. Excellent catch in the outfield, running to his right. And so, yeah, the fielding has been top class. I mean, the only one I can think of was the catch went down by Johnson at long on, but he almost lost a finger in the process. You can see there, he takes it very, very well. 71 for 6, but this man, he can hit the ball a long way. Canado Fletcher, haven't seen him batting for a while, but he is a guy that he can do immense damage. A race to the finish. Couple of big finishes coming up. You can see it's 42 of 28 over in Portugal. Well, Canado doesn't get a lot of the first one. I think we've seen another stumping from a keeper who's back, which is a key wicket over there. Oh, what is happening to the game? Right now, right here, it's the end of 7 overs. And the score is 72 for 6, 36 required of the last 3 overs. Coming up tomorrow, we'll get to see 4 new teams to this week, but we'll see 3 new teams to ECN because Vettingen, as well as the Lions and Paktoon Zalmi, they're making their ECN debuts. At Crickets, we did see them back in 2020, but we weren't able to secure a win. But they were a good young side back then. I think we're a bit unlucky not to get a win. But join us slightly earlier time than usual, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe and 12:15 in India. It's going to be a big day, day 2. Check out all the fixtures, EuropeanCricket.com. And it is the Swiss National Day tomorrow, August 1st. So we're expecting a bit of a party down here. Anyway, Canado's come out in a tough situation. With those 6 wickets down, I mean, yes, you've still got genuine batters there, but we're talking to a ball plus now. So if you're going to do it, you better do it quickly. Oh, this is going to be called, I think. It's a tough call, I think. Puts it out there. Yeah, you can debate that one both ways. I'd see Fletcher hitting through the line a little bit, though. Trying to hit straight. There's a big gap straight down the ground. There's 3 fielders protecting the boundary on the leg side. So, yeah, go straight, go strong. You know you're probably going to get something outside off here. And instead, you get something short. Test the field up, but the fielding has been good. Slight fumble. Fletcher's looking for 2, but he's not going to get there in the end. Probably wouldn't have made it. This is a brilliant over at the moment from Malia Stanikzai. Hanging in the balance.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Well, little edge, but somehow they got the 3rd man in the perfect position. I can't believe they got someone there, but they do. That's worked out perfectly. Very fine 3rd man saying, I'm not going to let you get away with a little edge. I'm going to have someone here for it.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Check out the time as well. I think they're running behind for time. I don't know what they're checking here. This is well inside the boundary. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's a technical issue at the moment. We'll probably stop the clock if there is a technical issue. They'll add time to the clock. So I'm sure they'll make that adjustment after this is sorted. Yeah, right now Gamblers over there in Portugal needing 73 off 2. So just something technical at the moment. Just a reminder, it's the final 5, not just the the Final Four that we normally have, experimenting with a Final Five system in this tournament. It's giving one more team the chance to qualify for Finals Friday. Yeah, so Vettingen versus Zurich Lions, which is first up in the morning. It's the first time either of those teams will have played. And actually, Zalmi, in the second match of the day, it'll be the first time they've played as well. The Lions by then will have one game under their belt, but it should be a great day of action. And like I said, it is the Swiss national holiday as well. Very proud day for all Swiss people. So why don't you come and celebrate it with us? Should be a great way to spend a day. It's excellent concessions around the ground as well, got to say. If you want to have a beer or something like that, I know a lot of Swiss people enjoy that. Then why don't you join us? Okay, ready to go. Malia, ready to continue. 33 quite off 15. And I'm pretty sure they'll add, I think they'll probably add 2 minutes for that interruption. But I still think they're in a bit of trouble for time. Because they were before there. There's the 2 minutes gone on. So they may be okay. But they still got to get through 8 balls in 3.5 minutes. I don't know. Goes upstairs. Canado says, yes, please. I'll have a piece of that. Maximo! Hurricane Canado has arrived. And he gets one short. I'll say I would have continued to go on the same tactics that had worked so far. But they run out of patience with him. They go short. Stanek Zai pays the penalty. 27 off 13. You can see with these batters at the crease, they're very capable of going at the tour ball. Jordan just mentioning, the third man, ideal for tail enders. I don't know if I'd call these guys tail enders, but I do take your point. They've still got a very fine third man in place now. Pitched up, and actually, oh, well, watch this. I hope the ball's okay. Ran into Canado. I feel like he might have actually been, maybe just back. And the ball comes back. I think he was just in, but he does his own backing up. That'll be the end of the over. So 6 and dot to finish. 81 for 6 off 8.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Yeah, just tipping below for the first time in a while over the last couple of overs. This is a new over. It starts with a wide. This is in the air and good. He's dropped it. Oh, this guy's caught everything. He just mistimed his jump, I think, a little bit. That's Pradeep. Oh, Diane. Yeah. Well, 25 off 11. We're going down to the wire. Canado doesn't get this at all. Should just be one. After all of the action we've had today, could we have, and you know what? I wouldn't count it out here. 24 off 10 required. Makajana bowling the ninth. As we say, it all happens in the ninth. Safi on strike, gets an edge, and once again, the third man comes into play. Excellent captaincy from Shahid Waridu. He's got the best view in the house from behind the stumps. The Alton skipper. He says, yeah, you know what? I would rather they actually hit a 4 rather than nick a 4. That's been a very good position. This is going to be called a wide. Again, Pies had a bit of a tough task on these. It probably is a wide. Again, Canado, I'd like to see him watching the ball a bit more. You know, he's kind of going through the motions there. Get across, get the foot out to it and whack it. And he mishits this, hang in the air, and he's going to be gone. So another big moment. Fletcher just does not time that at all. It's high up on the bat, skews away. And a simple catch taken. Yeah, Fletcher, while he was there, he thought anything was possible. Still probably is. The right-hand standing Zai takes a simple catch. And Power now 7 wickets down. 8 balls remain in the day. The score is 86 for 7. But yeah, most of these teams will bat all the way down. Fazal Amin Razak is the new batter, batting 8. Can he come out and smack a couple? Could change the face of the game right now. You would have to favour Alton. So he's been a pretty good over this one. 3 singles, 2 wides and a wicket. Doesn't time it. Should get a run. Yeah, I think Razak, he hits it. He says, I feel I've gotten it past him now. The clock's run out. So I wonder if the minute was added on for that 7th wicket yet. Because with the clock out, this could be huge. Jury's out on that. Meanwhile, we'll see a ball that could run for 4. Gets a friendly hop on the first bounce, and it is 4. Yeah, so let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, nicely done. Now the timer ran out, but remember you do get 1 minute for that 7th wicket, and I'm not sure it had been added on yet. So, well, it is. It's 5 penalty runs, so they did add on the minute, and they were still short. So that's a big moment. It's going to be 12 off the last over. So just wait. They're about to go on. 5 penalty runs. Yeah, here we go. And we'll probably see it. 5 penalty runs to the batting side. I have heard that's the situation. So it's going to be 12 to tie. It'll be 13 to win then. 13 to... Well, hold on. Can't be 13 to win. Something's gone wrong on the score. We'll have to see what happens in a second. Oh, well. So it's last ball. Last over. First ball, last over. I can say this. I thought it was 17 at the end of that last over to win. Might have just a quick delay while we sort this out. Yeah, well, Dot is registered. All right, well, 13 off 4, that's what I'm saying. It's a big swing and a miss. Well, what happens here? He's in there. He's going to be out, I think. We'll show he's out. Yeah, so the issue here is the ball dead? And my guess is Waridi is up to this straight away. So I don't think you can really call it a dead ball. Let's have a look at the actions of the keeper. Straight away he's running in, he's looking for it. And then I kind of plays dead a little bit. And then, yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, so there's no doubt he's out of his crease. But does the keeper kind of act like it's dead? Not that the batter would know because he's behind him. This is chaos. Let's have a look. And the batter's not watching. He's out. And the keeper's saying, oh, yeah, well, he was in and then he's out. This is touch and go. If in doubt, I always think the ball's alive. And I think there is doubt there. Only because the batter had finished his shot. The keeper, so the batter thinks the ball's dead. the keeper kind of acts like the ball's dead. So there's a moment and where Waridu kind of acts all cool, although he is still moving. You see, this is all about the actions. It's not actually about is he past the line or not. See, he runs in, but then there's this moment here where he's just like all casual, and he's like, whoosh. He sees an opportunity because the batter's moved out of his crease. Now, for me, this is such a 50-50. Maybe I'm leaning towards the dead ball because there is a moment when everyone considers the ball dead. You know, there's a moment before the keeper then changes his mind when he sees the batter go out. So I think it's very difficult. This could go either way. I think there's no doubt there's been an appeal. So, I mean, the umpires have had all the information they can get. Really, they could call it either way. And I think they've decided it's a dead ball. And I think there's a case for that. Waridu's saying, hey, what are you talking about? But I think what the umpires are saying, unless I'm completely wrong, is that, yeah, you didn't really act like you were going to stump him. And then it was only the very last moment when you saw the opportunity that you did. Got to say, it's a very contentious one. As it is, I think, I don't know if we'll have one more look at it. Here it is again. This is my interpretation, is that if all players act like it's dead now, everyone except the keeper's acting like it's dead now, and he's in his crease. And then the keeper says, oh, you know what? Actually, if you're going to step out, I'm going to get you. So doesn't quite feel right to me. It's not one of those situations where the keeper was always looking for it. It was he was stumping curious for a while, but then the opportunity seemed to go, and then he decided at the last moment, sure. If in doubt, okay, let's go if in doubt, batter's not out. You know, if in doubt, and it doesn't matter why there's doubt, I suppose. I'd say let him bat. But there's a case to be made either way, because now you're talking, it's your judgment call. In your judgment, do you feel like there's a moment when all players have acted like the ball's dead? In my judgment, I think there is a moment where Waridu considers the ball dead and he thinks that the stumping isn't on. It was lazy batting, though, as well, to be out of your crease. Thoughts? Gamblers, by the way. They have gotten over the line, it looks like. Now we might have a scoring issue as well because of the controversy. All right, Friendship knocked out. They're having a crazy time. Okay. So, yeah, I think in the end, it's been given as a dot. So it's just a technical issue. So, yeah, we've got how many balls to go? I'm going to say 4. But, yeah, this has been a crazy, crazy time. Long day for everyone. Ask the umpire, does he want the ball? He says, yeah, not really. So, this is the news from over there in Portugal. And it is Gamblers that are through. Oh, crazy stuff. So technical issue now. Oh, we've had a long day, that's for sure. Here we are. It's over 10 hours since we were scheduled to start. But it's been that kind of day. And, yeah, I think I'll sort this out fairly shortly. But yeah, what do you think of this? I can tell you, it's on a knife's edge at the moment. I can tell you that much. So, yeah, players taking a moment to relax. 3 games in a day, it's a lot of T10. It is a lot. And yeah, some of the surrounds, got a few people probably going home from work, looking forward to their day tomorrow. for the Swiss National Day. That's going to be something very special. Yeah, biking very popular here, of course, cycling. And so the hot air balloons are going and everything as well. It is a fantastic part of the world to visit if you do ever get a chance. Really well positioned. Yeah, the hot air balloons, I always love to see them. And I think now we're almost there. So yeah, apologies for the slight technical issue that's slowing us down at the moment. Yeah, so just confirming that the final between Marlow and Gamblers is not going to start for a little while, about an hour and 45 minutes away. So toss news will be coming pretty shortly. And yeah, we'll start at 6:45 p.m. GMT, which is 8:45 p.m. in Central Europe. 1:15 midnight in India, 1:45 in the morning in Bangladesh. So and that'll be the final that people probably expected, but no friendship. They were in a very good position in that qualifier. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get through. So yeah, remember we had the 5 penalty runs at the end of the night. I think things have gone haywire. Nice time to be out with the family. But I'd like to see a bit more of an even split of the pram pushing. He's carrying the water bottle, probably saying that he's doing his bit. But yeah, it's been a lovely view from up here. I think tomorrow will be even better. Looks to me like people are getting back in position, and that suits me just fine. All right. I think the thing is they want to make sure the score's right before they bowl the last 4 balls, and I can totally understand that. Well, there's Jay. Jay's in. We'll see him a little bit later in the tournament on the field. Right now doing a bit of work for us as part of the blue crew. Okay, so we've got 13 off 4, and that's what we're doing. So yeah, because I remember I thought it was 13 off the last over. The score was showing 12. Something strange happened, but that's the way it goes. They've got it right now. 13 off 4. Rezek's the batter. And we will be back underway. Needing a boundary. Oh, and it gets it wrong, but I don't think it's quite high enough to be a full toss. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, it's probably fine, but only just. He's not the biggest. Oh, I mean, it's coming in pretty. Oh, you know what? I haven't really called those today, but ordinarily I'd say that would get called. Given the game, you could see it called. I suppose you've got to take it with him standing at the crease. He's slightly crouched there. So 12 off 3. Safi does get the strike back, and he gets bowled. So Dion Johnson has come up with the goods. He's come up with the Yorker. And really now have to be 2 Maximos for Power. Power's out. This game's had everything. By any standards, I think this is a good ball to bowl anytime. Yorker crunches it. Maybe could argue it, but maybe a bit more of a full toss, but the batter stepped away. So somehow we finished after that Portugal game, despite us starting a little bit before. That's the way it's gone. And yeah, just confirming, it was a technical issue with the score and communicating the score. So it wasn't actually that they were taking so long on that stumping or not. It was to do with making sure that everyone knew the correct score required. So now we know it's required. 2 sixes. Johnson loses his run. So yeah, I know that's frustrating, but I suppose it is important that everyone's aware of the situation when the ball's bowled. A 12 off 2 required. Knowlton What a day they've had. Chasing down 153. It looks like they'll close this out. Johnson's lost his run again. He's probably saying, I've kept my run up the same, but maybe the pitch is in a different place. Well, I tell you what, Dion the Rock Johnson, he's bowling about as fast as a rocket at the moment. Just has to not be smoked for a Maximo. If this goes for 6, it's going to be haywire. Here we go. Perfectly bowled. Perfectly bowled. Third time's the charm for Dion. And he finds himself on a hat-trick. Last ball of the day coming up. And he's bowling at the 11. Time for a charge for Power CC. They're 96 for 9. And I think that you can put a fork in this one. Unless we get something crazy like a no-ball 6. So, what a journey. And to think these two are probably going to play off, that's the information I'm getting at least, in the T10 final here, in the Switzerland T10, which is the qualifier for the ECL. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how that goes. So, here we go. Last ball of the day coming up. I've probably seen a few hits that were worth 12 today, but I can't see it happening. It's also a hat-trick ball, by the way. Oh, Dion. Oh, Dion, I tell you what. We've got the grassy knoll. We've got the book depository up here. I suppose it's a hat-trick ball. Last ball of the day. It's Farid Ahmed. To be honest, I think it could be on here. Here we go. Here's Johnson on a hat-trick. Oh, and he bowls a beamer. Guess what? It's gone. No way. It's going to be a no-ball 6. No way. No way that can happen. Maximo, and it's game on. No way that just happened. Johnson on a hat-trick, and he's been hit for 6 by the number 11. Off a no ball, and this is a free hit. And now a boundary is the golden ball. A 6 is a win. So 4 for a tie for Power CC. That'll be a golden ball. And a 6 would win the game for Power. And this game has actually gone longer than day 5 in the test match now. But it doesn't matter because we could have golden ball 49. What a shot, by the way. What a shot. So could we see something crazy? Yeah, so they needed 12. They could get 11 or 13 off this last ball. So 4 for a tie, which is a golden ball. 6 for a win. And I already packed up my suitcase, so in big problems if this goes the journey. Unbelievable stuff. Farid Ahmed. We're into the 11th hour here in Switzerland on day 1. Any boundary keeps the game alive. All Alton need to do, they need to keep the ball in the field of play. And Johnson, for a guy that got 2 in a row, had no rhythm. Here we go. 4 for a golden ball. 6 for the win for Power. And he misses. And he might be LBW. Here's LBW, and it's game over. They're all out. They're on late drama. And really, I think a bit of emotion there as well. We had put a fork in this one. It's done. He's plumb LBW. Had to swing for the fences. It was pretty well bowled. It was full. It was very straight. 18 wickets fall in the last game of the day. And believe it or not, only 4 runs separate these two teams. And everyone that might have changed the channel when they thought there was 12 off 1, well, they were robbed of a big finish as it does go down to the very last ball of the day. Well, we'll show you some quick highlights, but before that, we'll just remind you, we'll be back here tomorrow, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India, with 3 new teams to ECN, and the cricket's returning after a 3-year absence, still searching for their first win in the European Cricket Series. Andrew Leonard will join me for day 2 and onwards through week 1. All right, well, pour yourself a little something, get the popcorn out, because this was a journey, and it was a fairly long journey in the last innings of the day. But really, Power, several times they were ahead in this game, the team in red. They looked good, but there was some key moments, I think, that you might have forgotten about them now. I certainly haven't, in particular the double strike run out of Muralitha and Nunasakaram in the fourth. And yeah, you can see there, he goes back. And that was a key wicket. That was Asad Mahmood who was out. And then we saw Abdullah Rana come out. He never gets to face the ball because he pounces, he hits, and he hits one stump. Bang. So double strike in the fourth. Excellent piece of fielding. And that just put the Power on the back foot. But there would be some drama to come. Some good catching in there as well. So for me, Alton, they kind of win this with their fielding. I think that Pradeep did very well in the outfield. Maybe a slight fumble there. Varadhayan holds on. We saw Fletcher come out. He whacked a couple around, but he was caught late in the piece. And then there was all kinds of drama. There was this, is he out, is he not? And then we saw bang, bang, 12 off the last. And there's no way that the game can be kept alive. You got the number 11 coming out. They need 11 to tie it. They need 12 to win. And so, I mean, everyone, I think they're already packing up their computers, to be honest. But then this happened. Crazy. Illegal delivery because it's too high. He hits it away for 6. And that was 7 plus an extra ball. But 4 to tie, 6 to win. He couldn't reproduce it last ball. Gets caught right in front. And Johnson with an over. That seemed to take longer than most innings in the European Cricket Series. But he does hold on, only just. That had just about everything. This is what's coming up next on ECN. We're about an hour and a half away from a start in Portugal. Marlow taking on the Gamblers. So the top 2 seeds, they do make it in the end. That'll start at 6:45 p.m. GMT, which is 8:45 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 1:15 midnight in India. The top 2 teams probably deserve to be there, but Friendship, they certainly gave Gamblers a good shake in the qualifier that finished moments ago. In fact, they lapped us in the last game of the day. They started later and finished earlier. All right, let's have a look at the scorecard before we sign off for the night. Was it something that had everything? That's for sure. Thanks for sticking around. But Sufyan Chima, 39 off 18. Seems like ages ago that he was out there. Right from that 12 for Sam Sursafi, 10 for Asad Mahmood. A couple of run-outs that made all the difference. Fletcher whacked to 6. So did Farid Ahmed from number 11. The 5 penalty runs put the game in play, but Power couldn't quite get over the line. 2 for Dion Johnson, including being on a hat-trick, but then throwing it away with a 7. 2 for Makajana as well. Singles for Stanek Zai, Mali Stanek Zai that is, as well as Raihan Stanek Zai and Gauri Navarat Narasa. As this game has had everything. We're going to take a little bit of a break now, and by a little bit, I mean overnight, but I'll be watching in Portugal. I'll probably pop into the chat as well. Big thanks to everyone, to the Blue crew, to all the ground crew, everyone that helped, because a lot of work's got in today to getting this ground ready. I'm sure it'll be even better tomorrow. This is Vinny Sanders here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN, reminding you to like this video if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel, check out our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and our social media at European Cricket. And don't forget to join us tomorrow for more action from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. I'm going to teleport to Portugal. Corey Ruckers is standing by. But I'll see you here tomorrow with Andrew Leonard for more European Cricket Series. We'll leave you with some big highlights from day 1 of this ECS.